Section 0, Poems of American History, Volume 4, The Civil War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Niki Myers of Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. To learn more about me, visit nikisessentials.com. Poems of American History, Volume 4, The Civil War, by Various. Section 0, Battle Hymn of the Republic, by Julia Ward Howe. Mine eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord. He is trampling out the vintage where the grapes of wrath are stored. He hath loosed the faithful lightning of his terrible swift sword. His truth is marching on. I have seen him in the watchfires of 100 circling camps. They have builded him an altar in the evening dews and damps. I can read his righteous sentence by the dim and flaring lamps. His day is marching on. I have read a fiery gospel writ in burnished rows of steel. As ye deal with my contemners, so with you my grace shall deal. Let the hero born of woman crush the serpent with his heel, since God is marching on. He has sounded forth a trumpet that shall never call retreat. He is sifting out the hearts of men before his judgment seat. Oh, be swift, my soul, to answer him. Be jubilant, my feet. Our God is marching on. In the beauty of the lilies, Christ was born across the sea, with a glory in his bosom that transfigures you and me. As he died to make men holy, let us die to make men free, while God is marching on. End of Section 0. Recording by Niki Myers of Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. To learn more about me, visit nikisessentials.com.
Section 1 of Poems of American History, Volume 4, The Civil War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ed Humpal. Chapter 1, The Slavery Question. Negro slavery in the United States began in 1619, when a cargo of Africans was sold in Virginia. It gradually spread to all the states, but by the beginning of the 19th century it had been abolished in Massachusetts, Pennsylvania, New Hampshire, Connecticut, Rhode Island, Vermont, New York, and New Jersey. The Ordinance of 1787 forbade slavery in the Northwest, but the purchase of Louisiana in 1803 added greatly to slave territory. The fight over the admission of Missouri, 1817-21, resulting in the Missouri Compromise, did much to intensify bitterness of feeling. Finally, in December 1833, the American Anti-Slavery Society was organized at Philadelphia with a platform of principles formulated by William Lloyd Garrison. To William Lloyd Garrison. Read at the convention which formed the American Anti-Slavery Society in Philadelphia, December 1833. Champion of those who groan beneath oppression's iron hand, in view of penury, hate, and death, I see thee fearless stand, still bearing up thy lofty brow in the steadfast strength of truth, in manhood sealing well the vow and promise of thy youth. Go on, for thou hast chosen well, on in the strength of God, long as one human heart shall swell beneath the tyrant's rod. Speak in a slumbering nation's ear, as thou hast ever spoken, until the dead in sin shall hear the fetter's link be broken. I love thee with a brother's love, I feel my pulses thrill, to mark thy spirit soar above the cloud of human ill. My heart hath leaped to answer thine, and echo back thy words, as leaps the warriors at the shine and flash of kindred swords. They tell me thou art rash and vain, a searcher after fame, that thou art striving but to gain a long-enduring name, that thou hast nerved the Afric's hand and steeled the Afric's heart, to shake aloft his vengeful brand and rend his chain apart. Have I not known thee well and read thy mighty purpose long, and watched the trials which have made thy human spirit strong? And shall the slanderer's demon breath avail with one like me, to dim the sunshine of my faith and earnest trust in thee? Go on, the dagger's point may glare amid thy pathway's gloom. The fate which sternly threatens there is glorious martyrdom. Then onward with a martyr's zeal, and wait thy sure reward, when man to man no more shall kneel, and God alone be Lord. John Greenleaf Whittier. Branches of this society multiplied rapidly, and in order to counteract their influence, a great pro-slavery meeting was held at Charleston, South Carolina, September 4th, 1835. The newspaper report that the clergy of all denominations attended in a body, lending their sanction to the proceedings, and added by their presence to the impressive character of the scene, drew a fiery protest from Whittier. Clerical Oppressors, September 4th, 1835. Just God, and these are they who minister at thine altar, God of right? Men who their hands with prayer and blessing lay on Israel's ark of light? What, preach and kidnap men, give thanks and rob thy own afflicted poor, talk of thy glorious liberty, and then bolt hard the captive's door? What, servants of thy own merciful Son, who came to seek and save the homeless and the outcast, fettering down the tasked and plundered slave? Pilate and Herod, friends, chief priests and rulers as of old combine. Just God and holy, is that church which lends strength to the spoiler thine? Paid hypocrites, who turn judgment aside and rob the holy book of those high words of truth which search and burn in warning and rebuke. Feed fat, ye locusts, feed, and in your tasseled pulpits thank the Lord that from the toiling bondsman's utter need ye pile your own full board. How long, O Lord, how long shall such a priesthood barter truth away, and in thy name for robbery and wrong at thy own altars pray? Is not thy hand stretched forth visibly in the heavens to awe and smite? Shall not the living God of all the earth and heaven above do right? Woe then to all who grind their brethren of a common Father down, to all who plunder from the immortal mind its bright and glorious crown. Woe to the priesthood, woe to those whose hire is the price of blood, perverting, darkening, changing, as they go, the searching truths of God. Their glory and their might shall perish, and their very names shall be vile before all the world, vile before all the people, in the light of a world's liberty. O speed the moment on, when wrong shall cease, and liberty and love, and truth and right throughout the earth be known, as in their home above. John Greenleaf Whittier. In April 1848, an attempt was made to abduct 77 slaves from Washington in the schooner Pearl. The slaves were speedily recaptured and sold south, while the defenders barely escaped with their lives from an infuriated mob. The abolitionists in Congress determined to evoke from that body some expression of sentiment on the subject. On the 20th of April, Senator Hale introduced a resolution implying sympathy with the Negroes. It stirred the slaveholders to unusual intemperance of language. The debate in the Senate sought to a nursery rhyme. April 20th, 1848. Here we stand on the Constitution by thunder. It's a fact of which there's bushels of proofs. For how could we trample on't so, I wonder, eft warn't that it hollers under our roofs? Says John C. Calhoun, says he, human rights hain't no more right to come on this floor, no more'n the man in the moon, says he. The North hain't no kind of business with nothin', and you've no idee how much bother it saves. We ain't none riled by their frettin' and frothin', we're used to layin' the string on our slaves. Says John C. Calhoun, says he, says Mr. Foote, I should like to shoot the whole gang by the great horn spoon, says he. Freedom's keystone is slavery, that there's no doubt on. It's something that's, divine. And the slaves that we allers make the most out on air them north of the Mason-Dixon's line. Says John C. Calhoun, says he, for all that, says Magnum, and so get rid of 'em soon, says he. The mass ought to labor, and we lay on softies. That's the reason I want to spread freedom's aree. It puts all the cunningest on us in office, and realize our Maker's original idea. Says John C. Calhoun, says he, that's as plain, says Cass, as that someone's an ass. It's as clear as the sun is at noon, says he. Now don't go on to say I'm the friend of oppression, but keep all your spare breath for coolin' your broth. For I allers have shove, at least that's my impression, to make cuss free of the rights of the North. Says John C. Calhoun, says he, yes, says Davis amiss, the perfections of bliss is in skinnin' that same old coon, says he. Slavery's a thing that depends on complexion. It's God's law that fetters on black skins don't shave. If brains was to settle it, horrid reflection, which of our honorable body'd be safe? Says John C. Calhoun, says he, says Mr. Hannigan, afore he began again, that exception is quite opportune, says he. Gentle Cass, sir, you needn't be twitchin' your collar. Your merit's quite clear by the dut on your knees. And the North don't make no distinctions of color. You can all take a lick at our shoes when you please. Says John C. Calhoun, says he, says Mr. Jarnigan, they won't have to larn again. They all on 'em know the old tune, says he. The slavery question ain't no ways bewilderin'. North and South have one interest, it's plain at a glance. Northern men, like us patriarchs, don't sell their children, but they do sell themselves if they get a good chance. Says John C. Calhoun, says he, says Atherton here, this is gettin' severe. I wish I could dive like a loon, says he. It'll break up the Union, this talk about freedom, and your factory gals, soon as we split, 'll make head. And gettin' some Miss Chief or other to lead 'em, 'll go to work raisin' promiscuous Ned. Says John C. Calhoun, says he, yes, the North, says Colquitt, if we Southerners all quit, would go down like a busted balloon, says he. Just look what is doin', what anarchy's brewin', in the beautiful clime of the olive and vine. All the wise Aristakis a tumblin' to ruin, and the Sankey-lots drorin' and drinkin' their wine. Says John C. Calhoun, says he, yes, says Johnson, in France, they're beginning to dance Beelzebub's own rigadoon, says he. The South's safe enough, it don't feel a mite skeery. Our slaves in their darkness and dut air too blessed, not to welcome with proud hallelujahs the airy, when our eagle kicks yourn from the national nest. Says John C. Calhoun, says he, oh, says Westcott of Florida, what treason is horrider than our privileges tryin' to prune, says he. It's 'cause they're so happy that when crazy serpents stick their nose in our business, we get so darn riled. We think it's our duty to give pooty sharp hints that the last crumb of Eden on earth shan't be spilled. Says John C. Calhoun, says he, ah, says Dixon H. Lewis, it's perfectly true that slavery's earth's greatest boon, says he. James Russell Lowe. On March 7th, 1850, Daniel Webster delivered in the Senate his famous speech on slavery, in which he declared for the exclusion of slavery from new territory, but called attention to the pledge which had been given to permit slavery south of the line 36 degrees 30 minutes, and gave his support to the Fugitive Slave Bill introduced by a Virginia senator. The speech created a sensation. Webster was overwhelmed with abuse, and made the target for one of the greatest poems of denunciation in the language. Ichabod, March 7th, 1850. So fallen, so lost, the light withdrawn which once he wore, the glory from his gray hairs gone, for evermore. Revile him not, the tempter hath a snare for all, and pitying tears, not scorn and wrath, befit his fall. O dumb be passion's stormy rage, when he who might have lighted up and led his age, falls back in night. Scorn! Would the angels laugh to mark a bright soul driven, fiend goaded, down the endless dark from hope and heaven? Let not the land, once proud of him, insult him now, nor brand with deeper shame his dim, dishonored brow. But let its humbled sons instead, from sea to lake, a long lament as for the dead, in sadness make. Of all we loved and honored, naught save power remains, a fallen angel's pride of thought, still strong in chains. All else is gone, from those great eyes the soul has fled. When faith is lost, when honor dies, the man is dead. Then pay the reverence of old days to his dead fame, walk backward with averted gaze, and hide the shame. John Greenleaf Whittier. The feeling at the North against slavery was soon intensified in bitterness by the execution of the fugitive slave law, which, in a way, made Northern states participants in the detested traffic. On April 3, 1851, a fugitive slave named Thomas Sims was arrested at Boston, adjudged to his owner, and put on board a vessel bound for Savannah. Other efforts to enforce the law proved abortive, and it was soon evident that it was, to all intents and purposes, a dead letter. The Kidnapping of Sims, April 3, 1851. The pile that stands on your long-buried bones, those monumental stones, should not suppress the groans this day demands. For freedom there ye stood, there gave the earth your blood, there found your graves, that men of every clime, faith, color, tongue, and time might through your death sublime never be slaves. Over your bed so low, heard ye not long ago a voice of power proclaim to earth and sea that where ye sleep should be a home for liberty till time's last hour? Hear ye the chains of slaves now clanking round your graves? Hear ye the sound of that same voice that calls from out our Senate halls, hunt down those fleeing thralls with horse and hound? That voice your sons hath swayed, 'tis heard and is obeyed. This gloomy day tells you of ermine stained, of justice's name profaned, of a poor bondman chained and borne away. Over Virginia's springs her eagles spread their wings, her blue ridge towers. That voice, once heard with awe, now asked, who ever saw up there a higher law than this of ours? Must we obey that voice when God or man's the choice? Must we postpone him who from Sinai spoke? Must we wear slavery's yoke, bear of her lash the stroke, and prop her throne? Lashed with her hounds, must we run down the poor who flee from slavery's hell? Great God, when we do this, exclude us from thy bliss. At us let angels hiss from heaven that fell. John Pierpont. Abolition agitation was given new fuel when, on May 30th, 1854, Congress passed the famous Kansas-Nebraska Bill, setting off the southern portion of Nebraska into a new territory called Kansas, and leaving the question of slavery or no slavery to be decided by its inhabitants. The fight for Kansas began at once. Slaveholders from Missouri poured into the new territory, and in New England an emigrant aid society was formed, which started large parties of free soilers to Kansas. The first party started in July 1854, and John G. Whittier sent them a hymn which was sung over and over during the long journey. The Kansas Emigrants, July, 1854. We crossed the prairie as of old the pilgrims crossed the sea, to make the West, as they the East, the homestead of the free. We go to rear a wall of men on freedom's southern line, and plant beside the cotton tree the rugged northern pine. We're flowing from our native hills as our free rivers flow. The blessing of our motherland is on us as we go. We go to plant her common schools on distant prairie swells, and give the Sabbaths of the wild the music of her bells. Upbearing, like the ark of old, the Bible in our van, we go to test the truth of God against the fraud of man. No pause nor rest, save where the streams that feed the Kansas run, save where our pilgrim gonfalon shall flout the setting sun. We'll tread the prairie as of old our fathers sailed the sea, and make the West, as they the East, the homestead of the free. John Greenleaf Whittier. The pro-slavery men soon resorted to violence. In December, 1,500 Missourians laid siege to Lawrence, where most of the Free Soilers had settled. The Free Soilers threw up earthworks and mustered 600 men to defend them, among them John Brown and his 4 sons from Osawatomie. One Free Soiler, Thomas Barber, was killed under discreditable circumstances, but the Missourians were persuaded to withdraw before there were further hostilities. Burial of Barber, December 6, 1855. Bear him, comrades, to his grave. Never over one more brave shall the prairie grasses weep, in the ages yet to come, when millions in our room what we sow in tears shall reap. Bear him up the icy hill, with the Kansas frozen still, as his noble heart below, and the land he came to till, with a freeman's thews and will, and his poor hut roofed with snow. One more look at that dead face, of his murder's ghastly trace. One more kiss, O widowed one, lay your left hands on his brow, lift your right hands up, and vow that his work shall yet be done. Patience, friends. The eye of God, every path by murder trod, watches lidless day and night, and the dead man in his shroud, and his widow weeping loud, and our hearts are in his sight. Every deadly threat that swells with the roaring of gambling hells, every brutal jest and jeer, every wicked thought and plan of the cruel heart of man, though but whispered, he can hear. We in suffering, they in crime, wait the just award of time, wait the vengeance that is due. Not in vain a heart shall break, not a tear for freedom's sake fall unheeded. God is true. While the flag with stars bedecked threatens where it should protect, and the law shakes hands with crime, what is left us but to wait, match our patience to our fate, and abide the better time? Patience, friends, the human heart everywhere shall take our part, everywhere for us shall pray. On our side are nature's laws, and God's life is in the cause that we suffer for today. Well to suffer is divine, pass the watchword down the line, pass the countersign, endure, not to him who rashly dares, but to him who nobly bears, is the victor's garland sure. Frozen earth to frozen breast, lay our slain one down to rest, lay him down in hope and faith, and above the broken sod, once again to freedom's God, pledge ourselves for life or death. That the state whose walls we lay in our blood and tears today shall be free from bonds of shame, and our goodly land untrod by the feet of slavery, shod with cursing as with flame. Plant the buckeye on his grave, for the hunter of the slave in its shadow cannot rest, and let the martyr mound and tree be our pledge and guarantee of the freedom of the West. John Greenleaf Whittier. Affairs in Kansas went from bad to worse. Bands of armed emigrants poured into the state from the south, and such disorder followed that on August 25, 1856, the governor proclaimed the territory in a state of insurrection. On September 14th, a force of 2,500 Missourians again attacked Lawrence, but were beaten off. The Defense of Lawrence, September 14th, 1856. All night upon the guarded hill, until the stars were low, wrapped round as with Jehovah's will, we waited for the foe. All night the silent sentinels moved by like gliding ghosts. All night the fancied warning bells held all men to their posts. We heard the sleeping prairies breathe, the forest's human moans, the hungry gnashing of the teeth of wolves on bleaching bones. We marked the roar of rushing fires, the neigh of frightened steeds, the voices as of far-off lyres among the river reeds. We were but 39 who lay beside our rifles then. We were but 39, and they were 2,000 men. Our lean limbs shook and reeled about, our feet were gashed and bare, and all the breezes shredded out our garments in the air. They came, the blessed Sabbath day that soothed our swollen veins, like God's sweet benediction lay on all the swinging plains. The valleys shouted to the sun, the great woods clapped their hands, and joy and glory seemed to run like rivers through the lands. And then our daughters and our wives, and men whose heads were white, rose sudden into kingly lives, and walked forth to the fight. And we drew aim along our guns, and calmed our quickening breath, then, as is meet for freedom's sons, shook loving hands with death. And when 300 of the foe rode up in scorn and pride, whoso had watched us then might know that God was on our side. For all at once a mighty thrill of grandeur through us swept, and strong and swiftly down the hill like Gideons we leapt. And all throughout that Sabbath day a wall of fire we stood, and held the baffled foe at bay, and streaked the ground with blood. And when the sun was very low, they wheeled their stricken flanks, and passed on, wearily and slow, beyond the river banks. Beneath the everlasting stars we bended childlike knees, and thanked God for the shining scars of his large victories. And some who lingered said they heard such wondrous music pass, as through a seraph's voice had stirred the pulses of the grass. Richard Realf. A bill for the admission of Kansas under a constitution permitting slavery was introduced in Congress in February 1858 and occasioned one of the most acrimonious debates ever heard in the Capitol. In the House, a fist fight occurred between Keitt of South Carolina and Grow of Pennsylvania. The bill was passed on May 4th. The Fight Over the Body of Keitt, a fragment from the great American epic, The Washingtoniad, March, 1858. Sing, O goddess, the wrath, the untamable dander of Keitt. Keitt of South Carolina, the clear grit, the tall, the undaunted, him that hath whopped his own niggers till northerners all unto Keitt seem but as niggers to whop, and hills of the smallest potatoes. Late and long was the fight on the Constitution of Kansas. Daylight passed into dusk, and dusk into lighting of gas lamps. Still on the floor of the house, the heroes unwearied were fighting. Dry grew palates and tongues, with excitement and expectoration. Plugs were becoming exhausted, and representatives also. Who led on to the war? The anti-Lecomptonite phalanx. Grow hitting straight from the shoulder, the Pennsylvania slasher. Him followed Hickman and Potter, the wiry from Woody, Wisconsin. Washburn stood his own brother. Cadwallader stood with Elihu. Broad, Illinois sent the one, and Woody, Wisconsin the other. Mott came mild as new milk, with gray hairs under his broad brim, leaving the first chop location and water privilege near it. Held by his fathers of old, on the willow-fringed banks of Ohio. Wrathy Covode, too, I saw, and Montgomery ready for mischief. Who against these to the floor led on the Lecomptonite legions? Keitt of South Carolina, the clear grit, the tall, the undaunted. Keitt and Reuben Davis, the rowel horse of wild Mississippi. Barksdale, wearer of wigs, and Craig from North Carolina. Craig and Scorny McQueen, and Owen and Lovejoy and Lamar. These Mississippi sent to the war. Tre juncti in uno. Long had raged the warfare of words. It was 4 in the morning. Whittling and expectoration, and liquoring all were exhausted, when Keitt, tired of talk, bespake Rue Davis, "O Reuben, Grows a tarnation blackguard, and I've concluded to clinch him." This said, up to his feet he sprang, and loosening his choker, straighted himself for a grip, as a bar hunter down in Arkansas squares to go in at the bar when the dangerous varmint is cornered. "Come out, Grow," he cried, "you black Republican puppy. Come on the floor like a man, and darn my eyes, but I'll show you." Him answered, straight-hitting Grow, "Well, now, I calculate, Keith, no nigger driver shall leave his plantation in South Carolina here to crack his cowhide round this child's ears if he knows it." Scarce had he spoke when the hand, the chivalrous 5 fingers of Keitt, clutched at his throat. Had they closed, the speeches of Grow had been ended. Never more from a stump had he stirred up the free and enlightened. But though smart, Keith's mauleys, the mauleys of Grow were still smarter. Straight from the shoulder he shot. Not Owen Swift or Ned Adams ever put in his right with more delicate feeling of distance. As drops hammer on anvil, so drops Grow's right into Keitt, just where the jugular runs, to the point at which Ketch ties his drop-knot. Prone like a log sank Keitt. His dollars rattled about him. Forth sprang his friends o'er the body. First Barksdale, waving wig-wearer. Craig and McKean and Davis, the rowel horse of wild Mississippi. Fiercely they gathered round Grow, catawampously up as to chaw him. But without Porter they reckoned, the wiry from woody Wisconsin. He striking out right and left, like a catamount varmint and vicious, dashed to the rescue, and with him the Washburns, Cadwallader, Elihu. Slick into Barksdale's bread basket walked Potters, 1, 2, hard and heavy. Barksdale fetched wind in a trice, dropped Grow, and let out at Elihu. Then like a fountain had flowed the claret of Washburn the elder, but for Cadwallader's care. Cadwallader, guard of his brother, clutching at Barksdale's knob, into chancery soon would have drawn it. Well was it then for Barksdale, the wig that waved over his forehead. Off in Cadwallader's hands it came, and the wearer, releasing, left to the conqueror naught but the scalp of his bald-headed foeman. Meanwhile, hither and thither, a dove on the waters of trouble, moved Mott, mild as new milk, with his gray hair under his broad brim, preaching peace to deaf ears, and getting considerably damaged. Cautious Covode in the rear, as dubious what it might come to, brandished a stoneware spittoon against whoever might seem to deserve it. Little it mattered to him whether pro or anti-Lecompton. So but he found in the hall a foeman worthy of his weapon. So raged the battle of men, till into the thick of the melee, like the heralds of old, stepped the sergeant at arms and the speaker. Only a few days later, on May 19th, occurred an affair which threw the country into convulsion. A Georgian named Charles A. Hamilton gathered together a gang of 25 Missourians, attacked the Free Soilers in the neighborhood of Marais des Cygnes, took 11 prisoners, marched them off to a gulch, and shot them. The pursuit of the assassins was so half-hearted that they all escaped. Le Maire des Cygnes, May 19th, 1858. A blush as of roses, where rose never grew. Great drops on the bunch grass, but not of the dew. A taint in the sweet air for wild bees to shun, a stain that shall never bleach out in the sun. Back, steed of the prairies, sweet songbird, fly back. Wheel hither, bald vulture, gray wolf, call thy pack. The foul human vultures have feasted and fled. The wolves of the border have crept from the dead. From the hearths of their cabins, the fields of their corn, unwarned and unweaponed, the victims were torn. by the whirlwind of murder, swooped up and swept on to the low reedy fenlands, the marsh of the Swan. With a vain plea for mercy, no stout knee was crooked. In the mouths of the rifles, right manly they looked. How paled the May sunshine, O Mare d'Azine, on death for the strong life, on red grass for green. In the homes of their rearing, yet warm with their lives, ye wait the dead only, poor children and wives. Put out the red forge fire, the smith shall not come. Unyoke the brown oxen, the ploughman lies dumb. Wind slow from the Swan's marsh, O dreary death train, with pressed lips as bloodless as lips of the slain. Kiss down the young eyelids, smooth down the gray hairs, let tears quench the curses that burn through your prayers. Strong man of the prairies, mourn bitter and wild, wail, desolate woman, weep, fatherless child. But the grain of God springs up from ashes underneath, and the crown of his harvest is life out of death. Not in vain on the dial the shade moves along, to point the great contrasts of right and of wrong. Free homes and free altars, free prairie and flood, the reeds of the Swan's marsh, whose bloom is of blood. On the lintels of Kansas that blood shall not dry. Henceforth the bad angel shall harmless go by. Henceforth to the sunset, unchecked on her way, shall liberty follow the march of the day. John Greenleaf Whittier. Prominent among the Kansas Free Soilers was John Brown, a leader in the guerrilla warfare. United States troops were finally thrown into the territory to preserve peace, and Brown, looking around for new fields, decided to strike a blow in Virginia. On the night of October 16, 1859, at the head of a small company, he supervised and captured the arsenal at Harper's Ferry. He was attacked next day by an overwhelming force of militia and United States Marines, his men either killed or captured, and he himself taken prisoner. He was tried for treason and murder in the first degree, was found guilty and hanged December 2, 1859. The men who had been captured with him were hanged a few days later. How Old Brown Took Harper's Ferry, October 16, 1859. John Brown in Kansas settled, like a steadfast Yankee farmer, brave and godly, with 4 sons, all stalwart men of might. There he spoke aloud for freedom, and the border strife grew warmer, till the Rangers fired his dwelling in his absence in the night, and Old Brown, Osawatomie Brown, came homeward in the morning to find his house burned down. Then he grasped his trusty rifle, and boldly fought for freedom, smote from border unto border the fierce invading band. And he and his brave boys vowed, so might heaven help and speed 'em, that they would save those grand old prairies from the curse that blights the land. And Old Brown, Osawatomie Brown, said, "Boys, the Lord will aid us," and he shoved his ramrod down. And the Lord did aid those men, and they labored day and even, saving Kansas from its peril, and their very lives seemed charmed, till the ruffians killed one son in the blessed light of heaven. In cold blood the fellows slew him, as he journeyed all unarmed. Then Old Brown, Osawatomie Brown, shed not a tear, but shut his teeth, and frowned a terrible frown. Then they seized another brave boy, not amid the heat of battle, but in peace behind his plowshare, and they loaded him with chains, and with pikes before their horses, even as they goad their cattle, drove him cruelly for their sport, and at last blew out his brains. Then Old Brown, Osawatomie Brown, raised his right hand up to heaven, calling heaven's vengeance down. And he swore a fearful oath, by the name of the Almighty, he would hunt this ravening evil that had scathed and torn him so. He would seize it by the vitals, he would crush it day and night. He would so pursue its footsteps, so return it blow for blow, that Old Brown, Osawatomie Brown, should be a name to swear by in backwoods or in town. Then his beard became more grizzled, and his wild blue eyes grew wilder, and more sharply curved his hawk's nose, snuffing battle from afar. And he and the two boys left, though the Kansas strife waxed milder, grew more sullen, till was over the bloody border war. Then Old Brown, Osawatomie Brown, had gone crazy, as they reckoned, by his fearful glare and frown. So he left the plains of Kansas and their bitter foes behind him, slipped off into Virginia, where the statesmen all are born. Hired a farm by Harper's Ferry, and no one knew where to find him, or whether he'd turned parson, or was jacketed and shorn. For Old Brown, Osawatomie Brown, mad as he was, knew texts enough to wear a parson's gown. He bought no plows and harrows, spades and shovels, and such trifles, but quietly to his rancho there came, by every train, boxes full of pikes and pistols, and his well-beloved Sharp's rifles, and 18 other madmen joined their leader there again. Says Old Brown, Osawatomie Brown, "Boys, we've got an army large enough to march and take the town. Take the town and seize the muskets, free the negroes and then arm them. Carry the county and the state, aye, and all the potent South. On their own heads be the slaughter, if their victims rise to harm them. These Virginians, who believed not, nor would heed the warning mouth." Says Old Brown, Osawatomie Brown, "The world shall see a republic, or my name is not John Brown." 'Twas the 16th of October, on the evening of a Sunday. "This good work," declared the captain, "shall be a holy night." It was on a Sunday evening, and before the noon of Monday, with 2 sons and Captain Stevens, 15 privates, black and white, Captain Brown, Osawatomie Brown, marched across the bridged Potomac and knocked the sentry down. Took the guarded armory building, and the muskets and the cannon, captured all the county majors and colonels one by one. Scared to death each gallant scion of Virginia they ran on, and before the noon of Monday, I say, the deed was done. Mad Old Brown, Osawatomie Brown, with his 18 other crazy men, went in and took the town. Very little noise and bluster, little smell of powder made he. It was all done in the midnight, like the Emperor's coup d'etat. "Cut the wires, stop the rail cars, hold the streets and bridges," said he, then declared the new republic, with himself for guiding star. This Old Brown, Osawatomie Brown, and the bold 2,000 citizens ran off and left the town. Then was riding and railroading and expressing here and thither, and the Martinsburg sharpshooters and the Charlestown volunteers, and the Shepherdstown and Winchester militia hastened whither Old Brown was said to muster his 10,000 grenadiers. General Brown, Osawatomie Brown, behind whose rampant banner all the North was pouring down. But at last, 'tis said, some prisoners escaped from Old Brown's durance, and the effervescent valor of the chivalry broke out. When they learned that 19 madmen had the marvelous assurance, only 19, thus to seize the place and drive them straight about. And Old Brown, Osawatomie Brown, found an army come to take him, and camped around the town. But to storm with all the forces I have mentioned was too risky, so they hurried off to Richmond for the government marines, tore them from their weeping matrons, fired their souls with bourbon whiskey, till they battered down Brown's castle with their ladders and machines. And Old Brown, Osawatomie Brown, received 3 bayonet stabs and a cut on his brave old crown. Tally-ho! The old Virginia gentry gathered to the baying. In they rushed and killed the game, shooting lustily away. And whene'er they slew a rebel, those who came too late for slaying, not to lose a share of glory, fired their bullets in his clay. And Old Brown, Osawatomie Brown, saw his sons fall dead beside him, and between them laid him down. How the conquerors wore their laurels, how they hastened on the trial, how Old Brown was placed half dying on the Charleston courthouse floor, how he spoke his grand oration, in the scorn of all denial, what the brave old madmen told them. These are known the country o'er. "Hang Old Brown, Osawatomie Brown," said the judge, "and all such rebels," with his most judicial frown. But Virginians, don't do it, for I tell you that the flagon, filled with the blood of Old Brown's offspring, was first poured by Southern hands, and each drop from Old Brown's life veins, like the red gore of the dragon, may spring up a vengeful fury, hissing through your slave-worn hands, and Old Brown, Osawatomie Brown, may trouble you more than ever when you've nailed his coffin down. Edmund Clarence Stedman, November 1859. The Battle of Charlestown, December 2nd, 1859. Fresh palms for the Old Dominion, new peers for the valiant dead. Never hath showered her sunshine on a field of doughtier dread. Heroes in buff 3,000, and a single scarred gray head. Fuss, feathers, and flurry, clink and rattle and roar. The old man looks around him, on meadow and mountain hoar. The place, he remarks, is pleasant. I had not seen it before. Form in your boldest order. Let the people press no nigher. Would ye have them hear his words, the words that may spread like fire? 'Tis a right smart chance to test him. Here we are at the gallows tree. So knot the noose pretty tightly, bandage his eyes, and we'll see. For we'll keep him waiting a little, if he tremble in nerve or knee. There, in a string, we've got him. Shall the music bang and blow? The chivalry wheels and marches, and airs its valor below. Look hard in the blindfold visage. He can't look back and inquire. He has stood there nearly a quarter, if he doesn't begin to tire. Not yet. How long will he keep us, to see if he quail or no? I reckon it's no use waiting, and 'tis time we had the show. For the trouble, we can't see why, seems with us and not with him, as he stands 'neath the autumn sky, so strangely solemn and dim. But high let our standard flout it, sic semper, the drop comes down, and woe to the rogues that doubt it, there's an end of old John Brown. Henry Howard Brownell. Brown of Osawatomie, December 2nd, 1859. John Brown of Osawatomie spake on his dying day, I will not have to shrive my soul a priest in slavery's pay, but let some poor slave mother, whom I have striven to free, with her children from the gallows stair, put up a prayer for me. John Brown of Osawatomie, they led him out to die, and lo, a poor slave mother, with her little child pressed nigh. Then the bold blue eye grew tender, and the old harsh face grew mild, as he stooped between the jeering ranks and kissed the negro's child. The shadows of his stormy life that moment fell apart, and they who blamed the bloody hand forgave the loving heart. That kiss from all its guilty means redeemed the good intent, and round the grisly fighter's hair the martyr's aureole bent. Perish with him the folly that seeks through evil good. Long live the generous purpose, unstained with human blood. Not the raid of midnight terror, but the thought which underlies, nor the borderer's pride of daring, but the Christian's sacrifice. Nevermore may yon blue ridges the northern rifle hear, nor see the light of blazing homes flash on the negro's spear. But let the free-winged angel Truth their guarded passes scale, to teach that right is more than might, and justice more than mail. So vainly shall Virginia set her battle in array, in vain her trampling squadrons knead the winter snow with clay. She may strike the pouncing eagle, but she dares not harm the dove, and every gate she bars to hate shall open wide to love. John Greenleaf Whittier. In the North, Brown was considered a sainted martyr, an estimate as untrue as the Southern one, and John Brown's Body became the most popular marching song in the war which was to follow. Charles Sprague Hall is said to have been the author of the verses. Glory Hallelujah, or John Brown's Body. John Brown's body lies a moulderin' in the grave. John Brown's body lies a moulderin' in the grave. John Brown's body lies a mouldering in the grave, his soul is marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. His soul is marching on. He's gone to be a soldier in the army of the Lord. His soul is marching on. John Brown's knapsack is strapped upon his back. His soul is marching on. His pet lambs will meet him on the way, and they'll go marching on. They'll hang Jeff Davis on a sour apple tree as they go marching on. Now for the Union, let's give 3 rousing cheers as we go marching on. Hip, 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 hurrah! Charles Sprague Hall. A variant of the John Brown song was written by Miss Edna Dean Proctor, and is certainly more coherent and intelligible than the lines which formed the marching song for over 1 million men. John Brown. John Brown died on the scaffolding for the slave. Dark was the hour when we dug his hallowed grave. Now God avenges the life he gladly gave. Freedom reigns today. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Freedom reigns today. John Brown sowed, and the harvesters are we. Honor to him who has made the bondsman free. Loved evermore shall our noble ruler be. Freedom reigns today. John Brown's body lies mouldering in the grave. Bright o'er the sod let the starry banner wave. Lo, for the million he periled all to save. Freedom reigns today. John Brown's body through the world is marching on. Hail to the hour when oppression shall be gone. All men will sing in the better day's dawn. Freedom reigns today. John Brown dwells where the battle strife is o'er. Hate cannot harm him, nor stir him any more. Earth will remember the martyrdom he bore. Freedom reigns today. John Brown's body lies mouldering in the grave. John Brown lives in the triumph of the brave. John Brown's soul not a higher joy can crave. Freedom reigns today. Edna Dean Proctor. John Brown, a paradox. Compassionate eyes had our brave John Brown, and a craggy stern forehead, a militant frown. He, the storm bow of peace. Give him volley on volley, the fool who redeemed us once of our folly, and the smiter that healed us, our right John Brown. Too vehement, verily, was John Brown, for waiting is statesmanlike, his the renown of the holy rash arm, the equipper and starter of freedmen. I call him frantic and martyr. He can carry both halos, our plain John Brown. A scandalous stumbling block was John Brown, and a jeer, but soon from the terrified town. In his bleeding track, made over hilltop and hollow, wise armies and councils were eager to follow, and the children's lips chanted our lost John Brown. Star-led for us, stumbled and groped John Brown, star-led in the awful morasses to drown. And the trumpet that rang for a nation's upheaval, from the thought that was just, though the deed was evil, was blown with the breath of this dumb John Brown. Bared heads and a pledge unto mad John Brown. Now the curse is allayed, now the dragon is down. Now we see clear enough, looking back at the onset, Christianity's flood tide and chivalry's sunset in the old broken heart of our hanged John Brown. Louise Imogen Guiney. The summer of 1860 swung around, and on April 23rd the National Democratic Convention met at Charleston, South Carolina. Antagonism at once developed between the delegates from the South and from the North. The Committee on Resolutions could not agree, and after a week of bitter debate, the Northern platform was adopted and the Southern delegates withdrew in a body. It was the first step toward secession. The convention adjourned to meet at Baltimore, where Stephen A. Douglas was nominated for the presidency. Lecompton's Black Brigade, a song of the Charleston Convention, April 23, 1860. Single-handed, and surrounded by Lecompton's Black Brigade, with the treasury of a nation drained to pay for hireling aid, all the weapons of corruption, the bribe, the threat, the lie, all the forces of his rivals leagued to make this one man die. Yet smilingly he met them, his heart and forehead bare, and they quailed beneath the lightnings of his blue eyes' sudden glare. For all behind him thronging, the mighty people came, with looks of fiery eagerness and words of leaping flame. A Douglas and a Douglas! Hark to the people's cry, shaking the earth beneath their feet and thundering through the sky. Crooked and weak, but envious as the witches of Macbeth, came old and gray Buchanan, a-hungering for his death. And full of mortal strategy, with green and rheumy eyes, John Slidell, he of Houmus, each poisoned arrow tries. With cold and stony visage, lo, Breckinridge is there, while old Joe Lane keeps flourishing his rusty sword in air. But still the little giant holds unmoved his fearless way, while the great waves of people behind him rock and sway. A Douglas and a Douglas! No hand but his can guide in such a strait our ship of state across the stormy tide. A poisonous reptile, many-scaled and with most subtle fang, crawled forward Caleb Cushing, while behind his rattles rang. And mounted on a charger of hot and glossy black, the Alabamian Yancey dashes in with fell attack. Lo, Bayard is aroused, and quits his favorite cards and dice, while Jeff Davis plots with Bigler many a foul device. But smiling still against them all, their one foe holds his own, while louder still and louder the cry behind has grown. A Douglas and a Douglas, who every base trick spurns. The people's will is sovereign still, and that to Douglas turns. Half horse, half alligator, here in Mississippi's banks, the blatant berry caracoles and spurs along the ranks. From Arkansas comes Burroughs, with his toothpick in its sheath, while that jaundiced Georgian Jackson holds his grim and ugly teeth. And Barksdale barks his bitterest bark, and curls his stunted tail, and snarls like 40,000 curs beneath a storm of hail. But smiling now, almost a laugh, the Douglas marches on, while many million voices rise in chorus like to one. A Douglas and a Douglas, louder the war song grows. God speed the man who fights so well against 1,000 foes. Long and fierce was the encounter beneath the burning sky. Fierce were the threatening gestures, the words rang shrill and high. In a struggle most protracted, after 57 shocks, like those old gigantic combats in which Titans fought with rocks, and with rocks but of a different kind, no doubt Buchanan fought. This first pitched battle of the war unto its end was brought, and smiling still with stainless plume and eye as clear as day, the little giant held his own through all that murderous fray. A Douglas and a Douglas, still louder grows the roar, which swells and floats from myriad throats like waves on some wild shore. Oh, a cheer for Colonel Flournoy, who to help our chief did press. May memory perish if his name we cease to love and bless. And a cheer for all the good and true who faced the music's note, who seized old Hydra in his den and shook him by the throat. Though our country stand forever, from her record ne'er will fade the glory of that combat with Lecompton's Black Brigade. And when June comes with her roses, at Baltimore we'll crown the little giant who has met and struck corruption down. So a Douglas and a Douglas, while hearts have smiles and tears, your name will glow, your praise will flow through all the coming years. Charles Graham Halpine. While the Democrats were thus divided, the Republicans had met at Chicago, adopted a platform protesting against the extension of slavery in the territories, and nominated for president Abraham Lincoln of Illinois. On November 6, 1860, Lincoln was elected president, receiving 180 electoral votes. Lincoln, the man of the people. When the Norn mother saw the whirlwind hour, greatening and darkening as it hurried down, She bent the strenuous heavens, and came down to make a man to meet the mortal need. She took the tired clay of the common road, clay warm yet with the genial heat of earth, dashed through it all a strain of prophecy, then mixed a laughter with the serious stuff. It was a stuff to wear for centuries, a man that matched the mountains and compelled the stars to look our way and honor us. The color of the ground was in him, the red earth, the tang and odor of the primal things, the rectitude and patience of the rocks, the gladness of the wind that shakes the corn, the courage of the bird that dares the sea, the justice of the rain that loves all leaves, the pity of the snow that hides all scars, the loving kindness of the wayside well, the tolerance and equity of light that gives as freely to the shrinking weed as to the great oak flaring to the wind, to the grove's low bill as to the Matterhorn that shoulders out the sky. And so he came, from prairie cabin up to Capitol, one fair ideal led our chieftain on. Forevermore he burned to do his deed, with the fine stroke and gesture of a king. He built the rail pile as he built the state, pouring his splendid strength through every blow, the conscience of him testing every stroke, to make his deed the measure of a man. So came the captain with a mighty heart, and when the step of earthquake shook the house, wrenching the rafters from their ancient hold, he held the ridge-pole up, and spiked again the rafters of the home. He held his place, held the long purpose like a growing tree, held on through blame and faltered not at praise. And when he fell in whirlwind, he went down, as when a kingly cedar green with boughs goes down with a great shout upon the hills, and leaves a lonesome place against the sky. Edwin Markham. Lincoln's election was the signal the South had been awaiting. On December 20th, 1860, the state of South Carolina unanimously passed an ordinance of secession, and a week later the state troops seized Castle Pinckney and Fort Moultrie in Charleston Harbor and took possession of the United States Arsenal at Charlestown, with 75,000 stands of arms. Brother Jonathan's Lament for Sister Caroline. She has gone. She has left us in passion and pride, our stormy-browed sister, so long at our side. She has torn her own star from our firmament's glow, and turned on her brother the face of a foe. O Caroline, Caroline, child of the sun, we can never forget that our hearts have been won, our foreheads both sprinkled in liberty's name, from the fountain of blood with the finger of flame. You were always too ready to fire at a touch, but we said, she is hasty, she does not mean much. We have scowled when you uttered some turbulent threat, but friendship still whispered, forgive and forget. Has our love all died out? Have its altars grown cold? Has the curse come at last, which the fathers foretold? Then nature must teach us the strength of the chain that her petulant children would sever in vain. They may fight till the buzzards are gorged with their spoil, till the harvest grows black as it rots in the soil, till the wolves and the catamounts troop from their caves, and the shark tracks the pirate, the lord of the waves. In vain is the strife. When its fury is past, their fortunes must flow in one channel at last, as the torrents that rush from the mountains of snow roll mingled in peace through the valleys below. Our union is river, lake, ocean, and sky. Man breaks not the metal when God cuts the die. Though darkened with sulphur, though cloven with steel, the blue arch will brighten, the waters will heal. O Caroline, Caroline, child of the sun, there are battles with fate that can never be won. The star-flowering banner must never be furled, for its blossoms of light are the hope of the world. Go then, our rash sister, afar and aloof, run wild in the sunshine, away from our roof, but when your heart aches and your feet have grown sore, remember the pathway that leads to our door. Oliver Wendell Holmes. Georgia, Alabama, Florida, North Carolina, Mississippi, and Louisiana followed South Carolina's lead in seceding and seizing United States forts and arsenals. On February 4, 1861, the first Confederate Congress met at Montgomery, Alabama, and a few days later, Jefferson Davis of Mississippi was chosen president, and Alexander H. Stephens of Georgia vice president of the Confederate States. Jefferson D. You're a traitor convicted, you know very well. Jefferson D., Jefferson D. You thought it a capital thing to rebel, Jefferson D. But there's one thing I'll say, you'll discover some day, when you see a stout cotton cord hang from a tree. There's an accident happened you didn't foresee. Jefferson D. What shall be found upon history's page? Jefferson D., Jefferson D. When a student explores the Republican age, Jefferson D. He will find, as is meet, that at Judas's feet you sit in your shame, with the impotent plea that you hated the land and the law of the free. Jefferson D. What do you see in your visions at night? Jefferson D., Jefferson D. Does the spectacle furnish you any delight? Jefferson D. Do you feel in disgrace the black cap o'er your face, while the tremor creeps down from your heart to your knee, and freedom, insulted, approves the decree? Jefferson D. Oh, long have we pleaded, till pleading is vain. Jefferson D., Jefferson D. Your hands are imbrued with the blood of the slain, Jefferson D. And at last for the night we arise in our might, a people united, resistless, and free, and declare that the rebellion no longer shall be. Jefferson D. H. S. Cornwell. Davis was inaugurated on February 18, 1861, and declared in his inaugural that the attitude of the Southern states was purely one of self-defense. All we want, he said, is to be let alone. The Old Cove. All we ask is to be let alone. February 18, 1861. As once I walked by a dismal swamp, there sat an old cove in the dark and damp, and at everybody as passed that road, a stick or a stone this old cove throwed, and whenever he flung his stick or his stone, he'd set up a song of "Let me alone." Let me alone, for I loves to shy these bits of things at the passers-by. Let me alone, for I've got your tin and lots of other traps snugly in. Let me alone, I'm rigging a boat to grab whatever you've got afloat. In a week or so I expects to come and turn you out of your 'ouse and 'ome. I'm a quiet old cove, says he with a groan. All I axes is, let me alone. And then came along on the self-same way another old cove and began to say, let you alone, that's coming it strong. You've been let alone for a darn sight too long. Of all the sarce that ever I heerd, put down that stick, you may well look skeered. Let go that stone, if you once show fight, I'll knock you higher than airy kite. You must have a lesson to stop your tricks, and cure you of shying them stones and sticks. And I'll hev my hardware back in my cache, and knock your scow into tarnal smash. And if ever I catches you round my ranch, I'll string you up to the nearest branch. The best you can do is go to bed, and keep a decent tongue in your head. For I reckon before you and I are done, you'll wish you had left honest folks alone. The old cove stopped, and the other old cove, he sot quite still in his cypress grove. And he looked at his stick, revolvin' slow, whether 'twere safe to shy it or no, and he grumbled on in an injured tone, all that I axed was, let me alone. Henry Howard Brownell. Texas, by a majority of over 3-1, voted to join the Confederacy, and seized more than $1 million worth of government munitions. Some were saved by the Union troops, notably those at Fort Duncan. A Spool of Thread. March 1861. Well, yes, I've lived in Texas, since the spring of '61, and I'll relate the story, though I fear, sir, when 'tis done, 'twill be little worth your hearing, it was such a simple thing, unheralded in verses that the grander poets sing. There had come a guest unbidden at the opening of the year, to find a lodgment in our hearts, and the tenant's name was Fear. For secession's drawing mandate was a call from men in arms, and each recurring eventide but brought us fresh alarms. They had notified the general that he must yield to fate, and all the muniments of war surrender to the state. But he sent from San Antonio an order to the sea, to convey on board the steamer all the fort's artillery. Right royal was his purpose, but the foe divined his plan, and the wily Texans set a guard to intercept the man. Detailed to hear the message, they placed their watch with care, that neither scout nor citizen should pass it unaware. Well, this was rather awkward, sir, as doubtless you will say, but the major, who was chief of staff, resolved to have his way, despite the watchful provost guard. So he asked his wife to send, with a box of knickknacks, a letter to her friend. And the missive held one sentence I remember to this day: "The thread is for your neighbor, Mr. French, across the way." He dispatched a youthful courier. Of course, as you will know, the Texans searched him thoroughly, and ordered him to show the contents of the letter. They read it o'er and o'er, but failed to find the message they had hindered once before. So it reached the English lady, and she wondered at the word, but gave the thread to Major French, explaining what she heard. He wished a spool of cotton, and great was his surprise at such a trifle sent unasked through leagues of hostile spies. "There's some hidden purpose, doubtless, in the curious gift," he said. Then he tore away the label, and inside the spool of thread was Major Nichol's order, bidding him convey to sea all the arms and ammunition from Fort Duncan's battery. "Down to Brazon, speed your horses," thus the major's letter ran. "Shift equipments and munitions, and embark them if you can." Yes, the transfer was effected, for the ships lay close at hand. Ere the Texans guessed their purpose, they had vanished from the land. Do I know it for a fact, sir? 'Tis no story that I've read. I was but a boy in wartime, and I carried him the thread. Sophie E. Eastman. On March 4th, 1861, Abraham Lincoln was inaugurated President of the United States. In his address, he stated that he had no intention of interfering with slavery in the states, but that acts of violence within any state against the authority of the United States were insurrectionary and would be repressed. In the Confederate States, this announcement was construed to mean war. God Save Our President, March 4th, 1861. All hail! Unfurl the stripes and stars, the banner of the free. 10 times 10,000 patriots greet the shrine of liberty. Come with one heart, one hope, one aim, an undivided band, to elevate with solemn rites the ruler of our land. Not to invest a potentate with robes of majesty, nor to confer a kingly crown, nor bend a subject knee. We bow beneath no sceptred sway, obey no royal nod. Columbia's sons, erect and free, kneel only to their God. Our ruler boasts no titled rank, no ancient princely line, no regal right to sovereignty, ancestral and divine. A patriot at his country's call, responding to her voice, one of the people, he becomes a sovereign by our choice. And now before the mighty Pyle we've reared to liberty, he swears to cherish and defend the charter of the free. God of our country, seal his oath with thy supreme assent. God save the Union of the States. God save our President. Francis de Hayes Janvier. End of section 1.
Chapter 2 of Poems of American History, Volume 4, The Civil War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Poems of American History, Volume 4, The Civil War, by Various, Section 2, The Gauntlet. In the fall of 1860, Major Robert Andersen was selected to command the little garrison at Fort Moultrie in Charleston Harbor. In spite of his entreaties, no reinforcements were sent him, and on the night of December 26th, he abandoned Fort Moultrie, which his little force was incapable of defending, and moved to Fort Sumter, where he remained in spite of the state's protests. Bob Andersen, My Beau. Miss Columbia sings. Bob Andersen, my beau. Bob, when we were first acquaint, you were in Mexico, Bob, because by order sent. But now you are in Sumter, Bob, because you choose to go. And blessings on you anyhow, Bob Andersen, my beau. Bob Andersen, my beau. Bob, I really don't know whether I ought to like you so, Bob, considering that feather. I don't like standing armies, Bob, as very well you know, but I love a man that dares to act, Bob Andersen, my beau. Fort Moultrie was seized by the South Carolina troops, which were assembled in force under command of General Pierre T. Beauregard, and it was decided to bombard Sumter. On Fort Sumter. It was a noble Roman in Rome's imperial day, who heard a coward croaker before the battle say, "They're safe in such a fortress, there is no way to shake it." On, exclaimed the hero, I'll find a way or make it. Is fame your aspiration? Her path is steep and high. In vain he seeks the temple, content to gaze and sigh. The crowded town is waiting, but he alone can take it. Who says with southern firmness, I'll find a way or make it? Is glory your ambition? There is no royal road. Alike we all must labor, must climb to her abode. Who feels the thirst for glory in Helicon may slake it, if he has but the southern will to find a way or make it. Is Sumter worth the getting? It must be bravely sought. With wishing and with fretting, the boon cannot be bought. To all the prize is open, but only he can take it. Who says with southern courage, I'll find a way or make it? In all impassioned warfare, the tale has ever been that victory crowns the valiant, the brave are they who win. Though strong is Sumter fortress, a hero still may take it. Who says with southern daring, I'll find a way or make it? Charleston S. C. Mercury. On April 11, Beauregard summoned Andersen to surrender. Andersen promptly refused, and at 4:30 o'clock on the morning of April 12, 1861, the first gun against Sumter was fired. The fort answered promptly, and a terrific bombardment continued all day. The fort's ammunition was exhausted by the 13th, and Major Andersen accepted the terms of evacuation offered by General Beauregard. On the afternoon of Sunday, April 14th, the little garrison marched out of the fort with colors flying and drums beating. Not a man had been killed on either side. Sumter, April 12, 1861. Came the morning of the day when the God to whom we pray gave the soul of Henry Clay to the land. How he loved him, living, dying, but his birthday banners flying saw us asking and replying, hand in hand. For we knew that far away, round the fort in Charleston Bay, hung the dark impending fray, soon to fall. And that Sumter's brave defender had the summons to surrender 70 loyal hearts and tender, those were all. And we knew the April sun lit the length of many a gun, hosts of batteries to the one island crag. Guns and mortars grimly frowning Johnson, Moultrie, Pinckney crowning, and 10,000 men disowning the old flag. Oh, the fury of the fight even then was at its height, yet no breath from noon till night reached us here. We had almost ceased to wonder, and the day had faded under, when the echo of the thunder filled each ear. Then our hearts more fiercely beat, as we crowded on the street, hot to gather and repeat all the tale. All the doubtful chances turning, till our souls with shame were burning, as if twice our bitter yearning could avail. Who had fired the earliest gun? Was the fort by traitors won? Was there succor? What was done? Who could know? And once more our thoughts would wander to the gallant lone commander, on his battered ramparts grander than the foe. Not too long the brave shall wait, on their own heads be their fate, who against the hallowed state dare begin. Flag defied and compact riven in the record of high heaven, how shall Southern men be shriven for the sin? Edmund Clarence Stedman. The Battle of Morris Island, a cheerful tragedy. April 12, 1861. The morn was cloudy and dark and gray when the first Columbiad blazed away, showing that there was the devil to pay with the braves on Morris Island. They fired their cannon again and again, hoping that Major Andersen's men would answer back, but 'twas all in vain at first on Morris Island. Hokey pokey, winky wum, shattering shot and thundering bomb, fiddle and fife and rattling drum, at the Battle of Morris Island. At length, as rose the morning sun, Fort Sumter fired a single gun, which made the chivalry want to run away from Morris Island. But they had made so much of a boast of their fancy batteries on the coast, that each felt bound to stick to his post down there on Morris Island. Then there was a firing in hot haste, the chivalry stripped them to the waist, and brave as lions they sternly faced their grog on Morris Island. The spirit of '76 raged high, the cannons roared and the men grew dry. 'Twas marvelous like the 4th of July, that fight on Morris Island. All day they fought, till the night came down. It rained, the fellows were tired and blown, and they wished that they were safely back to town, away from Morris Island. One can't expect the bravest men to shoot their cannons off in the rain, so all grew peaceful and still again at the works on Morris Island. But after the heroes all had slept, to his gun each warrior swiftly leapt, brisk as the numerous fleas that crept in the sand on Morris Island. And all that day they fired their shot, heated in furnaces piping hot, hoping to send Fort Sumter to pot, and glory to Morris Island. Finally, wearying of the joke, starved with hunger and blind with smoke, from blazing barracks of pine and oak, set fire from Morris Island. The gallant Andersen struck his flag, and packed his things in a carpet bag, while cheers from bobtail, rag, and tag arose on Morris Island. Then came the comforting piece of fun of counting the noses one by one, to see if anything had been done on glorious Morris Island. Nobody hurt, the cry arose, there was not missing a single nose, and this was the sadly ludicrous close of the Battle of Morris Island. But, gentle gunners, just wait and see what sort of battle there yet will be. You'll hardly escape so easily next time on Morris Island. There's a man in Washington with a will, who won't mind shooting a little to kill, if it proves that we have a government still, even on Morris Island. Hokey pokey, winky wum, shattering shot and thundering bomb, look out for the battle that's yet to come, down there on Morris Island. Andersen's total force numbered 128. The South Carolina army opposed to him numbered about 6,000, and was made up largely of the best blood of the state. Planters and their sons, men of wealth and family, did not scruple to serve in the ranks. Their sweethearts and wives turned out in gala attire to witness their triumph, and when the fort surrendered, Charleston gave itself up to joy. Sumter, a ballad of 1861. 'Twas on the 12th of April, before the break of day, we heard the guns of Moultrie give signal for the fray. Anon across the waters there boomed the answering gun. From north and south came flash on flash, the battle had begun. The mortars belched their deadly food, and spiteful whizzed the balls. A fearful storm of iron hailed on Sumter's doomed walls. We watched the meteor flight of shell, and saw the lightning flash, saw where each fiery missile fell, and heard the sullen crash. The morn was dark and cloudy yet, till the sun arose. No answer to our gallant boys came booming from our foes. Then through the dark and murky clouds the morning sunlight came, and forth from Sumter's frowning walls burst sudden sheets of flame. Then shot and shell flew thick and fast, the war dogs howling spoke, and thundering came their angry roar through wreathing clouds of smoke. Again to fight for liberty our gallant sons had come. They smiled when came the bugle call, and laughed when tapped the drum. From cotton and from cornfield, from desk and forum too, from workbench and from anvil came our gallant boys and true. A hireling band had come to awe, our chains to rivet fast. Yon lofty Pyle scowls on our homes, seaward the hostile mast. But gallant freemen man our guns, no mercenary host, who barter for their honors priced, and of their baseness boast. Now came our stately matrons, and maidens too by scores. Oh, Carolina's beauty shone like love lights on her shores. See yonder, anxious gazing, alone a matron stands, the teardrop glistening on each lid, and tightly clasped her hands. For there, exposed to deadly fire, her husband and her son. Father, she spoke, and heavenward looked, Father, thy will be done. See yonder group of maidens, no joyous laughter now, for cares lie heavy on each heart, and cloud each anxious brow. For brothers dear and lovers fond are there amid the strife, tearful the sister's anxious gaze, pallid the promised wife. Yet breathed no heart one thought of fear, prompt at their country's call. They yielded forth their dearest hopes, and gave to honor all. Now comes a message from below, oh quick the tidings tell. At Moultrie and Fort Johnson too, and Morris, all are well. Then mark the joyous brightening, see how each bosom swells, that friends and loved ones all are safe, each to the other tells. All day the shot flew thick and fast, all night the cannon roared, while wreathed in smoke stern Sumter stood, and vengeful answer poured. Again the sun rose, bright and clear, 'twas on the 13th day, while low at prudent distance moored 5 hostile vessels lay. With choicest abolition crews, the bravest of their brave, they'd come to pull our crescent down and dig secession's grave. See, see how Sumter's banner trails, they're signaling for aid. See you no boats of armed men, is yet no movement made. Now densest smoke and lurid flames burst out over Sumter's walls. The fort's on fire is the cry, again for aid he calls. See you no boats or vessels yet? Dare they not risk one shot to make report grandiloquent of aid they rendered not? Nor boat nor vessel leaves the fleet, let the old major burn. We'll boast of what we would have done, if but on our return. Go back, ye cravens, go back the way you came. Ye gallant would-be men of war, go to your country's shame. Mid fiery storm of shot and shell, mid smoke and roaring flame, see how Kentucky's gallant son does honor to her name. See how he answers gun for gun, hurrah, his flag is down. The white, oh, see it wave, is echoed all around. God save the gallant Andersen, all honor to his name. A soldier's duty nobly done, he's earned a hero's fame. Now ring the bells a joyous peal, and rend with shouts the air. We've torn the hated banner down and placed the crescent there. All honor to our gallant boys, bring forth the roll of fame, and there in glowing lines inscribe each patriot hero's name. Spread, spread the tidings far and wide, ye winds up take the cry. Our soils redeemed from hateful yoke, will keep it pure or die. Columbia, South Carolina banner. Very different was the reception of the news at the North. At last war had begun. The time for argument and compromise and entreaty was past. The time for action was at hand. The fight at Sumter. 'Twas a wonderful brave fight, through the day and all the night. March, halt, left, right, so they formed. And 1,000 to 10, the bold Palmetto men, Sumter stormed. The smoke in a cloud closed her in like a shroud, while the cannon roared aloud from the port. And the red cannon balls plowed the gray granite walls of the fort. Sumter's gunners at their places, with their gun-powdered faces, shook their shoulders from their braces, and stripped, stark and white to the waist, just to give the foe a taste, and be whipped. In the town through every street, tramp, tramp went the feet, for they said the Federal fleet hove in sight. And down the wharves they ran, every woman, child, and man, to the fight. On the fort the old flag waved, and the barking batteries braved, while the bold 7,000 raved as they fought. For each blinding sheet of flame from her cannon thundered shame, so they thought. And strange enough to tell, though the gunners fired well, and the balls plowed red as hell through the dirt, though the shells burst and scattered, and the fortress walls were shattered, none were hurt. But the fort, so hot she grew, as the cannon balls flew, that each man began to stew at his gun. They were not afraid to die, but this making patriot pie was not fun. So to make the story short, the traitors got the fort after 30 hours' sport with the balls. But the victory is not theirs, though their brazen banner flares from the walls. It were better they should dare the lion in his lair, or defy the grizzly bear in his den, than to wake the fearful cry that is rising up on high from our men. To our banner we are clinging, and a song we are singing, whose chorus is ringing from each mouth. 'Tis the old Constitution, and a stern retribution to the South. Vanity Fair, April 27th, 1861. Sumter. So they will have it. The Black Witch, curse on her, always had won her greediest demand, for we gave it all but our honor. 30 hours thundered, siege guns and mortars, flames in the quarters, 1 to 100 stood our brave forters. No more of parties, let them all moulder. Here's work that's bolder. Forward, my hearties, shoulder to shoulder. Sight over the trunnion, send home the rammer, lend stock and hammer, speak for the Union, tones that won't stammer. Men of Columbia, leal hearts from Annan, brave lads of Shannon, we are all one today. On with the cannon. Henry Howard Brownell. Nor was there any hesitation as to what that action should be. On Monday, April 15, 1861, President Lincoln issued a call for 75,000 militia to suppress combinations obstructing the execution of the laws in 7 of the Southern states. The great bell, Roland, suggested by the President's call for volunteers. Toll, Roland, toll! High in St. Bavon's tower, at midnight hour, the great bell Roland spoke, and all who slept in Ghent awoke. What meant its iron stroke? Why caught each man his blade? Why the hot haste he made? Why echoed every street with tramp of thronging feet, all flying to the city's wall? It was the call, known well to all, that freedom stood in peril of some foe. And even timid hearts grew bold whenever Roland tolled, and every hand a sword could hold, for men were patriots then, 300 years ago. Toll, Roland, toll! Bell never yet was hung, between whose lips there swung so true and brave a tongue. If men be patriots still, at thy first sound true hearts will bound, great souls will thrill. Then toll, and wake the test in each man's breast, and let him stand confessed. Toll, Roland, toll! Not in St. Bavon's tower, at midnight hour, nor by the Scheldt, nor far off Zuyder Zee, but here, this side the sea, and here in broad bright day. Toll, Roland, toll! For not by night awaits a brave foe at the gates, but treason stalks abroad inside at noon. Toll, thy alarm is not too soon. To arms ring out the leader's call, re-echo it from east to west, till every dauntless breast swell beneath the plume and crest. Toll, Roland, toll! Till swords from scabbards leap. Toll, Roland, toll! What tears can widows weep, less bitter than when brave men fall? Toll, Roland, toll! Till cottager from cottage wall snatch pouch and powdered horn and gun, the heritage of sire to son, ere half of freedom's work was done. Toll, Roland, toll! Till son in memory of his sire once more shall load and fire. Toll, Roland, toll! Till volunteers find out the art of aiming at a traitor's heart. Toll, Roland, toll! St. Bavon's stately tower stands to this hour, and by its side stands freedom yet in Ghent. For when the bells now ring, men shout, God save the King, until the air is rent. Amen, so let it be, for a true king is he who keeps his people free. Toll, Roland, toll! This side the sea, no longer they, but we, have now such need of thee. Toll, Roland, toll! And let thy iron throat ring out its warning note, till freedom's perils be outbraved, and freedom's flag wherever wave shall overshadow none enslaved. Toll! Till from either ocean's strand brave men shall clasp each other's hand, and shout, God save our native land, and love the land which God hath saved. Toll, Roland, toll! Theodore Tilton, Independent, April 18, 1861. Men of the North and West. Men of the North and West, wake in your might. Prepare as the rebels have done for the fight. You cannot shrink from the test. Rise, men of the North and West. They have torn down your banner of stars. They have trampled the laws. They have stifled the freedom they hate for no cause. Do you love it or slavery best? Speak, men of the North and West. They strike at the life of the state. Shall the murder be done? They cry, we are two, and you, we are one. You must meet them, then, breast to breast. On, men of the North and West. Not with words they laugh them to scorn, and tears they despise, but with swords in your hands and death in your eyes, strike home. Leave to God all the rest. Strike, men of the North and West. Richard Henry Stoddard. Out and fight. Out and fight. The clouds are breaking. Far and wide the red light streams. North and west see millions waking from their nightmare, doubting dreams. War is coming as the thunder mid the mountain caverns rolls, driving rains in torrents under, so the wild roar wakes our souls. Out and fight, the time is over for all truce and compromise. Words of calm are words of folly, peaceful dreams are painted lies. Sumter's flames in southern waters are the first wild beacon light, and on northern hills reflected, give the signal for the fight. Out and fight, endure no longer goading insult, brazen guilt, be the battle to the knife blade, and the knife blade to the hilt, till the sacred zone of freedom girds the whole Atlantic strand, and the braggart and the Gascon be extinguished from the land. Charles Godfrey Leland, Vanity Fair, April 27, 1861. No more words. No more words. Try it with your swords. Try it with the arms of your bravest and your best. You are proud of your manhood, now put it to the test. Not another word. Try it by the sword. No more notes. Try it by the throats of the cannon that will roar till the earth and air be shaken, for they speak what they mean, and they cannot be mistaken. No more doubt. Come, fight it out. No child's play, waste not a day. Serve out the deadliest weapons that you know. Let them pitilessly hail on the faces of the foe. No blind strife. Waste not one life. You that in the front bear the battle's brunt, when the sun gleams at dawn on the bayonets abreast, remember 'tis for government and country you contest. For love of all you guard, stand and strike hard. You at home that stay from the danger far away, leave not a jot to chance while you rest in quiet ease. Quick, forge the bolts of death, quick, ship them over the seas. If war's feet are lame, yours will be the blame. You, my lads abroad, steady be your word. You at home be the anchor of your soldiers young and brave. Spare no cost, none is lost that may strengthen or may save. Sloth were sin and shame, now play out the game. Franklin Lushington. At the darkest hour in the history of the Republic, Emerson wrote, when it looked as if the nation would be dismembered, pulverized into its original elements, the attack on Fort Sumter crystallized the North into a unit, and the hope of mankind was saved. Our country's call. Lay down the axe, fling by the spade, leave in its track the toiling plow, the rifle and the bayonet blade, for arms like yours were fitter now. And let the hands that ply the pen quit the light task and learn to wield the horseman's crooked brand and rein, the charger on the battlefield. Our country calls, away, away, to where the blood stream blots the green. Strike to defend the gentlest sway that time in all his course has seen. See from 1,000 coverts, see, spring the armed foes that haunt her track. They rush to smite her down, and we must beat the banded traitors back. Ho, sturdy as the oaks ye cleave, and moved as soon to fear and flight, men of the glade and forest, leave your woodcraft for the field of fight. The arms that wield the axe must pour an iron tempest on the foe. His serried ranks shall reel before the arm that lays the panther low. And ye who breast the mountain storm, by grassy steep or highland lake, come for the land ye love to form a bulwark that no foe can break. Stand like your own gray cliffs that mock the whirlwind, stand in her defense. The blast as soon shall move the rock as rushing squadrons bear ye thence. And ye whose homes are by her grand, swift rivers rising far away, come from the depth of her green land, as mighty in your march as they, as terrible as when the rains have swelled them over bank and bourne, with sudden floods to drown the plains and sweep along the woods uptorn. And ye who throng beside the deep, her ports and hamlets of the strand, in number like the waves that leap on his long murmuring marge of sand. Come like that deep when over his brim he rises all his floods to pour, and flings the proudest barks that swim a helpless wreck against the shore. Few, few were they whose swords of old won the fair land in which we dwell, but we are many, we who hold the grim resolve to guard it well. Strike for that broad and goodly land, blow after blow till men shall see that might and right move hand in hand, and glorious must their triumph be. William Cullen Bryant. The people of the South were also wildly enthusiastic for the war, prompted by the belief that they must arm to defend their property and their liberties. They rose as one man. All hearts were in the cause. Dixie. Southerns, hear your country call you, up lest worse than death befall you. To arms, to arms, to arms in Dixie. Lo, all the beacon fires are lighted, let all hearts be now united. To arms, to arms, to arms in Dixie. Advance the flag of Dixie. Hurrah, hurrah, for Dixie's land we take our stand and live and die for Dixie. To arms, and conquer peace for Dixie. To arms, and conquer peace for Dixie. Hear the northern thunders mutter, northern flags and south winds flutter. Send them back your fierce defiance, stamp upon the accursed alliance. Fear no danger, shun no labor, lift up rifle, pike, and saber. Shoulder pressing close to shoulder, let the odds make each heart bolder. How the South's great heart rejoices at your cannon's ringing voices, for faith betrayed and pledges broken, wrongs inflicted, insults spoken. Strong as lions, swift as eagles, back to their kennels, hunt these beagles, cut the unequal bonds asunder, let them hence each other plunder. Swear upon your country's altar never to submit or falter, till the spoilers are defeated, till the Lord's work is completed. Halt not till our federation secures among earth's powers its station. Then at peace and crowned with glory, hear your children tell the story. If the loved ones weep in sadness, victory soon shall bring them gladness. To arms, exult in pride, soon vanish sorrow, smiles chase tears away tomorrow. To arms, to arms, to arms in Dixie, advance the flag of Dixie. Hurrah! Hurrah! For Dixie's land we take our stand, and live or die for Dixie. To arms, and conquer peace for Dixie. To arms, and conquer peace for Dixie. Albert Pike. A Cry to Arms. Ho, woodsmen of the mountain's side, ho, dwellers in the vales, ho, ye who by the chafing tide have roughened in the gales, leave barn and byre, leave kin and cot, lay by the bloodless spade, let desk and case encounter rot, and burn your books of trade. The despot roves your fairest lands, and till he flies or fears, your fields must grow but armed bands, your sheaves be sheaves of spears. Give up to mildew and to rust the useless tools of gain, and feed your country's sacred dust with floods of crimson rain. Come with the weapons at your call, with musket, pike, or knife. He wields the deadliest blade of all, who lightest holds his life. The arm that drives its unbought blows with all a patriot's scorn might brain a tyrant with a rose, or stab him with a thorn. Does any falter, let him turn to some brave maiden's eyes, and catch the holy fires that burn in those sublunar skies. Oh, could you like your women feel, and in their spirit march, a day might see your lines of steel beneath the victor's arch. What hope, oh God, would not grow warm when thoughts like these give cheer? The lily calmly braves the storm, and shall the palm tree fear? No, rather let its branches court the wrack that sweeps the plain, and from the lily's regal port learn how to breast the strain. Ho, woodsmen of the mountain side, ho, dwellers in the vales, ho, ye who by the roaring tide have roughened in the gales, come flocking gaily to the fight from forest, hill, and lake. We battle for our country's right, and for the lily's sake. Henry Timrod. We conquer or die. The war drum is beating, prepare for the fight. The stern bigot Northman exults in his might. Gird on your bright weapons, your foemen are nigh, and this be our watchword, we conquer or die. The trumpet is sounding from mountain to shore, your swords and your lances must slumber no more. Fling forth to the sunlight your banner on high, inscribed with the watchword, we conquer or die. March on the battlefield, there to do or dare, with shoulder to shoulder all danger to share, and let your proud watchword ring up to the sky, till the blue arch re-echoes, we conquer or die. Press forward undaunted, nor think of retreat, the enemy's host on the threshold to meet. Strike firm till the foeman before you shall fly, appalled by the watchword, we conquer or die. Go forth in the pathway our forefathers trod, we too fight for freedom, our captain is God. Their blood in our veins, with their honors we vie, theirs too was the watchword, we conquer or die. We strike for the South, mountain, valley, and plain. For the South we will conquer again and again. Her day of salvation and triumph is nigh. Ours then be the watchword, we conquer or die. James Pierpont. Call all. Whoop, the doodles have broken loose, roaring ground like the very deuce. Lice of Egypt, a hungry pack, after 'em, boys, and drive 'em back. Bulldog, terrier, cur, and fice, back to the beggarly land of ice. Worry 'em, bite 'em, scratch 'em, and tear, everybody, everywhere. Old Kentucky is caved from under, Tennessee is split asunder. Alabama awaits attack, and Georgia bristles up her back. Old John Brown is dead and gone, still his spirit is marching on. Lantern-jawed and legs, my boys, long as an ape's from Illinois. Want a weapon? Gather a brick, club or cudgel, a stone or stick, anything with a blade or butt, anything that can cleave or cut, anything heavy or hard or keen, any sort of slaying machine. Anything with a willing mind and the steady arm of a man behind. Want a weapon? Why, capture one. Every doodle has got a gun, belt and bayonet, bright and new. Kill a doodle and capture two. Shoulder to shoulder, son and sire, all call all to the feast of fire. Mother and maiden and child and slave, a common triumph or a single grave. Rockingham, Virginia Register, 1861. The Bonnie Blue Flag. Come, brothers, rally for the right, the bravest of the brave. Send forth her ringing battle cry beside the Atlantic wave. She leads the way in honor's path. Come, brothers, near and far, come rally round the bonny blue flag that bears a single star. We've borne the Yankee trickery, the Yankee jibe and sneer, till Yankee insolence and pride know neither shame nor fear. But ready now with shot and steel their brazen front to mar, we hoist aloft the bonny blue flag that bears a single star. Now Georgia marches to the front, and close beside her come her sisters by the Mexico Sea with pealing trump and drum, till answering back from hill and glen the rallying cry afar, a nation hoists the bonny blue flag that bears a single star. By every stone in Charleston Bay, by each beleaguered town, we swear to rest not night or day, but hunt the tyrants down, till bathed in valor's holy blood the gazing world afar shall greet with shouts the bonny blue flag that bears the cross and star. Annie Chambers Ketchum. The Southern women were carried away by enthusiasm and excitement. They believed the South invincible, and regarded the men who did not rush to enlist as cowards and traitors. I give my soldier boy a blade. I give my soldier boy a blade, in fair Damascus, fashioned well, who first the glittering falchion swayed, who first beneath its fury fell. I know not, but I hope to know, that for no mean or hireling trade, to guard no feeling base or low, I give my soldier boy the blade. Cool, calm, and clear the lucid flood, in which its tempering work was done, as calm as clear, in wind and wood, be thou wherever it sees the sun. For country's claim at honor's call, for outraged friend, insulted maid, at mercy's voice to bid it fall, I give my soldier boy the blade. The eye which marked its peerless edge, the hand that weighed its balanced poise, anvil and pincers, forge and wedge, are gone with all their flame and noise. Yet still the gleaming sword remains, so when in dust I low am laid, remember by these heartfelt strains, I give my soldier boy the blade. End section 2.
Chapter 3 of Poems of American History, Volume 4, The Civil War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. Poems of American History, Volume 4, The Civil War, by Various. Chapter 3. The North Gets Its Lesson. On Wednesday, April 16, 1861, the 6th Massachusetts left Boston for Washington. 3 days later it reached Baltimore and started to march to the Camden Street station to take train for its destination. The 19th of April, 1861. This year, till late in April, the snow fell thick and light. Thy truce flag, friendly nature, in clinging drifts of white, hung over field and city, now everywhere is seen, in place of that white quietness, a sudden glow of green. The verdure climbs the common beneath the leafless trees, to where the glorious stars and stripes are floating on the breeze. There, suddenly as spring awoke from winter's snow-draped gloom, the passion flower of '76 is bursting into bloom. Dear is the time of roses, when earth to joy is wed, and garden plat and meadow wear one generous flush of red. But now in dearer beauty, to her ancient colors true, blooms the old town of Boston, in red and white and blue. Along the whole awakening North are those bright emblems spread. A summer noon of patriotism is burning overhead. No party badges flaunting now, no word of clique or clan, but "Up for God and Union" is the shout of every man. Oh, peace is dear to Northern hearts, our hard-earned homes more dear, but freedom is beyond the price of any earthly cheer. And freedom's flag is sacred. He who would work it harm, let him, although a brother, beware our strong right arm. A brother! Ah, the sorrow, the anguish of that word! The fratricidal strife begun, when will its end be heard? Not this the boon that patriot hearts have prayed and waited for. We loved them, and we longed for peace, but they would have it war. Yes, war. On this Memorial Day, the day of Lexington, a lightning thrill along the wires from heart to heart has run. Brave men we gazed on yesterday, today for us have bled. Again is Massachusetts' blood the first for freedom shed. To war, and with our brethren then, if only this can be, life hangs as nothing in the scale against dear liberty. Though hearts be torn asunder, for freedom we will fight. Our blood may seal the victory, but God will shield the right. Lucy Larcom. Baltimore was in a frenzy. The streets were crowded with Southern sympathizers, and an attack upon the troops soon began. A desperate fight followed, in which 3 soldiers were killed and about 20 wounded. 9 citizens of Baltimore were killed and many wounded. How many is not known. Through Baltimore, April 19th, 1861. 'Twas Friday morn, the train drew near the city and the shore. Far through the sunshine soft and clear we saw the dear old flag appear, and in our hearts arose a cheer for Baltimore. Across the broad Patapsco's wave old Fort McHenry bore the starry banner of the brave, as when our fathers went to save or in the trenches find a grave at Baltimore. Before us, pillared in the sky, we saw the statue soar of Washington, serene and high. Could traitors view that form nor fly? Could patriots see nor gladly die for Baltimore? O city of our country's song, by that swift aid we bore, when sorely pressed, receive the throng who go to shield our flag from wrong, and give us welcome warm and strong in Baltimore. We had no arms, as friends we came, as brothers evermore, to rally round one sacred name, the charter of our power and fame. We never dreamed of guilt and shame in Baltimore. The coward mob upon us fell, McHenry's flag they tore. Surprised, borne backward by the swell, beat down with mad inhuman yell, before us yawned a traitorous hell in Baltimore. The streets our soldier fathers trod blushed with their children's gore. We saw the craven rulers nod and dip in blood the civic rod. Shall such things be, O righteous God, in Baltimore? No, never. By that outrage black a solemn oath we swore, to bring the Keystone's thousands back, strike down the dastards who attack, and leave a red and fiery track through Baltimore. Bow down in haste thy guilty head, God's wrath is swift and sore, the sky with gathering bolts is red. Cleanse from thy skirts the slaughter shed, or make thyself an ashen bed, O Baltimore. Bayard Taylor. The secessionists of Maryland were wild with wrath, but a Federal force under General Butler soon occupied Annapolis and Baltimore. The Union spirit of the state asserted itself, and there was never any further danger of its joining the Confederacy. My Maryland. The despot's heel is on thy shore, Maryland. His torch is at thy temple door, Maryland. Avenge the patriotic gore that flecked the streets of Baltimore, and be the battle queen of yore, Maryland, my Maryland. Hark to an exiled son's appeal, Maryland. My mother state, to thee I kneel, Maryland. For life and death, for woe and weal, thy peerless chivalry reveal, and gird thy beauteous limbs with steel, Maryland, my Maryland. Thou wilt not cower in the dust, Maryland. Thy beaming sword shall never rust, Maryland. Remember Carroll's sacred trust, remember Howard's warlike thrust, and all thy slumbers with the just, Maryland, my Maryland. Come, 'tis the red dawn of the day, Maryland. Come with thy panoplied array, Maryland. With Ringgold's spirit for the fray, with Watson's blood at Monterey, with fearless Lowe and dashing May, Maryland, my Maryland. Dear mother burst the tyrant's chain, Maryland. Virginia should not call in vain, Maryland. She meets her sisters on the plain. Sic semper, 'tis the proud refrain that baffles minions back amain, Maryland. Arise in majesty again, Maryland, my Maryland. Come, for thy shield is bright and strong, Maryland. Come, for thy dalliance does thee wrong, Maryland. Come to thine own heroic throng, stalking with liberty along, and chant thy dauntless slogan song, Maryland, my Maryland. I see the blush upon thy cheek, Maryland, for thou wast ever bravely meek, Maryland. But lo, there surges forth a shriek, from hill to hill, from creek to creek, Potomac calls to Chesapeake, Maryland, my Maryland. Thou wilt not yield the vandal toll, Maryland. Thou wilt not crook to his control, Maryland. Better the fire upon thee roll, better the shot, the blade, the bowl, than crucifixion of the soul, Maryland, my Maryland. I hear the distant thunder hum, Maryland, the old line's bugle, fife, and drum, Maryland. She is not dead, nor deaf, nor dumb. Huzzah! She spurns the Northern scum. She breathes, she burns, she'll come, Maryland, my Maryland. James Ryder Randall. On May 24, 1861, a Union force under Colonel Ephraim E. Ellsworth occupied Alexandria, Virginia. Over an inn called the Marshall House, Ellsworth saw a Confederate flag flying and went in person to take it down. As he descended the stairs with the flag in his arms, the proprietor of the inn, a violent secessionist named Jackson, fired upon and killed him instantly. Jackson was shot a moment later by Francis E. Brownell, a New York Zouave. Ellsworth, May 24, 1861. Who is this ye say is slain, whose voice answers not again? Ellsworth, shall we call in vain on thy name to day? No, from every vale and hill our response all hearts shall thrill. Ellsworth's fame is with us still, ne'er to pass away. Bring that rebel banner low, hoisted by a treacherous foe. 'Twas for that they dealt the blow, laid him in the dust. Raise aloft, that all may see, his loved flag of liberty. Forward then to victory, or perish if we must. Hark to what Columbia saith, mourn not for his early death, with each patriot's dying breath, strength renewed is given. To the cause of truth and right, to the land for which they fight, after darkness cometh light, such the law of heaven. So we name him not in vain, though he comes not back again. For his country he was slain, Ellsworth's blood shall rise. To our gracious Saviour King, 'tis a holy gift we bring, such a sacred offering, God will not despise. Colonel Ellsworth. It fell upon us like a crushing woe, sudden and terrible. Can it be, we said, that he from whom we hoped so much is dead, most foully murdered ere he met the foe? Why not? The men that would disrupt the state by such base plots as theirs, frauds, thefts, and lies, what code of honor do they recognize? They thirst for blood to satisfy their hate, our blood, so be it. But for every blow woe shall befall them, not in their wild way, but stern and pitiless we will repay. Until like swollen streams their blood shall flow. And should we pause, the thought of Ellsworth slain will steel our aching hearts to strike again. Richard Henry Stoddard. On the death of Jackson, May 24, 1861. Not where the battle red covers with fame the dead, not where the trumpet calls vengeance for each that falls, not with his comrades dear, not there, he fell not there. He grasps no brother's hand, he sees no patriot band. Daring alone the foe, he strikes, then waits the blow, counting his life not dear, his was no heart to fear. Shout, shout his deed of glory, tell it in song and story. Tell it where soldiers brave rush fearless to their grave. Tell it, a magic spell in that great deed shall dwell. Yes, he hath won a name, deathless for aye to fame. Our flag baptized in blood, always as with a flood, shall sweep the tyrant band whose feet pollute our land. Then freemen raise the cry, as freemen live or die. Arm, arm you for the fight, his banner in your sight, and this your battle cry, Jackson and victory. General Butler, meanwhile, had been sent with reinforcements to Fortress Monroe, and after making that important post secure, began various offensive measures against the Confederate posts in the neighborhood, manned largely by Virginians. The Virginians of the Valley. The knightliest of the knightly race that, since the days of old, have kept the lamp of chivalry alight in hearts of gold, the kindliest of the kindly band that rarely hating ease, yet rode with Spotswood round the land and Raleigh round the seas. Who climbed the blue Virginian hills against embattled foes, and planted there, in valleys fair, the lily and the rose, whose fragrance lives in many lands, whose beauty stars the earth, and lights the hearths of happy homes with loveliness and worth. We thought they slept, the sons who kept the names of noble sires, and slumbered while the darkness crept around their vigil fires. But I, the golden horseshoe knights their old dominion keep, whose foes have found enchanted ground, but not a knight asleep. Francis Orrery Ticknor. On the night of June 9, 1861, Butler dispatched 2 expeditions against Great and Little Bethel, 2 churches on the Yorktown road, which had been strongly fortified. The columns got confused in the darkness and fired upon each other. In the battle which followed, the same mistake was made, and the Union forces finally retreated, having suffered heavily. Bethel, June 10, 1861. We mustered at midnight, in darkness we formed, and the whisper went round of a fort to be stormed. But no drum beat had called us, no trumpet we heard, and no voice of command but our colonel's low word, "Column, forward!" And out through the mist and the murk of the morn, from the beaches of Hampton our barges were borne, and we heard not a sound save the sweep of the oar, till the word of our colonel came up from the shore, "Column, forward!" With hearts bounding bravely and eyes all alight, as ye danced to soft music, so trod we that night. Through the aisles of the greenwood, with vines overarched, tossing dewdrops like gems from our feet as we marched, "Column, forward!" As ye dance with the damsels to viol and flute, so we skipped from the shadows and mocked their pursuit. But the soft zephyrs chased us with scents of the morn, as we passed by the hayfields and green waving corn. Column, forward! For the leaves were all laden with fragrance of June, and the flowers and the foliage with sweets were in tune. And the air was so calm and the forest so dumb, that we heard our own heart beats like taps of a drum. Column, forward! Till the lull of the lowlands was stirred by the breeze, and the buskins of morn brushed the tops of the trees, and the glintings of glory that slid from her track, by the sheen of our rifles, were gaily flung back. Column, forward! And the woodlands grew purple with sunshiny mist, and the blue-crested hilltops with roselight were kissed, and the earth gave her prayers to the sun in perfumes, till we marched as through gardens and trampled on blooms. Column, forward! I trampled on blossoms and seared the sweet breath of the greenwood with low brooding vapors of death. O'er the flowers and the corn we were borne like a blast, and away to the forefront of battle we passed. Column, forward! For the cannon's hoarse thunder roared out from the glades, and the sun was like lightning on banners and blades, when the long line of chanting zouaves like a flood From the green of the woodlands rolled crimson as blood. Column, forward! While the sound of their song, like the surge of the seas, with the star-spangled banner swelled over the leas, and the sword of Duryea like a torch led the way, bearing down on the batteries of Bethel that day. Column, forward! Through green-tasseled cornfields our columns were thrown, and like corn by the red scythe of fire we were mown, while the cannon's fierce ploughings new furrowed the plain, that our blood might be planted for liberty's grain. Column, forward! Oh, the fields of fair June have no lack of sweet flowers, but their rarest and best breathe no fragrance like ours, and the sunshine of June sprinkling gold on the corn hath no harvest that ripeneth like Bethel's red morn. Column, forward! When our heroes like bridegrooms with lips and with breath drank the first kiss of danger and clasped her in death, and the heart of brave Winthrop grew mute with his lyre, when the plumes of his genius lay moulting in fire. Column, forward! Where he fell shall be sunshine as bright as his name, and the grass where he slept shall be green as his fame. For the gold of the pen and the steel of the sword write his deeds in his blood on the land he adored. Column forward. And the soul of our comrade shall sweeten the air, and the flowers and the grass blades his memory upbear. While the breath of his genius, like music in leaves, with the corn tassels whispers and sings in the sheaves. Column forward. A. J. H. Dugain. Among the Union dead was Major Theodore Winthrop. He had pressed eagerly forward, and as he sprang upon a log to get a view of the position, was shot through the head. Dirge, for the one who fell in battle, June 10, 1861. Room for a soldier, lay him in the clover. He loved the fields, and they shall be his cover. Make his mound with hers who called him once her lover, where the rain may rain upon it, where the sun may shine upon it, where the lamb hath lain upon it, and the bee will dine upon it. Bear him to no dismal tomb under city churches. Take him to the fragrant fields by the silver birches, where the whippoorwill shall mourn, where the oriole perches. Make his mound with sunshine on it, where the bee will dine upon it, where the lamb hath lain upon it, and the rain will rain upon it. Busy as the busy bee, his rest should be the clover. Gentle as the lamb was he, and the fern should be his cover. Fern and rosemary shall grow my soldier's pillow over, where the rain may rain upon it, where the sun may shine upon it, where the lamb hath lain upon it, and the bee will dine upon it. Sunshine in his heart, the rain would come full often, out of those tender eyes which evermore did soften. He never could look cold till we saw him in his coffin. Make his mound with sunshine on it, where the wind may sigh upon it, where the moon may stream upon it, and memory shall dream upon it. Captain or colonel, whatever in vocation, suit our hymn the best, no matter for thy station. On thy grave the rain shall fall from the eyes of a mighty nation. Long as the sun doth shine upon it, shall grow the goodly pine upon it. Long as the stars do gleam upon it, shall memory come to dream upon it. Thomas William Parsons. About 50,000 Union troops had meanwhile been collected along the Potomac, a force which seemed to most people at the North quite sufficient to crush the rebellion. On to Richmond was the cry, and popular clamor demanded that the advance be begun at once. Wait for the wagon. July 1st, 1861. 100,000 Northmen in glittering war array shout onward now to Richmond, will brook no more delay. Why give the traitors time and means to fortify the way with stolen guns and ambuscades? Oh, answer us, we pray. Chorus of Chieftains. You must wait for the wagons, the real army wagons, the fat contract wagons bought in the red tape way. Now if for army wagons, not for compromise you wait, just ask them of the farmers of any Union state, and if you need 10,000, sound, though second hand, you'll find upon the instant a supply for your demand. Chorus. No, wait for the wagons, the new army wagons, the fat contract wagons, till the 15th of July. No swindling fat contractors shall block the people's way, nor rebel compromisers, 'tis treason's reckoning day. Then shout again our war cry, to Richmond onward move. We now can crush the traitors, and that we mean to prove. Chorus. No, wait for the wagons, the fat contract wagons. If red tape so wills it, wait till the judgment day. During the months of June and July, the Confederate forces had been assembling at Manassas Junction, about 30 miles from Washington. General Beauregard was in command and had distributed them along a little stream called Bull Run, where they had thrown up strong entrenchments. On July 15, 1861, yielding to the popular clamor, General Scott ordered the forward movement of the Union army. On July 17th, the army reached Fairfax Court House, and next day a division moved forward to Centerville and attacked the Confederates entrenched along Bull Run. A sharp engagement resulted, and the Federals fell back. At 2 o'clock on the morning of Sunday, July 21st, 1861, the Union army again moved forward for a grand attack. Each army numbered about 30,000 men. The skirmishers soon got into touch, and the Confederates were driven back, but were rallied by the example of General T.J. Jackson, who, with his brigade, was standing like a stone wall, as General B exclaimed, giving him his immortal sobriquet. The Union advance was checked, heavy reinforcements came up for the Confederates, and the Union regiments were finally swept from the field. Upon the hill before Centreville, July 21st, 1861. I'll tell you what I heard that day. I heard the great guns far away, boom after boom. Their sullen sound shook all the shuddering air around, and shook, ah me, my shrinking ear, and downward shook the hanging tear, that in spite of manhood's pride rolled o'er my face a scalding tide. And then I prayed, oh God, I prayed, as never stricken saint who laid his hot cheek to the holy tomb of Jesus in the midnight gloom. What saw I? Little. Clouds of dust, great squares of men with standards thrust against their course, dense columns crowned with billowing steel. Then bound on bound, the long black lines of cannon poured behind the horses, streaked and gored with sweaty speed. Anon shot by, like a lone meteor of the sky, a single horseman, and he shone, his bright face on me, and was gone. All these with rolling drums, with cheers, with songs familiar to my ears, passed under the far hanging cloud and vanished, and my heart was proud. For mile on mile the line of war extended, and a steady roar as of some distant stormy sea on the south wind came up to me. And high in air and over all grew like a fog that murky pall, beneath whose gloom of dusty smoke the cannon flamed, the bombshell broke. And the sharp rattling volley rang, and shrapnel roared, and bullets sang, and fierce-eyed men with panting breath toiled onward at the work of death. I could not see, but knew too well, that underneath that cloud of hell, which still grew more by great degrees, man strove with man in deeds like these. But when the sun had passed his stand at noon, behold, on every hand the dark brown vapor backward bore, and fainter came the dreadful roar from the huge sea of striving men. Thus spoke my rising spirit then: "Take comfort from that dying sound, faint heart, the foe is giving ground." And one, who taxed his horse's powers, flung at me, "Ho! the day is ours!" and scoured along. So swift his pace, I took no memory of his face. Then turned I once again to heaven, all things appeared so just and even. So clearly from the highest cause traced I the downward working laws, those moral springs made evident in the grand triumph-crowned event. So half I shouted and half sang, like Jephthah's daughter, to the clang of my spread cymbal striking palms, some fragments of thanksgiving psalms. Meanwhile a solemn stillness fell upon the land. Over hill and dell failed every sound. My heart stood still, waiting before some coming ill. The silence was more sad and dread, under that canopy of lead, than the wild tumult of the war that raged a little while before. All nature in her work of death paused for one last despairing breath, and cowering to the earth I drew from her strong breast my strength anew. When I arose, I wondering saw another dusty vapor draw from the far right its sluggish way toward the main cloud that frowning lay against the western sloping sun. And all the war was re-begun, ere this fresh marvel of my sense caught from my mind significance. And then, why ask me, O my God? Would I had lain beneath the sod, a patient clod for many a day, and from my bones and mouldering clay the rank field grass and flowers had sprung, ere the base sight that struck and sung my very soul confronted me, shamed at my own humanity. O happy dead, who early fell, you have no wretched tale to tell of causeless fear and coward flight, of victory snatched beneath your sight, of martial strength and honor lost, of mere life bought at any cost, of the deep, lingering mark of shame forever scorched on brow and name, that no new deeds however bright shall banish from men's loathful sight. Ye perished in your conscious pride ere this vile scandal opened wide. A wound that cannot close nor heal, ye perished steel to levelled steel. Stern votaries of the God of War, filled with his godhead to the core. Ye died to live, these lived to die, beneath the scorn of every eye. How eloquent your voices sound from the low chambers underground! How clear each separate title burns from your high set and laurelled urns! While these who walk about the earth are blushing at their very birth. And though they talk and go and come, their moving lips are worse than dumb. Ye sleep beneath the valley's dew, and all the nation mourns for you. So sleep till God shall wake the lands, for angels, armed with fiery brands, await to take you by the hands. The right-hand vapor broader grew, it rose and joined itself unto the main cloud with a sudden dash. Loud and more near the cannon's crash came toward me, and I heard a sound as if all hell had broken bound, a cry of agony and fear. Still the dark vapor rolled more near, till at my very feet it tossed the vanward fragments of our host. Can man, thy image, sink so low, thou who hast bent thy tinted bow across the storm and raging main, whose laws both loosen and restrain the powers of earth, without whose will no sparrow's little life is still? Was fear of hell, or want of faith, or the brute's common dread of death, the passion that began a chase? Whose goal was ruin and disgrace? What tongue the fearful sight may tell? What horrid nightmare ever fell upon the restless sleep of crime? What history of another time? What dismal vision, darkly seen by the stern-featured Florentine, can give a hint to dimly draw the likeness of the scene I saw? I saw, yet saw not. In that sea, that chaos of humanity, no more the eye could catch and keep a single point than on the deep the eye may mark a single wave, where hurrying myriads leap and rave. Men of all arms and all costumes, bareheaded, decked with broken plumes, soldiers and officers, and those who wore but civil-suited clothes, on foot or mounted, some bestrode steeds severed from their harnessed load. Wild mobs of white-topped wagons, cars of wounded, red with bleeding scars. The whole grim panoply of war surged on me with a deafening roar. All shades of fear disfiguring man glared through their faces' brazen tan. Not one a moment paused or stood to see what enemy pursued. With shrieks of fear and yells of pain, with every muscle on the strain, onward the struggling masses bore. Oh, had the foemen lain before, they'd trampled them to dust and gore, and swept their lines and batteries, as autumn sweeps the windy trees. Here one cast forth his wounded friend, and with his sword or musket end urged on the horses. There one trod upon the likeness of his God, as if 'twere dust. A coward here grew valiant with his very fear, and struck his weaker comrade prone, and struggled to the front alone. All had one purpose, one sole aim, that mocked the decency of shame, to fly, by any means to fly. They cared not how, they asked not why. I found a voice. My burning blood flamed up. Upon a mount I stood. I could no more restrain my voice than could the prophet of God's choice. Back, animated dirt, I cried. Back on your wretched lives, and hide your shame beneath your native clay. Or if the foe affrights you, slay your own base selves, and dying leave your children's tearful cheeks to grieve. Not quail and blush when you shall come alive to their degraded home. Your wives will look askance with scorn, your boys and infants yet unborn will curse you to God's holy face. Heaven holds no pardon in its grace for cowards. Oh, are such as ye the guardians of our liberty? Back, if one trace of manhood still may nerve your arm and brace your will. You stain your country in the eyes of Europe and her monarchies. The despots laugh, the peoples groan, man's cause is lost and overthrown. I curse you by the sacred blood that freely poured its purple flood down Bunker's heights on Monmouth's plain, from Georgia to the rocks of Maine. I curse you by the patriot band whose bones are crumbling in the land, by those who saved what these had won in the high name of Washington. Then I remembered little more. As the tide's rising waves that pour over some low and rounded rock, the coming mass, with one great shock, flowed o'er the shelter of my mound and raised me helpless from the ground. As the huge shouldering billows bear, half in the sea and half in air, a swimmer on their foaming crest, so the foul throng beneath me pressed, swept me along with curse and blow, and flung me where I ne'er shall know. When I awoke, a steady rain made rivulets across the plain, and it was dark, oh, very dark. I was so stunned as scarce to mark the ghostly figures of the trees, or hear the sobbing of the breeze that flung the wet leaves to and fro. Upon me lay a dismal woe, a boundless, superhuman grief that drew no promise of relief from any hope. Then I arose, as one who struggles up from blows by unseen hands, and as I stood alone, I thought that God was good to hide, in clouds and driving rain, our low world from the angel train, whose souls filled heroes when the earth was worthy of their noble birth. By that dull instinct of the mind, which leads aright the helpless blind, I struggled onward, till the dawn across the eastern clouds had drawn a narrow line of watery gray, and full before my vision lay the great dome's gaunt and naked bones, beneath whose crown the nation thrones her queenly person. On I stole, with hanging head and abject soul, across the high embattled ridge, and o'er the arches of the bridge. So freshly pricked my sharp disgrace, I feared to meet the human face, skulking, as any woman might who'd lost her virtue in the night, and sees the dreadful glare of day, prepare to light her homeward way. Alone, heartbroken, shamed, undone, I staggered into Washington. Since then long sluggish days have passed, and on the wings of every blast have come the distant nation's sneers to tingle in our blushing ears. In woe and ashes as we meet, we wore the penitential sheet. But now I breathe a purer air, and from the depths of my despair awaken to a cheering morn, just breaking through the night forlorn, a morn of hopeful victory. Awake, my countrymen, with me, redeem the honor which you lost, with any blood, at any cost. I ask not how the war began, nor how the quarrel branched and ran to this dread height. The wrong or right stands clear before God's faultless sight. I only feel the shameful blow, I only see the scornful foe, and vengeance burns in every vein to die or wipe away the stain. The war-wise hero of the West, wearing his glories as a crest of trophies gathered in your sight, is arming for the coming fight. Full well his wisdom apprehends the duty and its mighty ends, the great occasion of the hour, that never lay in human power since over Yorktown's tented plain the Red Cross fell nor rose again. My humble pledge of faith I lay, dear comrade of my schoolboy day, before thee in the nation's view, and if thy prophet prove untrue, and from our country's grasp be thrown the scepter and the starry crown, and thou and all thy marshalled host be baffled and in ruin lost, oh, let me not outlive the blow that seals my country's overthrow. And lest this woeful end come true, men of North, I turn to you. Display your vaunted flag once more, southward your eager columns pour, sound trump and fife and rallying drum, from every hill and valley come. Old men, yield up your treasured gold. Can liberty be priced and sold? Fair matrons, maids, and tender brides, gird weapons to your lovers' sides, and though your hearts break at the deed, give them your blessing and Godspeed. Then point them to the field of flame with words like those of Sparta's dame. And when the ranks are full and strong, and the whole army moves along, a vast result of care and skill, obedient to the master will, and your young hero draws the sword and gives the last commanding word that hurls your strength upon the foe, oh, let them need no second blow. Strike as your fathers struck of old, through summer's heat and winter's cold, through pain, disaster, and defeat, through marches tracked with bloody feet, through every ill that could befall the holy cause that bound them all. Strike as they struck for liberty, strike as they struck to make you free. Strike for the crown of victory. George Henry Boker. Manassas, July 21st, 1861. They have met at last, as storm clouds meet in heaven, and the Northmen back and bleeding have been driven, and their thunders have been stilled, and their leaders crushed or killed, and their ranks with terror thrilled, rent and riven. Like the leaf of Vallombrosa they are lying, in the moonlight, in the midnight, dead and dying. Like those leaves before the gale swept their legions wild and pale, while the host that made them quail stood, defying. When aloft, in morning sunlight, flags were flaunted, and swift vengeance on the rebel proudly vaunted, little did they think that night should close upon their shameful flight, and rebels, victors in the fight, stand undaunted. But peace to those who perished in our passes, light be the earth above them, green the grasses. Long shall Northmen rue the day when they met our stern array, and shrunk from battle's wild affray at Manassas. Catherine M. Warfield. A Battle Ballad to General J.E. Johnston. A summer Sunday morning, July the 21st, in 1861, the storm of battle burst. For many a year the thunder had muttered deep and low, and many a year, through hope and fear, the storm had gathered slow. Now hope had fled the hopeful, and fear was with the past, and on Manassas cornfields the tempest broke at last. A wreath above the pine tops, the booming of a gun, a ripple on the cornfields, and the battle was begun. A feint upon our center, while the foeman massed his might, for our swift and sure destruction with his overwhelming right. All the summer air was darkened with the tramping of their host, all the Sunday stillness broken by the clamor of their boast. With their lips of savage shouting and their eyes of sullen wrath, Goliath with the weaver beam, the champion of Gath. Are they men who guard the passes on our left so far away? In the cornfields, O Manassas, are they men who fought today? Our boys are brave and gentle, and their brows are smooth and white. Have they grown to men, Manassas, in the watches of a night? Beyond the grassy hillocks there are tents that glimmer white, beneath the leafy covert there is steel that glistens bright. There are eyes of watchful reapers beneath the summer leaves, with a glitter as of sickles, impatient for the sheaves. They are men who guard the passes, they are men who bar the ford, stands our David at Manassas, the champion of the Lord. They are men who guard our altars, and beware, ye sons of Gath, the deep and dreadful silence of the lion in your path. Lo, the foe was mad for slaughter, and the whirlwind hurtled on, but our boys had grown to heroes, they were lions, every one. And they stood a wall of iron, and they shone a wall of flame, and they beat the baffled tempest to the caverns whence it came. And Manassas' sun descended on their armies crushed and torn, on a battle bravely ended, on a nation grandly born. The laurel and the cypress, the glory and the grave, we pledge to thee, O Liberty, the lifeblood of the brave. Francis Orrery Ticknor. Retreat soon turned to flight, and flight to panic. A great crowd of officials and civilians, male and female, had driven out from Washington to the battlefields to witness a victory which they considered certain. They were furnished with passes, and picnicked, and wined, and jested, and watched the distant conflict. Suddenly the Union army gave way, the Confederates dashed forward in pursuit, and soldiers and civilians were mixed together in one panic-stricken mob. The Run from Manassas Junction, July 21st, 1861. Yankee Doodle went to war on his little pony. What did he go fighting for? Everlasting goney. Yankee Doodle was a chap who bragged and swore tarnation. He stuck a feather in his cap and called it Federation. Yankee Doodle, keep it up, Yankee Doodle dandy, mind the music and the step, and with the girls be handy. Yankee Doodle he went forth to conquer the seceders, all the journals of the North in most ferocious leaders, breathing slaughter, fire, and smoke, especially the latter, his rage and fury to provoke, and vanity to flatter. Yankee Doodle having floored his separated brothers, he reckoned his victorious sword would turn against us others. Secession first he would put down, wholly and forever, and afterward from Britain's crown he Canada would sever. England offering neutral sauce to goose as well as gander, was what made Yankee Doodle cross, and did inflame his dander. As though with choler drunk he fumed, and threatened vengeance martial, because old England had presumed to steer a course impartial. Yankee Doodle bore in mind, when warfare England harassed, how he, unfriendly and unkind, beset her and embarrassed. He put himself in England's place, and thought this injured nation must view his trouble with a base, vindictive exultation. We for North and South alike entertain affection, those for negro slavery strike, those for forced protection. Yankee Doodle is the pot, Southerner the kettle, equal morally if not men of equal mettle. Yankee Doodle near Bull Run met his adversary. First he thought the fight he'd won, fact proved quite contrary. Panic struck he fled with speed of lightning glib with unction of slippery grease in full stampede from famed Manassas Junction. As he bolted no ways slow, Yankee Doodle hollowed, "We are whipped," and fled, although no pursuer followed. Sword and gun right slick he threw both away together, in his cap to public view showing the white feather. Yankee Doodle, doodle doo, whither are you flying? A cocked hat we've been licked into, and knocked to Hades, crying? Well, to Canada, sirree, now that by succession I am driven up a tree, to seize that there possession. Yankee Doodle, be content, you've had a lenient whipping, court not further punishment by enterprise of stripping those neighbors whom if you assail, they'll surely whip you hollow, moreover when you've turned your tail, won't hesitate to follow. The flight of the Union forces was watched with exultation by Jefferson Davis, who was at Confederate headquarters, and who at once wired news of the victory to the Confederate Congress at Richmond. Throughout the South, the news was naturally received with deep rejoicing. On to Richmond, after Southey's march to Moscow. Major General Scott an order had got to push on the column to Richmond, for loudly went forth from all parts of North the cry that an end of the war must be made in time for the regular yearly fall trade. Mr. Greeley spoke freely about the delay. The Yankees to hum were all hot for the fray. The chivalrous Grow declared they were slow, and therefore the order to march from the border and make an excursion to Richmond. Major General Scott most likely was not very loath to obey this instruction, I wot. In his private opinion, the ancient dominion deserved to be pillaged, her son to be shot, and the reason is easily noted, that though this part of the earth had given him birth, and medals and swords inscribed in fine words, it never for Winfield had voted. Besides, you must know that our first of commanders had sworn quite as hard as the army in Flanders, with his finest of armies and proudest of navies, to wreak his old grudge against Jefferson Davis. Then, forward the column, he said to McDowell, and the Zouaves with a shout most fiercely cried out, "To Richmond or hell!" I omit here the vowel. And Winfield he ordered his carriage and four, a dashing turnout to be brought to the door, for a pleasant excursion to Richmond. Major General Scott had there on the spot a splendid array to plunder and slay. In the camp he might boast such a numerous host as he never had yet in the battlefield set. Every class and condition of Northern society were in for the trip, a most varied variety. In the camp he might hear every lingo in vogue, the sweet German accent, the rich Irish brogue. The Boothable boy from the banks of the Shannon was there to employ his excellent cannon. And besides the long files of dragoons and artillery, the Zouaves and hussars, all the children of Mars, there were barbers and cooks and writers of books. The chef de cuisine with his French bill of fare, and the artist to dress the young officer's hair, and the scribblers were ready at once to prepare an eloquent story of conquest and glory. And servants with numberless baskets of Sillery, though Wilson the senator followed the train at a distance quite safe to shout, "Conduct the champagne!" While the fields were so green and the sky was so blue, there was certainly nothing more pleasant to do on this pleasant excursion to Richmond. In Congress the talk, as I said, was of action, to crush out instanter the traitorous faction. In the press and the mess they would hear nothing less than to make the advance, spite of rhyme or of reason, and at once put an end to the insolent treason. There was Greeley and Ely and bloodthirsty Grow, and Hickman the rowdy, not Hickman the beau, and that terrible Baker who would seize of the South every acre, and Webb who would drive us all into the Gulf, or some nameless locality smelling of sulphur. And with all this bold crew nothing would do, while the fields were so green and the sky was so blue, but to march on directly to Richmond. Then the gallant McDowell drove madly the rowel of spur that had never been won by him in the flank of his steed to accomplish a deed, such as never before been done by him. And the battery called Sherman's was wheeled into line, while the beer-drinking Germans from Neckar and Rhine, with Miney and Jaeger, come on with a swagger, full of fury and lager. The day and the pageant were equally fine. Oh, the fields were so green and the sky was so blue, indeed 'twas a spectacle pleasant to view, as the column pushed onward to Richmond. Ere the march was begun, in a spirit of fun, General Scott in a speech said the army should teach the Southrons the lesson the laws to obey, and just before dusk of the third or fourth day should joyfully march into Richmond. He spoke of their drill and their courage and skill, and declared that the ladies of Richmond would rave o'er such matchless perfection, and gracefully wave in rapture their delicate kerchiefs in air at their morning parades on the Capitol Square. But alack and alas, mark what soon came to pass, when this army, in spite of his flatteries, amid war's loudest thunder, most stupidly blunder upon those accursed masked batteries. Then Beauregard came like a tempest of flame to consume them in wrath in their perilous path, and Johnson bore down in a whirlwind to sweep their ranks from the field where their doom had been sealed, as the storm rushes over the face of the deep. While swift on their center our President pressed, and the foe might descry in the glance of his eye the light that once blazed upon Diomede's crest. McDowell, McDowell, weep for the day when the Southrons you met in their battle array to your confident host with its bullets and steel. 'Twas worse than Culloden to luckless Lochiel. Oh, the generals were green, and old Scott is now blue, and a terrible business, McDowell, to you was that pleasant excursion to Richmond. John R. Thompson. At the North, news of the defeat caused a bitter discouragement, which soon gave place to determination to push the war through. On July 22, 1861, Congress authorized the enlistment of 500,000 men. The term of enlistment was for 3 years, or during the war, and the North girded itself anew for the conflict. Cast down but not destroyed. O Northern men, true hearts and bold, unflinching to the conflict press, firmly our country's flag uphold, till traitorous foes its sway confess. Not lightly was our freedom bought, by many a martyr's cross and grave. 6 weary years our fathers fought, midst want and peril sternly brave. And thrice 6 years with tightening coil, still closer wound by treacherous art, men, children of our common soil, have preyed upon the nation's heart. Yet it still beats responsive deep, its strong pulse throbbing through the land, gathering a human flood to sweep resistless o'er the rebel band. Firmly resolved to win success, we'll tread the path our fathers trod, unflinching to the conflict press, and fearless trust our cause to God. New York Evening Post, July 26, 1861. The North soon had another bitter pill to swallow. On May 13, 1861, Great Britain issued a proclamation of neutrality, recognizing the Confederacy as a belligerent power. England's sympathy, because of close trade relations, was with the South, and the Southern people counted on her eventually recognizing their independence. Shop and Freedom, May 13, 1861. Though with the North we sympathize, it must not be forgotten that with the South we've stronger ties, which are composed of cotton, whereof our imports mount unto a sum of many figures, and where would be our calico without the toil of niggers? The South enslaves those fellow men whom we love all so dearly. The North keeps commerce bound again, which touches us more nearly. Thus a divided duty we perceive in this hard matter. Free trade or sable brothers free? Oh, we will choose the latter. London Punch. James M. Mason and John Slidell were appointed commissioners from the Confederacy to England and France. They reached Havana on a little steamer that had run the blockade, and took passage for Southampton in the British mail steamship Trent. On November 8, 1861, in the Bahama Canal, the Trent was overhauled by the American man-of-war San Jacinto, Captain Wilkes. She was compelled to stop, and Mason and Slidell and their secretaries were taken from her by force. The C.S.A. Commissioners, November, 1861. Ye jolly Yankee gentlemen, who live at home in ease, how little do ye think upon the dangers of the seas? The winds and waves, the whales and sharks, you've heard of long ago. But there are things much worse than these, as presently I'll show. If you're a true-bred Union man, go joyful where you please, beneath the glorious stars and stripes, cross safe the stormy seas. But look out for San Jacintos that may catch you on your way, if you're acting as commissioner for the noble C.S.A. And now you'll guess my subject and what my song's about, but I'd not have put them into rhyme if they hadn't first put out. For they put out of Charleston when the night was drear and dark, and then they put out all the lights, that they might not be a mark. And then they did put out to sea, though here there seems a hitch, for what could they expect to see when the night was black as pitch? But they somehow 'scaped the Union ships and hoped on some fine day to land in Europe and to blow about the C.S.A. They safely got to Cuba and landed in Havana, described the power and glory of New Orleans and Savannah, declared that running the blockade was a thing by no means hard, and boasted of the victories won by their valiant Beauregard. Davis's skill in government could never be surpassed, the amazing strokes of genius by which he cash amassed. Foreign bankers would acknowledge, ere a month had passed away, that the true financial paradise was in the C.S.A. Some days are passed and pleasantly upon Bermuda's Isle, the sun is shining bright and fair, and nature seems to smile. The breezes moved the British flag that fluttered o'er the Trent, and the ripples rose to lave her sides as proudly on she went. Mason and Slidell on deck thought all their dangers past, and poked each other's ribs and laughed as they leant against the mast. Haven't the Yankees just been done uncommonly nice, eh? They've got most money, but the brains are in the C.S.A. You have heard the ancient proverb, and though old, it's very good, which hints it's better not to crow until you've left the wood. And so it proved with these two gents, for at that moment, souse, a cannon shot fell splash across the steamer's bows. The San Jacinto came up close, and though rather rude, 'tis true, good Wilkes he hailed the Trent and said, "I'll thank you to heave to, and if you don't give up two rascals, I must blow you right away." Mason and Slidell they're named, and they're from the C.S.A. The British captain raged and swore, but then what could he do? It scarcely would be worth his while to be blown up, he knew. Wilkes' marines with bayonets fixed were standing on the Trent, so he gave up the traitors, and o'er the side they went. Wilkes, having got them, wished they'd feel pleasant and at home, so offered his best cabins, if their ladies chose to come. But they shook their heads and merely smiled, I'm sorry for to say, conjugality's at a discount down in the C.S.A. They coolly said unto their lords, our dresses all are new, what on earth would be the use of going back with you? And though we're very sorry that your plans are undone, we mean to pass the winter in Paris and in London. 'Stead of bothering you and sharing your prison beds and fetters, we'll write each mail from Europe the most delightful letters. Tell you of all we've done and seen at party, ball, or play, to cheer your hearts, poor martyrs, to cotton and C.S.A. So the two vessels parted, the San Jacinto went to unload her precious cargo, while the captain of the Trent, having lost a probable douceur which had seemed within his grip, we presume for consolation, retired and took a nip. The ladies talked of the affair less with a tear than smile, their lords and masters took their way to Warren's fort the while, and gratis lodged and boarded there, they may think for many a day, that brains are sometimes northward found as wells in C.S.A. The prisoners were taken to Fort Warren in Boston Harbor, and the North went wild with delight. It was understood that Great Britain would have to be reckoned with, but no one seemed to care. Wilkes was complimented and banqueted and lionized, and the House of Representatives gave him a vote of thanks. Death of the Lincoln despotism. 'Twas out upon mid-ocean that the San Jacinto hailed An English neutral vessel, while on her course she sailed. They sent her traitor Fairfax to board her with his crew, And beard the British lion with his Yankee Doodle Doo. The Yankees took her passengers and put them on their ship, And swore that base secession could not give them the slip. But England says she'll have them, if Washington must fall, So Lincoln and his nigger craft must certainly feel small. Of all the Yankee notions that ever had their birth, The one of searching neutrals affords the greatest mirth To the Southrons, but the Yankees will ever hate the fame Which gives to Wilkes and Fairfax their never dying name. Throughout the North their Captain Wilkes received his meed of praise For doing, in the civilized, the deed of darker days. But England's guns will thunder along the Yankee coast, And show the abolitionists too soon they made their boast. Then while old England's cannon are booming on the sea, Our Johnson, Smith, and Beauregard dear Maryland will free, And Johnston in Kentucky will whip the Yankees too, And start them to the lively tune of Yankee Doodle Doo. Then down at Pensacola, where the game is always brag, The stars and stripes will be pulled down and in the dust be dragged. For Pickens can't withstand us when Braxton is the cry, And there you'll see the Yankees, with their usual speed, will fly. On the coast of Dixie's kingdom there are batteries made by Lee, And covered up with cotton, which the Yankees want to see. But when they go to take it, they'll find it will not do, And start upon the double quick to Yankee Doodle Doo. Then Evans and his cavalry will follow in their track, And drive them in the Atlantic, or safely bring them back, And hold them till Abe Lincoln and all his Northern scum Shall own our independence of Yankee Doodle Dum. Richmond Dispatch. News of the seizure reached England November 27, 1861. A cabinet meeting was at once held. The act of Captain Wilkes was declared to be a clear violation of the law of nations. The release of Mason and Slidell was demanded, together with a suitable apology for the aggression. England began to make extensive naval preparations, and 8,000 troops were sent to Canada. Jonathan to John, December 1861. It don't seem hardly right, John, when both my hands was full, To stump me to a fight, John, your cousin too, John Bull. Ol' Uncle S. says he, I guess we know it now, says he, The lion's paw is all the law, according to J.B., That's fit for you and me. You wonder why we're hot, John, your mark was on the guns, The neutral guns that shot, John, our brothers and our sons. Ol' Uncle S. says he, I guess there's human blood, says he, By fits and starts in Yankee hearts, though it may surprise J.B. More'n it would you and me. If I turn mad dogs loose, John, on your front parlor stairs, Would it jest meet your views, John, to wait and sue their heirs? Ol' Uncle S. says he, I guess, I only guess, says he, That if Vattel on his toes fell, 'twould kind o' rile J.B. As wal as you and me. He who made the law that hurts, John, heads I win, ditto tails, J.B. was on his shirts, John, unless my memory fails. Ol' Uncle S. says he, I guess, I'm good at that, says he, That sauce for goose ain't jest the juice for ganders with J.B., No more'n with you or me. When your rights was our wrongs, John, you didn't stop for fuss. Brittany's trident prongs, John, was good enough law for us. Ol' Uncle S. says he, I guess though physic's good, says he, It doesn't foller that he can swaller prescription signed J.B., Put up by you and me. We own the ocean too, John, you mustn't take it hard, If we can't think with you, John, it's just your own backyard. Ol' Uncle S. says he, I guess if that's his claim, says he, The fencin' stuff'll cost enough to bust up friend J.B., As wal as you and me. Why talk so dreffle big, John, of honor when it meant You didn't care a fig, John, but jest for 10%? Ol' Uncle S. says he, I guess he's like the rest, says he, When all is done, it's number one that's nearest to J.B., As wal it's you and me. We give the critters back, John, 'cause Abram thought 'twas right. It warn't your bullying clack, John, provoking us to fight. Ol' Uncle S. says he, I guess we've a hard row, says he, to hoe just now, but that somehow may happen to J.B. as wal as you and me. We ain't so weak and poor, John, with 20 million people, and close to every door, John, a schoolhouse and a steeple. Ol' Uncle S. says he, I guess it is a fact, says he, the surest plan to make a man is think him so, J.B., as much as you or me. Our folks believe in law, John, and it's for her sake now they've left the axe and saw, John, the anvil and the plow. Ol' Uncle S. says he, I guess if 'twarn't for law, says he, there'd be one shindy from here to Indy, and that don't suit J.B., when 'tain't 'twixt you and me. We know we've got a cause, John, that's honest, just and true. We thought 'twould win applause, John, if nowheres else, from you. Ol' Uncle S. says he, I guess his love of right, says he, hangs by a rotten fibre o' cotton. There's nature in J.B., as well as in you and me. The South says, poor folks down, John, and all men up, says we. White, yeller, black, and brown, John, now which is your idee? Ol' Uncle S. says he, I guess John preaches wall, says he, but sermon through and come to do, why there's the old J.B. a crowdin' you and me. Shall it be love or hate, John? It's you that's to decide. Ain't your bonds held by fate, John, like all the world's beside? Ol' Uncle S. says he, I guess wise men forgive, says he, but not forget, and sometimes yet the truth may strike J.B., as well as you and me. God means to make this land, John, clear through from sea to sea. Believe and understand, John, the wuth o' bein' free. Ol' Uncle S. says he, I guess God's price is high, says he, but nothin' else than what he sells wears long, and that J.B. may larn like you and me. James Russell Lowell. England was clearly right in her contention. Wilkes's act was disavowed, and Mason and Slidell were delivered to an English steamer at Provincetown. All danger of war with England was for the time being avoided. A new song to an old tune. John Bull, Esquire, my Jo John, when we were first acquaint, you acted very much as now you act about the Trent. You stole my bonny sailors, John, my bonny ships also. You're aye the same fierce beast to me, John Bull, Esquire, my Jo. John Bull, Esquire, my Jo John, since we were linked together, full many a jolly fight, John, we've had with one another. Now must we fight again, John? Then at it let us go, and God will help the honest heart, John Bull, Esquire, my Jo. John Bull, Esquire, my Jo John, a century has gone by since you called me your slave, John, since I at you let fly. You want to fight it out again, that war of waste and woe? You'll find me much the same old coon, John Bull, Esquire, my Jo. John Bull, Esquire, my Jo John, if lying loons have told that I have lost my pluck, John, and fight not as of old, you'd better not believe it, John, nor scorn your ancient foe, for I've seen weaker days than this, John Bull, Esquire, my Jo. John Bull, Esquire, my Jo John, hear this my language plain. I never smote you unprovoked, I never smote in vain. If you want peace, peace let it be. If war, be pleased to know, shots in my locker yet remain. John Bull, Esquire, my Jo. End of chapter 3.
Chapter 4 of Poems of American History, Volume 4, The Civil War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Niki Myers from Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. To learn more about me, visit nikisessentials.com. Poems of American History, Volume 4, The Civil War, by Various. Chapter 4, The Grand Army of the Potomac. The defeat at Bull Run showed the necessity for a thorough reorganization of the Army of the Potomac. And George B. McClellan, who had made a successful campaign in Western Virginia, was summoned to Washington and placed in command. At the end of 2 months, He had under him a splendidly equipped and disciplined force of over 100,000 men. The pickets were gradually extended, and little skirmishes with the enemy took place almost daily. Civil War. Rifleman, shoot me a fancy shot, straight at the heart of you prowling vidette. Ring me a ball in the glittering spot that shines on his breast like an amulet. Ah, Captain, here goes for a fine drawn bead. There's music around when my barrel's in tune. Crack went the rifle, the messenger sped, and dead from his horse fell the ringing dragoon. Now, riflemen, steal through the bushes and snatch from your victim some trinket to hand sell first blood, a button, a loop, or that luminous patch that gleams in the moon like a diamond stud. Oh, Captain, I staggered and sunk on my track when I gazed on the face of that fallen vidette, for he looked so like you as he lay on his back that my heart rose upon me and masters me yet. But I snatched off the trinket, this locket of gold, an inch from the center my lead broke its way, scarce grazing the picture, so fair to behold, of a beautiful lady in bridal array. Ha, rifleman, fling me the locket! 'Tis she, my brother's young bride, and the fallen dragoon was her husband. Hush, soldier, 'twas heaven's decree, we must bury him there by the light of the moon. But hark, the far bugles their warnings unite. War is a virtue, weakness a sin. There's a lurking and loping around us tonight. Load again, riflemen, keep your hand in. By Charles Dawson Shanley. McClellan at last began preparations for a grand advance into Virginia. Troops were sent across the Potomac in great numbers. Then, suddenly, the orders were countermanded, and the troops brought back across the river. The army had increased to 150,000 men, but for nearly 2 months the public ear was daily irritated by the report, "All quiet along the Potomac." The Picket Guard, dated November 1861. All quiet along the Potomac, they say, except now and then a stray picket is shot as he walks on his beat to and fro by a rifleman hid in the thicket. 'Tis nothing, a private or two now and then will not count in the news of the battle. Not an officer lost, only one of the men, moaning out all alone the death rattle. All quiet along the Potomac tonight, where the soldiers he peacefully dreaming, their tents in the rays of the clear autumn moon, or the light of the watch-fire are gleaming. A tremulous sigh of the gentle night wind through the forest leaves softly is creeping, while the stars up above and their glittering eyes keep guard, for the army is sleeping. There's only the sound of the lone sentry's tread as he tramps from the rock to the fountain, and thinks of the two in the low trundle bed, far away in the cot on the mountain. His musket falls slack, his face dark and grim, grows gentle with memories tender, as he mutters a prayer for the children asleep, for their mother, may heaven defend her. The moon seems to shine just as brightly as then, that night when the love yet unspoken leaped up to his lips, and low murmured vows were pledged to be ever unbroken. Then drawing his sleeve roughly over his eyes, he dashes off tears that are welling, and gathers his gun closer up to its place as if to keep down the heart-swelling. He passes the fountain, the blasted pine tree, the footstep is lagging and weary, yet onward he goes, through the broad belt of light, towards the shade of the forest so dreary. Hark! Was it the night wind that rustled the leaves? Was it moonlight so wondrously flashing? It looked like a rifle. Ha! Mary, good-bye. The red life-blood is ebbing and plashing. All quiet along the Potomac tonight, no sound save the rush of the river, while soft falls the dew on the face of the dead. The picket's off duty forever. By Ethel Lynn Beers. Despite the size and efficiency of the Grand Army, nothing was done and nothing attempted. It was evident that McClellan, though a perfect organizer and disciplinarian, lacked the qualities of aggressive leadership, and the discontent of the country found constant and angry expression. Tardy George, dated January 1862. What are you waiting for, George, I pray? To scour your cross belts with fresh pipe clay? To burnish your buttons, to brighten your guns, or wait for May Day and warm spring suns? Are you blowing your fingers because they are cold, or catching your breath ere you take a hold? Is the mud knee-deep in the valley and gorge? What are you waiting for, tardy George? Want you 1,000 more cannon made, to aid to the 1,000 now arrayed? Want you more men, more money to pay? Are not 2 millions enough per day? Wait you for gold and credit to go, before we shall see your martial show, till treasury notes will not pay to forge? What are you waiting for, tardy George? Are you waiting for your hair to turn, your heart to soften, your bowels to yearn a little more toward our Southern friends, as at home and abroad they work their ends? Our Southern friends, whom you hold so dear, that you do no harm and give no fear, as you tenderly take them by the gorge. What are you waiting for, tardy George? Now that you've marshaled your whole command, planning what you would and changed what you planned, practiced with shot and practiced with shell, known to a hair where every one fell, made signs by day and signals by night, was it all done to keep out of a fight? Is the whole matter too heavy a charge? What are you waiting for, tardy George? Shall we have more speeches, more reviews, or are you waiting to hear the news? To hold up your hands in mute surprise when France and England shall recognize? Are you too grand to fight traitors small? Must you have a nation to cope withal? Well, hammer the anvil and blow the forge. You'll soon have a dozen, tardy George. Suppose for a moment, George, my friend, just for a moment you condescend to use the means that are in your hands, the eager muskets and guns and brands. Take one bold step on this southern sod, and leave the issue to watchful God. For now the nation raises its gorge, waiting and watching you, tardy George. I should not much wonder, George, my boy, if Stanton get in his head a toy, and some fine morning ere you are out, he send you all to the right about. You and Jomini and all the crew who think that war is nothing to do but to drill and cipher and hammer and forge. What are you waiting for, tardy George? Finally, President Lincoln demanded that this great army do something, and it was decided to advance against the Confederates at Manassas. The advance began on March 9, 1862, and when the army reached Manassas, it found that the Confederates had removed all their stores and munitions and abandoned the position, whereupon the Grand Army marched back to the Potomac. How McClellan took Manassas, dated March 10, 1862. Heard ye how the bold McClellan, he the weather with the bell on, he the head of all the asses, heard ye how he took Manassas? When the Anaconda Plucky flopped its tail in old Kentucky, when upstream the gunboats paddled, and the thieving Floyd skedaddled, then the chief of all the asses heard the word, "Go take Manassas!" 40 brigades wait around him, 40 blatant trumpets sound him. As the pink of all the heroes since the time of fiddling Neros, "Now's the time!" cry out the masses, "show your pluck and take Manassas!" Contrabands come flocking to him, lo, the enemy flies, pursue him. No, says George, don't start a trigger on the word of any nigger. Let no more of the rascals pass us, I know all about Manassas. When at last a prowling Yankee, no doubt long and lean and lanky, looking out for new devices, took the wooden guns as prizes. Says he, I swear, ere daylight passes, I'll take a peep at famed Manassas. Then up to the trenches boldly marched he, they received him coldly. Nary Reb was there to stop him, gathering courage in he passes. Jerusalem, I've took Manassas. Bold McClellan heard the story. Onward, men, to fields of glory! Let us show the rebel foreman, when we're ready, we're not slow, men. Wait no more for springtime grasses. Onward, onward to Manassas! Baggage trains were left behind him in his eagerness to find them. Upward the balloons ascended to see which way the rebels tended. 30 miles away his glasses swept the horizon round Manassas. Out of sight the foe retreating, answering back no hostile greeting. None could tell, as off he paddled, whitherward he had skedaddled. Then the chief of all the asses cried, "Hurrah! I've got Manassas!" Future days will tell the wonder how the mighty Anaconda lay supine along the border with the mighty Mac to lord her. Tell on shaft and storied brasses how he took the famed Manassas. McClellan, meanwhile, had decided that the proper way to take Richmond was to remove his army to Fortress Monroe and advance up the peninsula. The change of base was accomplished by April 3, 1862, and the advance began, the army encountering no obstacles save almost impassable mud. McClellan, however, firmly believed that an immense force of Confederates was massed before him, and proceeded so cautiously that he scarcely moved at all, and the impatience of the people deepened into anger and disgust. Wanted, a man. Back from the trebly crimsoned field, terrible words are thunder-tossed, full of the wrath that will not yield, full of revenge for battles lost. Hark to their echo as it crossed the Capitol, making faces wan. End this murderous holocaust, Abraham Lincoln. Give us a man. Give us a man of God's own mold, born to marshal his fellow men. One whose fame is not bought and sold at the stroke of a politician's pen. Give us the man of thousands 10, fit to do as well as to plan. Give us a rallying cry, and then, Abraham Lincoln, give us a man. No leader to shirk the boasting foe, and to march and countermarch our brave, till they fall like ghosts in the marshes low, and swamp grass covers each nameless grave, nor another whose fatal banners wave. Aye, in disaster's shameful van, nor another to bluster and lie and rave. Abraham Lincoln, give us a man. Hearts are mourning in the north, while the sister rivers seek the main, red with our life-blood flowing forth. Who shall gather it up again? Though we march to the battle plain firmly as when the strife began, shall all our offering be in vain? Abraham Lincoln, give us a man. Is there never one in all the land, one on whose might the cause may lean? Are all the common ones so grand, and all the titled ones so mean? What if your failure may have been in trying to make good bread from bran, from worthless metal a weapon keen? Abraham Lincoln, find us a man. Oh, we will follow him to the death, where the foeman's fiercest columns are. Oh, we will use our latest breath, cheering for every sacred star. His to marshal us high and far, ours to battle as patriots can, when a hero leads the holy war. Abraham Lincoln, give us a man.
Edmund Clarence Stedman.
Finally, after infinite preparation, McClellan's batteries were ready to open on the Confederate works of Yorktown, but on May 4, 1862, it was discovered that the works had been abandoned. Hooker's and Kearny's cavalry began a vigorous pursuit of the Confederates, caught up with them at Williamsburg, and captured the works there after a severe engagement. The Gallant Fighting Joe, May 4th and 5th, 1862. From Yorktown on the 4th of May, the rebels did skedaddle, and to pursue them on their way, brave Hooker took the saddle. "I'll lead you on, brave boys," he said, "where danger points the way," and drawing forth his shining blade, "Move onward," he did say. Chorus. Then we'll shout hurrah for Hooker, boys, the gallant Fighting Joe. We'll follow him with heart and hand wherever he does go. Forward march, then was the word that passed from front to rear, when all the men with one accord gave a loud and hearty cheer. And then with Hooker at our head we marched in order good, till darkness all around us spread when we lay down in the wood. Early next morn by break of day the rain in torrents fell. "This day," brave Hooker he did say, "your valor it will tell. Williamsburg is very near, be steady every man. Let every heart be filled with cheer, and I will take the van." The gallant Massachusetts men fought well and nobly too, as did the men from good old Penn and Jersey, ever true. And Sickles' men, like lions brave, their courage did display, for gallantly they did behave on the battlefield that day. The men from Mass and good old Penn, that morn the fight began, and like true noble-hearted men most nobly they did stand. when Jersey's sons, the bold, the brave, not fearing lead nor steel, their gallant comrades for to save, dashed boldly to the field. By every means the rebels sought to stand the Jersey's fire, but soon for them it was too hot, and they quickly did retire. But getting reinforced again with numbers very great, the gallant band of Jersey men were forced for to retreat. Now Sickles' men, Hooker did say, move out to the advance. If you your courage would display, now you have got a chance. The foe have forced us to give way. They number 6-1, but still, my lads, we'll gain the day, and I will lead you on. Excelsior then the foremost stood, not knowing dread nor fear, and met the rebels in the woods with a loud and hearty cheer. Volley after volley flew, like hail the balls did fly, and Hooker cried, my heroes true, we'll conquer or we'll die. Our ammunition being gone, brave Hooker then did say, reinforcements fast are coming on, my lads, do not give way. Keep good your ground, our only chance is to remain upon the field, and if the rebels dare advance, we'll meet them with the steel. 'Twas then brave Kearny did appear, who ne'er to foe would yield. To him we gave a hearty cheer as he rushed on the field. Now charge, my lads, then Hooker cried, our work will soon be done, for with brave Kearny by our side, the rebels will make run. And since that time we all do know the battles he hath won. He beat the rebels at Bristow, and chased them to Bull Run. And had we a few more loyal men, like the gallant Fighting Joe, the war would soon be at an end, then home we all would go, singing hurrah, hurrah for Hooker's boys. The gallant Fighting Joe will follow him with heart and hand wherever he does go. James Stevenson. The advance continued slowly, and on May 31st, 1862, a portion of the army reached Fair Oaks. Here the Confederates attacked with force, and would have won a decisive victory but for the timely arrival of dashing Phil Kearny, who rallied the Union forces, led them forward, and swept the Confederates from the field. Kearny at Seven Pines, May 31st, 1862. So that soldierly legend is still on its journey, that story of Kearny who knew not to yield. 'Twas the day when, with Jameson, fierce Berry, and Birney, against 20,000 he rallied the field, where the red volleys poured, where the clamor rose highest, where the dead lay in clumps through the dwarf oak and pine, where the aim from the thicket was surest and nighest, no charge like Phil Kearny's along the whole line. When the battle went ill, and the bravest were solemn, near the dark Seven Pines, where we still held our ground, he rode down the length of the withering column, and his heart at our war cry leapt up with a bound. He snuffed, like his charger, the wind of the powder. His sword waved us on, and we answered the sign. Loud our cheer as we rushed, but his laugh rang louder. There's the devil's own fun, boys, along the whole line. How he strode his brown steed, how we saw his blade brighten, and one hand still left, and the reins in his teeth. He laughed like a boy when the holidays heighten, but a soldier's glance shot from his visor beneath. Up came the reserves to the melee infernal, asking where to go in, through the clearing or pine. Oh, anywhere, forward, 'tis all the same, Colonel. You'll find lovely fighting along the whole line. Oh, evil the black shroud of night at Chantilly, that hid him from sight of his brave men and tried. Foul, foul sped the bullet that clipped the white lily, the flower of our knighthood, the whole army's pride. Yet we dream that he's still in the shadowy region, where the dead from their ranks, in wan drummer's sign, rides on as of old down the length of his legion, and the word still is forward along the whole line. By Edmund Clarence Stedman. For nearly a month after the battle, the Army of the Potomac lay along the Chickahominy, within a few miles of Richmond, while the Confederates concentrated their forces under Robert E. Lee for the defense of the city. On June 14, 1862, General J.E.B. Stuart, with a force of 1,500 cavalry, circled the Union position, destroyed stores, seized mules and horses, took nearly 200 prisoners, and returned leisurely to Richmond. Captain Latane was killed in a skirmish during this expedition. The burial of Latane, June 14, 1862. The combat raged not long, but hours the day, and though the hosts that compassed us around, our little band rode proudly on its way, leaving one gallant comrade, glory-crowned, unburied on the field he died to gain, single of all his men amid the hostile slain. One moment on the battle's edge he stood, hope's halo like a helmet round his hair. The next beheld him dabbled in his blood, prostrate in death, and yet in death how fair! Even thus he passed through the red gates of strife, from earthly crowns and palms to an immortal life. A brother bore his body from the field, and gave it unto strangers' hands, then closed the calm blue eyes on earth forever sealed, and tenderly the slender limbs composed. Strangers, yet sisters, who, with Mary's love, sat by the open tomb, and, weeping, looked above.
A little child strewed roses on his bier.
Pale roses, not more stainless than his soul, nor yet more fragrant than his life sincere, that blossomed with good actions, brief but whole. The aged matron and the faithful slave approached with reverent feet the hero's lowly grave. No man of God might say the burial rite. Above the rebel, thus declared the foe, that blanched before him in the deadly fight, but woman's voice, with accent soft and low, trembling with pity, touched with pathos, read over his hallowed dust the ritual for the dead. "'Tis sown in weakness, it is raised in power." Softly the promise floated on the air, while the low breathings of the sunset hour came back responsive to the mourner's prayer. Gently they laid him underneath the sod, and left him with his fame, his country, and his God. Let us not weep for him whose deeds endure. So young, so brave, so beautiful, he died, as he had wished to die. The past is sure. Whatever yet of sorrow may betide those who still linger on the stormy shore, change cannot harm him now, nor fortune touch him more. By John R. Thompson.
Meanwhile, McDowell's corps had been ordered forward from the Shenandoah Valley to cooperate with McClellan,
but was harassed by the Confederate cavalry under Turner Ashby and Stonewall Jackson, which was handled with the utmost brilliancy and daring. The charge by the ford. 80 and 9, with their captain, rode on the enemy's track. Rode in the gray of the morning, 9 of the 90 came back. Slow rose the mist from the river, lighter each moment the way. Careless and tearless and fearless, galloped they on to the fray, singing in tune how the scabbards loud on the stirrup irons rang, clinked as the men rose in saddle, fell as they sank with a clang. What is it moves by the river, jaded and weary and weak? Graybacks across on their banner, yonder the foe whom they seek. Silence! They see not, they hear not, tarrying there by the marge. Forward! Draw saber! Trot! Gallop! Charge! Like a hurricane! Charge! Ah, 'twas a man-trap infernal, fire like the deep pit of hell, volley on volley to meet them, mixed with the gray rebels' yell. 90 had ridden to battle, tracing the enemy's track. 90 had ridden to battle, 9 of the 90 came back. Honor the name of the 90, honor the heroes who came, scatheless from 500 muskets, safe from the lead-bearing flame. 80 and 1 of the troopers lie on the field of the slain, lie on the red field of honor. Honor the 9 who remain. Cold are the dead there, and gory, there where their lifeblood was spilt. Back come the living, each saber, red from the point to the hilt. Give them 3 cheers and a tiger! Let the flags wave as they come. Give them the blare of the trumpet. Give them the roll of the drum. By Thomas Dunn English. Skirmish after skirmish was fought, in one of which, at Harrisburg, on June 6, 1862, Ashby was killed. But the Confederates succeeded in their object, for McDowell's junction with McClellan was indefinitely delayed. Dirge for Ashby, June 6, 1862. Heard ye that thrilling word, accent of dread, flash like a thunderbolt, bowing each head? Crashed through the battle dun, over the booming gun, Ashby, our bravest one, Ashby is dead. Saw ye the veterans' hearts that had known never a quail of fear, never a groan? Sob mid the fight they win, tears their stern eyes within. Ashby, our paladin, Ashby is gone. Dash, dash the tear away, crush down the pain. Dulce et decus, be fittest refrain. Why should the dreary pall round him he flung at all? Did not our hero fall gallantly slain? Catch the last word of cheer dropped from his tongue. Over the volley's din loud it be rung. Follow me, soldier! Oh, could there be paean or dirge for thee, loftier sung? Bold as the lion heart, dauntless and brave, knightly and knightliest Bayard could crave. Sweet with all Sidney's grace, tender as Hampton's face, who shall fill the space void by his grave? 'Tis not one broken heart, wild with dismay, crazed with her agony, weeps o'er his clay. Ah, from 1,000 eyes flow the pure tears that rise. Widowed Virginia lies stricken today. Yet, though that thrilling word, accent of dread, falls like a thunderbolt, bowing each head, heroes! Be battle done, bravelier every one. Nerved by the thought alone, Ashby is dead. By Margaret Junkin Preston. McClellan continued to waste his time in complaints and reproaches to the government at Washington, and the Confederates prepared to take the offensive. Their advance began June 26, 1862, and McClellan promptly began to retreat, finally on July 1st at Malvern Hill. The Union army turned and repulsed the Confederates after a severe engagement. McClellan, instead of advancing, issued an order to fall still further back. Malvern Hill, July 1st, 1862. Ye elms that wave on Malvern Hill, in prime of morn and May, recall ye how McClellan's men here stood at bay? While deep within you forest dim, our rigid comrades lay, some with the cartridge in their mouth, others with fixed arms lifted south, invoking so the cypress glades, ah, wilds of woe! The spires of Richmond, late beheld, through the rifts in musket haze, were closed from view in clouds of dust on leaf-walled ways, where streamed our wagons in caravan, and the 7 nights and days of march and fast, retreat and fight, pinched our grimed faces to ghastly plight. Does the elmwood recall the haggard beards of blood? The battle-smoked flag with stars eclipsed, we followed, it never fell. In silence husbanded, our strength received their yell, till on this slope we patient turned, with cannon ordered well. Reverse we proved was not defeat, but ah, the sod, what thousands meet, does Malvern Wood bethink itself, and muse and brood. We elms of Malvern Hill remember everything, but sap the twig will fill. Wag the world how it will, leaves must be green in spring. Herman Melville. A Message, July 1st, 1862. Was there ever message sweeter than that one from Malvern Hill? From a grim old fellow, you remember, dying in the dark at Malvern Hill. With his rough face turned a little, on a heap of scarlet sand, they found him just within the thicket, with a picture in his hand. With a stained and crumpled picture of a woman's aged face. Yet there seemed to leap a wild entreaty, young and living, tender, from the face, when they flashed a lantern on it, gilding all the purple shade, and stooped to raise him softly. "That's my mother, sir," he said. "Tell her," but he wandered, slipping into tangled words and cries. Something about Mac and Hooker, something dropping through the cries, about the kitten by the fire, and mother's cranberry pies, and there the words fell, and an utter silence brooded in the air. Just as he was drifting from them, out into the dark alone. Poor old mother, waiting for your message, waiting with the kitten all alone. Through the hush his voice broke. "Tell her." "Thank you, doctor, when you can. Tell her that I kissed her picture, and wished I'd been a better man. I wonder if the red feet of departed battle hours may not leave for us their searching message from those distant hours. Sisters, daughters, mothers, thank you. Would your heroes now or then, dying, kiss your pictured faces, wishing they'd been better men? Elizabeth Stuart Phelps. So ended McClellan's attempt to capture Richmond. He had lost 75,000 men and had accomplished nothing. President Lincoln made a personal visit to inspect the army, then issued a call for 300,000 more troops. 300,000 more, July 2nd, 1862. We are coming, Father Abraham, 300,000 more, from Mississippi's winding stream and from New England's shore. We leave our plows and workshops, our wives and children dear, with hearts too full for utterance, with but a silent tear. We dare not look behind us, but steadfastly before. We are coming, Father Abraham, 300,000 more. If you look across the hilltops that meet the northern sky, long moving lines of rising dust your vision may descry. And now the wind an instant tears the cloudy veil aside, and floats aloft our spangled flag in glory and in pride, and bayonets in the sunlight gleam, and bands brave music pour. We are coming, Father Abraham, 300,000 more. If you look all up our valleys, where the growing harvests shine, you may see our sturdy farmer boys fast forming into line, and children from their mothers' knees are pulling at the weeds and looking how to reap and sow against their country's needs. And a farewell group stands weeping at every cottage door. We are coming, Father Abraham, 300,000 more. You have called us, we are coming, by Richmond's bloody tide, to lay us down for freedom's sake, our brothers' bones beside, or from foul treason's savage grasp to wrench the murderous blade, and in the face of foreign foes its fragments to parade. 600,000 loyal men and true have gone before. We are coming, Father Abraham, 300,000 more. James Sloan Gibbons. Meanwhile, the Army of Virginia had been formed for the defense of Washington and placed under the command of General Pope. He at once endeavored to secure the valley of the Shenandoah, and on April 9, 1862, fought a fierce but indecisive battle with Jackson at Cedar Mountain. Cedar Mountain, August 9, 1862. Ring the bells, nor ring them slowly, toll them not, the day is holy. Golden flooded noon is poured in grand libation to the Lord. No mourning mothers come today, whose hopeless eyes forget to pray. They each hold high the o'erflowing urn, and bravely to the altar turn. Ye limners of the ancient saint, today another virgin paint, where with the lily once she stood, show now the new beatitude. Today, a mother crowned with pain, of silver beauty beyond stain, clasping a flower for our land, a sheathed in her hand. Each pointed leaf with sword-like strength, guarding the flower throughout its length. Each sword has won a sweet release to the flower of beauty and of peace. Ring the bells, nor ring them slowly, to the Lord the day is holy. To the young dead we consecrate these lives that now we dedicate. Annie Fields. Lee's army, released from Richmond by McClellan's retreat, hastened to face Pope, while Jackson got in Pope's rear, captured Manassas Junction, cut Pope's communications, formed a junction with Longstreet, and, on August 30th, 1862, defeated the Union forces at the Second Battle of Bull Run. Hour left, August 30th, 1862. From dawn to dark they stood, that long midsummer day, while fierce and fast the battle blast swept rank on rank away. From dawn to dark they fought, with legions torn and cleft, and still the wide, black battle tide poured deadlier on our left. They closed each ghastly gap, they dressed each shattered rank, they knew how well that freedom fell with that exhausted flank. Oh, for 1,000 men like these that melt away, and down they came with steel and flame, 4,000 to the fray. Right through the blackest cloud their lightning path they cleft, and triumph came with deathless fame to our unconquered left. Ye of your sons secure, ye of your dead bereft, Honor the brave who died to save. You're all upon our left. Francis Orrery Ticknor. On the following day, Jackson attacked at Chantilly, an indecisive action lasting all day. During the battle, General Philip Kearny pushed forward to reconnoiter, and came upon a Confederate outpost which summoned him to surrender. Instead, he clapped spurs to his horse and endeavored to escape, but was shot and killed. Dirge for a Soldier, September 1st, 1862. Close his eyes, his work is done. What to him is friend or foeman? Rise of moon or set of sun, hand of man or kiss of woman. Lay him low, in the clover or the snow. What cares he? He cannot know. Lay him low. As man may, he fought his fight, proved his truth by his endeavor. Let him sleep in solemn night, sleep forever and forever. Lay him low, in the clover or the snow. What cares he? He cannot know. Lay him low. Fold him in his country's stars, roll the drum and fire the volley. What to him are all our wars? What but death bemocking folly? Lay him low, in the clover or the snow. What cares he? He cannot know. Lay him low. Leave him to God's watching eye, trust him to the hand that made him. Mortal love weeps idly by, God alone has power to aid him. Lay him low, in the clover or the snow. What cares he? He cannot know. Lay him low. George Henry Boker. Pope's shattered army was withdrawn within the defenses of Washington, where McClellan's forces soon joined it. The latter was given command of the forces at the capital, and recruits were hurried forward to fill the broken ranks. The Reveille. Hark! I hear the tramp of thousands, and armed men the hum. Lo, a nation's hosts have gathered round the quick alarming drum, saying, "Come, freemen, come! Ere your heritage be wasted," said the quick alarming drum. Let me of my heart take counsel, or is not of life the sum? Who shall stay and reap the harvest when the autumn days shall come? But the drum echoed, "Come! Death shall reap the braver harvest," said the solemn sounding drum. But when won the coming battle, what of profit springs therefrom? What of conquest, subjugation, even greater ills become? But the drum answered, "Come! You must do the sum to prove it," said the Yankee answering drum. What if, mid the cannon's thunder, whistling shot and bursting bomb, when my brothers fall around me, should my heart grow cold and numb? But the drum answered, "Come! Better there in death united than in life a recreant. Come!" Thus they answered, hoping, fearing, some in faith and doubting some, till a trumpet voice proclaiming said, "My chosen people, come!" Then the drum, lo, was dumb. For the great heart of the nation, throbbing, answered, "Lord, we come." Bret Harte. Never was a republic in greater danger. A month before, Lee had been desperately defending Richmond against two armies. Now he had defeated them both, and was ready to invade the North. He pushed forward with decision and celerity, and by September 7th, 1862, his whole army had crossed the Potomac into Maryland. Beyond the Potomac, September 7th, 1862. They slept on the field which their valor had won, but arose with the first early blush of the sun, for they knew that a great deed remained to be done, when they passed o'er the river. They arose with the sun and caught life from his light, those giants of courage, those annex in fight, and they laughed out loud in the joy of their might, marching swift for the river. On, on like the rushing of storms through the hills, on with the tramp that is firm as their wills, and the one heart of thousands grows buoyant and thrills at the thought of the river. Oh, the sheen of their swords, the fierce gleam of their eyes! It seemed as on earth a new sunlight would rise, and king-like flash up to the sun in the skies, o'er their path to the river. But their banners shot-scarred,
and all darkened with gore, on a strong wind of morning, streamed wildly before. Like the wings of death angels swept fast to the shore, the green shore of the river. As they marched from the hillside, the hamlet, the stream, gaunt throngs whom the foemen had manacled teem, like men just aroused from some terrible dream, to cross sternly the river. They behold the broad banners, blood-darkened yet fair, and a moment dissolves the last spell of despair, while a peal as of victory swells in the air, rolling out to the river. And that cry with 1,000 strange echoings spread till the ashes of heroes were thrilled in their bed, and the deep voice of passion surged up from the dead. I press on to the river. On like the rushing of storms through the hills. On with a tramp that is firm as their wills, and the one heart of thousands grows buoyant and thrills as they pause by the river. Then the wan face of Maryland, haggard and worn, at this sight lost the touch of its aspect forlorn, and she turned on the foemen, full statured in scorn, pointing stern to the river. And Potomac flowed calmly, scarce heaving her breast, with her low-lying billows all bright in the west. For a charm as from God lulled the waters to rest of the fair rolling river. Past the glad thousands march safe through the tide. Hark, foemen, and hear the deep knell of your pride, ringing weird-like and wild, pealing up from the side of the calm flowing river. 'Neath a blow swift and mighty the tyrant may fall, vain to his God swells a desolate call. Hath his grave not been hallowed, and woven his pall, since they passed o'er the river? Paul Hamilton Hayne. McClellan undertook a timorous and blundering pursuit, calling constantly for more men, and even proposing that Washington be abandoned, if that should be necessary to reinforce his army. On September 13th, 1862, Lee's army passed through Frederick, and it was then that the incident recorded in Barbara Frietchie is said to have occurred. Barbara Frietchie, September 13th, 1862. Up from the meadows, rich with corn, clear in the cool September morn, the clustered spires of Frederick stand, green-walled by the hills of Maryland. Round about them orchards sweep, apple and peach tree fruited deep, fair as the garden of the Lord, to the eyes of the famished rebel horde. On what pleasant morn of the early fall, when Lee marched over the mountain wall, over the mountains winding down horse and foot into Frederick town, 40 flags with their silver stars, 40 flags with their crimson bars, flapped in the morning wind. The sun of noon looked down and saw not one. Up rose old Barbara Frietchie then, bowed with her 80 years and 10. Bravest of all in Frederick town, she took up the flag the men hauled down. In her attic window the staff she set, to show that one heart was loyal yet. Up the street came the rebel tread, Stonewall Jackson riding ahead. Under his slouched hat left and right, he glanced, that old flag met his sight. Halt! The dusk-brown ranks stood fast. Fire! Out blazed the rifle blast. It shivered the window, pane and sash, it rent the banner with seam and gash. Quick as it fell from the broken staff, Dame Barbara snatched the silken scarf. She leaned far out on the window-sill and shook it forth with a royal will. Shoot if you must, this old gray head, but spare your country's flag, she said. A shade of sadness, a blush of shame, over the face of the leader came. A nobler nature within him stirred to life at that woman's deed and word. Who touches a hair of you, gray head, dies like a dog. March on, he said. All day long through Frederick Street sounded the tread of marching feet. All day long that free flag tossed over the heads of the rebel host. Ever its torn folds rose and fell on the loyal winds that loved it well. And through the hill gaps sunset light shone over it with a warm good night. Barbara Frietchie's work is o'er, and the rebel rides on his raids no more. Honor to her, and let a tear fall for her sake on Stonewall's bier. Over Barbara Frietchie's grave, flag of freedom and union wave. Peace and order and beauty draw round thy symbol of light and law. And ever the stars above look down on thy stars below in Fredericktown. John Greenleaf Whittier. The main body of the Confederates was finally encountered at Antietam, and on September 17, 1862, a savage action was fought, which left Lee badly shattered. Marthy Virginia's Hand, September 17, 1862. "There, on the left," said the colonel. The battle had shuddered and faded away, wraith of a fiery enchantment that left only ashes and blood-sprinkled clay. "Ride to the left and examine that ridge where the enemy's sharpshooters stood. Lord, how they picked off our men from the treacherous vantage ground of the wood. But for their bullets, I'll bet, my battery sent them something as good. Go and explore, and report to me then, and tell me how many we killed. Never a wink shall I sleep till I know our vengeance was duly fulfilled." Fiercely the orderly rode down the slope of the cornfield, scarred and forlorn, rutted by violent wheels, and scathed by the shot that had plowed it in scorn. Fiercely and burning with wrath, for the sight of his comrades crushed at a blow, flung in the broken shapes on the ground like ruined memorials of woe. These were men whom at daybreak he knew, but never again could know. Thence to the ridge, where roots outthrust and twisted branches of trees clutched the hill like clawing lions, firm their prey to seize. "What's your report?" And the grim colonel smiled when the orderly came back at last. Strangely the soldier paused. Well, they were punished, and strangely his face looked aghast. "Yes, our fire told on them. Knocked over 50. Laid out in line of parade. Brave fellows, colonel, to stay as they did, but one I most wished hadn't stayed. Mortally wounded, he'd torn off his knapsack, and then at the end he prayed, easy to see by his hands that were clasped, and the dull, dead fingers yet held. This little letter, his wife's, from the knapsack, a pity those woods were shelled." Silent the orderly, watching with tears in his eyes as his officer scanned 4 short pages of writing. What's this about Marthy Virginia's hand? Swift from his honeymoon he, the soldier, had gone from his bride to the strife. Never they met again, but she had written him, telling of that new life, born in the daughter that bound her still closer and closer to him as his wife, laying her baby's hand down on the letter. Around it she traced a rude line. "If you would kiss the baby," she wrote, "you must kiss this outline of mine." There was a shape of the hand on the page, with the small chubby fingers outspread. Marthy Virginia's hand for her paw, so the words on the little palm said. Never a wink slept the colonel that night, for the vengeance so blindly fulfilled. Never again woke the old battle glow, when the bullets their death note shrilled. Long ago ended the struggle, in union of brotherhood happily stilled. Yet from that field of Antietam, in warning and token of love's command, see, there is lifted the hand of a baby, Marthy Virginia's hand. George Parsons Lathrop. It was McClellan's first victory, and his partisans hailed him as another Alexander, but he permitted a great opportunity to slip through his fingers. Instead of attacking the next day, he remained inactive, and Lee made good his escape across the Potomac. The Victor of Antietam, September 17, 1862. When tempest winnowed grain from bran, and men were looking for a man, authority called you to the van, McClellan. Along the lines the plaudits ran, as later when Antietam's cheers began. Through storm cloud and eclipse must move each cause and man, dear to the stars and love, nor always can the wisest tell deferred fulfillment from the hopeless knell. The struggler from the floundering ne'er-do-well, a pall cloth on the 7 days fell, McClellan, unprosperously heroical. Who could Antietam's wreath foretell? Authority called you, then, in mist and loom of jeopardy dismissed, but staring peril soon appalled. You the discarded she recalled you not endured delay, and forth you rode upon a blasted way, Arrayed Pope's rout and routed Lee's array, McClellan. Your tent was choked with captured flags that day, McClellan. Antietam was a telling fray. Recalled you, and she heard your drum, advancing through the ghastly gloom. You manned the wall, you propped the dome, you stormed the powerful stormer home, McClellan. Antietam's cannon long shall boom. At Alexandria left alone, McClellan, your veterans sent from you and thrown to fields and fortunes all unknown. What thoughts were yours revealed to none, while faithful still you labored on. Hearing the fair Manassas gun, McClellan, only Antietam could atone. You fought in the front an evil day, McClellan, the forefront of the first array. The cause went sounding, groped its way. The leadsmen quarreled in the bay. Quill's thwarted swords divided sway. The rebel flushed in his lusty May. You did your best as in you lay, McClellan. Antietam's sunburst sheds a ray. Your mettled soldiers love you well, McClellan. Name your name, their true hearts swell. With you they shook dread Stonewall's spell. With you they braved the blended yell of rebel and maligner fell. With you in fame or shame they dwell, McClellan. Antietam braves a brave can tell. And now your comrades, now so few, McClellan, such ravage in deep files they rue, meet round the board and sadly view the empty places tribute due. They render to the dead and you, absent and silent o'er the blue. The one-armed lift the wine to you, McClellan, and great Antietam's cheers renew. Herman Melville. On October 1st, 1862, President Lincoln issued to McClellan a peremptory order to pursue Lee. 20 days were spent in correspondence before that order was obeyed. McClellan had exhausted the patience even of the president. On November 5th, he was relieved from command, and General A. E. Burnside appointed to replace him. The latter paused to get the army in hand, and then moved down the Rappahannock toward Fredericksburg, where Lee was strongly entrenched. On December 11th, the Union Army managed to cross the Potomac in the face of a heavy fire. The Crossing at Fredericksburg, December 11th, 1862. I lay in my tent at midday, too full of pain to die, when I heard the voice of Burnside, and an answering shout reply. I heard the voice of the general, 'twas firm, though soft and sad, but the roar that followed his question laughed out till the hills were glad. "O comrade, open the curtain, and see where our men are bound, for my heart is still in my bosom at that terrible mirthful sound. And hark what the general orders, for I could not catch his words, but what means that hurry and movement, that clash of muskets and swords? Lie still, my captain, 'tis a call for volunteers, and the noise that vexes your fever is only our soldiers' cheers. Where go they? Across the river. O God, I must lie still, while that drum and that measured trampling move from me far down the hill. How many? I judge 400. Who are they? I'll know to a man. Our own 19th and 20th, and the 7th Michigan. Oh, to go, but to go with my comrades, tear the curtain away from the hook, for I'll see them march down to their glory if I perish by the look. They leaped in the rocking shallops, 10 offered where one could go, and the breeze was alive with laughter till the boatmen began to row. Then the shore, where the rebels harbored, was fringed with a gush of flame, and buzzing like bees o'er the water, the swarms of their bullets came. In silence how dread and solemn, with courage how grand and true, steadily, steadily onward, the line of the shallops drew. Not a whisper, each man was conscious that he stood in the sight of death, so he bowed to the awful presence, and treasured his living breath. 'Twixt death in the air above them, and death in the waves below, through the balls and grape and shrapnel, they moved, my God, how slow. And many a brave, stout fellow, who sprang in the boats with mirth, ere they made the fatal crossing, was a load of lifeless earth. And many a brave, stout fellow, whose limbs with strength were rife, was torn and crushed and shattered, a hopeless wreck for life. But yet the boats moved onward, through fire and lead they drove, with the dark still mass within them, and the floating stars above. So loud and near it sounded, I started at the shout, as the keels ground on the gravel, and the eager men burst out. Cheer after cheer we sent them, as only armies can, cheers for old Massachusetts, cheers for young Michigan. They formed in line of battle. Not a man was out of place. Then with leveled steel they hurled them straight in the rebel's face. Oh, help me, comrade, for tears my eyelids drown as I see their smoking banners stream up the smoking town, and see the noisy workmen o'er the lengthening bridges run, and the troops that swarm to cross them when the rapid work be done. For the old heat or a new one flames up in every vein, and with fever or with passion I am faint as death again. If this is death, I care not. Hear me, men, from rear to van. One more cheer for Massachusetts, and one more for Michigan. George Henry Boker. On the morning of December 13, 1862, the Union Army advanced to the attack. The Confederate advance lines were driven back, but rallied and drove back their assailants with heavy loss. Assault after assault was repulsed, and Burnside was finally compelled to withdraw, with a loss of 15,000 men. He was relieved of command soon afterwards. At Fredericksburg, December 13, 1862. God send us peace, and keep the red strife away. But should it come, God send us men and steel. The land is dead that dare not face the day, when foreign danger threats the commonweal. Defenders strong are they that homes defend. From ready arms the spoiler keeps afar. Well bless the country that has sons to lend, from trades of peace to learn the trade of war. Thrice bless the nation that has every son, a soldier ready for the warning sound, who marches homeward when the fight is done, to swing the hammer and to till the ground. Call back that morning with its lurid light, when through our land the awful war bell tolled, when the lips were mute and women's faces white as the pale cloud that out from Sumter rolled. Call back that morn, and instant all were dumb, as if the shot had struck the nation's life, then cleared the smoke and rolled the calling drum, and men streamed in to meet the coming strife. They closed the ledger, and they stilled the loom, the plow left rusting in the prairie farm. They saw but Union in the gathering gloom, the tearless women helped the men to arm. Brigades from towns, each village sent its band, German and Irish, every race and faith. There was no question then of native land, but love the flag and follow it to death. No need to tell their tale through every age. The splendid story shall be sung and said, but let me draw one picture from the page, for words of song embalm the hero dead. The smooth hill is bare, and the cannons are planted, like Gorgon fates shading its terrible brow. The word has been passed that the stormers are wanted, and Burnside's battalions are mustering now. The armies stand by to behold the dread meeting. The work must be done by a desperate few. The black-mouthed guns on the height give them greeting. From gun-mouth to plain every grass-blade in view. Strong earthworks are there, and the rifles behind them are Georgia militia and Irish brigade. Their caps have green badges as if to remind them of the brave record their country has made. The stormers go forward, the Federals cheer them. They breast the smooth hillside, the black mouths are dumb. The riflemen lie in the works till they near them, and cover the stormers as upward they come. Was ever a death march so grand and so solemn? At last the dark summit with flame is enlined. The great guns belch doom on the sacrificed column that reels from the height, leaving hundreds behind. The armies are hushed, there is no cause for cheering. The fall of brave men to brave men is a pain. Again come the stormers as they are nearing. The flame-sheeted rifle lines reel back again. And so till full noon come the Federal masses, flung back from the height as the cliff flings a wave. Brigade on brigade to the death struggle passes, no wavering rank till it steps on the grave. Then comes a brief lull, and the smoke pall is lifted. The green of the hillside no longer is seen. The dead soldiers lie as the seaweed is drifted, the earthwork still held by the badges of green. Have they quailed is the word? No, again they are forming. Again comes a column to death and defeat. What is it in these who shall now do the storming that makes every Georgian spring to his feet? Oh God, what a pity, their cry in their cover, as rifles are readied and bayonets made tight. 'Tis Meagher and his fellows, their caps have green clover. 'Tis Greek to Greek now for the rest of the fight. 1,200 the column, their rent flag before them. With Meagher at their head, they have dashed at the hill. Their foemen are proud of the country that bore them. But Irish in love they are enemies still. Outrings the fierce word, let them have it! The rifles are emptied point blank in the hearts of the foe. It is green against green, but a principle stifles the Irishman's love in the Georgian's blow. The column has reeled, but it is not defeated. In front of the guns they reform and attack. 6 times they have done it, and 6 times retreated. 1,200 they came, and 200 go back. 200 go back with the chivalrous story. The wild day is closed in the night's solemn shroud. 1,000 lie dead, but their death was a glory that calls not for fears. The green badges are proud. Bright honor be theirs, who for honor are fearless, who charge for their flag to the grim cannon's mouth, and honor to them who were true, though not tearless, who bravely that day kept the cause of the South. The quarrel is done, God avert such another. The lesson it brought we should evermore heed. Who loveth the flag is a man and a brother, no matter what birth, or what race, or what creed. John Boyle O'Reilly. Fredericksburg. The increasing moonlight drifts across my bed, and on the churchyard by the road I know. It falls as white and noiselessly as snow. 'Twas such a night 2 weary summers fled. The stars, as now, were waning overhead. Listen! Again the shrill-lipped bugles blow, where the swift currents of the river flow. Past Fredericksburg, far off the heavens are red, with sudden conflagration on yon height. Linstock in hand, the gunners hold their breath. A signal rocket pierces the dense night, flings its spent stars upon the town beneath. Hark! The artillery massing on the right. Hark! The black squadrons wheeling down to death. Thomas Bailey Aldrich. Major General Joseph Hooker was placed in command, and the Grand Army of the Potomac, of which so much had been expected, went into winter quarters on the Rappahannock. By the Potomac. The soft new grass is creeping o'er the graves, by the Potomac, and the crisp ground flower tilts its blue cup to catch the passing shower. The pine cone ripens, and the long moss waves its tangled gonfalons above our braves. Hark! What a burst of music from New Bower! The southern nightingale that hour by hour in its melodious summer madness raves. Ah, with what delicate touches of her hand, with what sweet voice of bird and rivulet, and drowsy murmur of the rustling leaf, would nature soothe us, bidding us forget the awful crime of this distracted land, and all our heavy heritage of grief. Thomas Bailey Aldrich. The Washers of the Shroud. Along a riverside I know not where, I walked one night in mystery of dream. A chill creeps curdling yet beneath my hair, to think what chanced me by the pallid gleam of a moon wraith that waned through haunted air. Pale fireflies pulsed within the meadow mist, their halos wavering thistledowns of light. The loon that seemed to mock some goblin tryst laughed, and the echoes huddling in affright, like Odin's hounds, fled baying down the night. Then all was silent, till there smote my ear a movement in the stream that checked my breath. Was it the slow plash of a wading deer? But something said, "This water is of death. The sisters wash a shroud, ill thing to hear." I, looking then, beheld the ancient 3, known to the Greeks and to the Northmen's creed, that sit in shadow of the mystic tree, still crooning as they weave their endless breed. One song: time was, time is, and time shall be. No wrinkled crones were they, as I had deemed, but fair as yesterday, today, tomorrow. To mourner, lover, poet ever seemed something too high for joy, too deep for sorrow, thrilled in their tones, and from their faces gleamed. Still men and nations reap as they have strawn, so they sang, working at their task the while. The fatal raiment must be cleansed ere dawn, for Austria, Italy, the Sea Queen's Isle, or the quelched grandeur must our shroud be drawn? Or is it for a younger, fairer course, the gathered states like children round his knees, that tamed the waves to be his posting horse, feller forests linked of the seas, bridge builder, hammerer, youngest son of Thor's? What make we, murmurest thou, and what are we? When empires must be wound, we bring the shroud. The time-old web of the implacable 3 is too coarse for him, the young and proud. Earth's mightiest Dane to wear it. Why not he? Is there no hope? I moaned, so strong, so fair. Our fowler, whose proud bird would brook erewhile no rival's swoop in all our western air, gather the ravens then in funeral file. For him, life's morn yet golden is his hair. Leave me not hopeless, ye unpitying dames. I see, half seeing. Tell me, ye who scanned the stars, earth's elders, still must noblest aims be traced upon oblivious ocean sands? Must Hesper join the wailing ghosts of names? When grass blades stiffen with the red battle dew, ye deem we choose the victor and the slain. Say, choose we them that shall be leal and true to the heart's longing, the high faith of brain? Yet there the victory lies, if ye but knew. 3 roots bear up dominion, knowledge, will. These twain are strong, but stronger yet the third, obedience. 'Tis the great taproot that still, knit round the rock of duty, is not stirred, though heaven-loosed tempests spend their utmost skill. Is the doom sealed for Hesper? 'Tis not we denounce it, but the law, before all time. The brave makes danger opportunity, the waverer, paltering with the chance sublime, dwarfs it to peril. Which shall Hesper be? Hath he the many's plaudits found more sweet than wisdom? Held opinion's wind for law? Then let him hearken for the doomster's feet. Rough are the steps, slow hewn by the flintiest rock, states climb to power by, slippery those with gold, down which they stumble to eternal mock. No chaffer's hand shall long the scepter hold, who given a fate to shape would sell the block. We sing old sagas, songs of weal and woe, mystic because too cheaply understood. Dark sayings are not ours, men hear and know, see evil weak, see strength alone in good, yet hope to stem God's fire with walls of tow. Time was unlocks the riddle of time is, that offers choice of glory or of gloom. The solver makes time shall be, surely his. But hasten, sisters, for even now the tomb grates its slow hinge and calls from the abyss. But not for him, I cried, not yet for him, whose large horizon, westering star by star, wins from the void to where on ocean's rim the sunset shuts the world with golden bar. Not yet his thews shall fail, his eyes grow dim. His shall be larger manhood saved for those that walk unblenching through the trial fires. Not suffering, but faint heart is worst of woes, and he no base-born son of craven sires, whose eye need blench confronted with his foes. Tears may be ours, but proud for those who win death's royal purple in the foeman's lines. Peace, too, brings tears, and mid the battle din the wiser ear some text of God divines, for the sheathed blade may rust with darker sin. God, give us peace, not such as lulls to sleep, but sword on thigh and brow with purpose knit, and let our ship of state to harbor sweep, her ports all up, her battle lanterns lit, and her leashed thunders gathering for their leap. So I cried with clenched hands and passionate pain, thinking of dear ones by Potomac's side. Again the loon laughed, mocking, and again the echoes bayed far down the night and died. While walking I recalled my wandering brain. James Russell Lowell, October 1861. End of Chapter 4. Recording by Niki Myers from Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. To learn more about me, visit nikisessentials.com.
Chapter 5 of Poems of American History, Volume 4, The Civil War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by T.K. Andersen.
The War in the West. While the Army of the Potomac in the east was imitating the maneuvers of the King of France, stirring times were enacting in the west. Missouri was torn with dissension. The state had voted against secession in February, but the governor, C.F. Jackson, was doing everything he could to throw it into the Confederacy. General Nathaniel Lyon raised a force of loyalists, and a number of skirmishes ensued. The Little Drummer. 'Tis of a little drummer the story I shall tell, of how he marched to battle, of all that there befell. Out in the west with Lyon, for once the name was true, for whom the little drummer beat his rat-a-too. Our army rose at midnight, 10,000 men as one, each slinging off his knapsack and snatching up his gun. Forward! And off they started, as all good soldiers do, when the little drummer beats for them the rat-a-too. Across a rolling country, where the mist began to rise, past many a blackened farmhouse, till the sun was in the skies. Then we met the rebel pickets, who skirmished and withdrew, while the little drummer beat and beat the rat-a-too. Along the wooded hollows the line of battle ran. Our center poured a volley, and the fight at once began. For the rebels answered shouting, and a shower of bullets flew, but still the little drummer beat his rat-a-too. He stood among his comrades as they quickly formed the line, and when they raised their muskets, he watched the barrels shine. When the volley rang, he started, for war to him was new, but still the little drummer beat his rat-a-too. It was a sight to see them that early autumn day, our soldiers in their blue coats and the rebel ranks in grey. The smoke that rolled between them, the balls that whistled through, and the little drummer as he beat his rat-a-too. His comrades dropped around him, by 5s and 10s they fell, some pierced by mini bullets, some torn by shot and shell. They played against our cannon, and a case and splinters flew, but still the little drummer beat his rat-a-too. The right, the left, the center, the fight was everywhere. They pushed us here, we wavered, we drove and broke them there. The greybacks fixed their bayonets, and charged the coats of blue, but still the little drummer beat his rat-a-too. Where is our little drummer? His nearest comrades say, when the dreadful fight is over, and the smoke has cleared away. As the rebel corps was scattering, he urged them to pursue, so furiously he beat and beat the rat-a-too. He stood no more among them, for a bullet, as it sped, had glanced and struck his angle, and stretched him with the dead. He crawled behind a cannon, and paler grew, but still the little drummer beat his rat-a-too. They bore him to the surgeon, a busy man was he. "A drummer, boy? What ails him?" His comrades answered, "See!" As they took him from the stretcher, a heavy breath he drew, and his little fingers strove to beat the rat-a-too. The ball had spent its fury. "A scratch," the surgeon said, as he wound the snowy bandage, which the lint was staining red. "I must leave you now, old fellow." "Oh, take me back with you, for I know the men are missing me and the rat-a-too." Upon his comrade's shoulder they lifted him so grand, with his dusty drum before him, and his drumsticks in his hand, to the fiery front of battle, that nearer drew, and evermore he beat and beat his rat-a-too. The wounded, as he passed them, looked up and gave a cheer, and one in dying blessed him, between a smile and tear. And the greybacks they are flying, before the coats of blue, for whom the little drummer beats his rat-a-too. When the west was red with sunset, the last pursuit was o'er, brave Lyon rode the foremost, and looked the name he bore, and before him on his saddle, as a weary child would do, sat the little drummer fast asleep with his rat-a-too. Richard Henry Stoddard. Hostilities culminated on August 10, 1861, in a pitched battle at Wilson's Creek, in which, through bad management, the Union forces were defeated and Lyon himself was killed. The Death of Lyon, August 10, 1861. Sing, bird, on green Missouri's plain, the saddest song of sorrow. Drop tears, O clouds, in gentlest rain, ye from the winds can borrow. Breathe out, ye winds, your softest sigh. Weep, flowers, in dewy splendor, for him who knew well how to die, but never to surrender. Up rose serene the August sun, upon that day of glory. Up curled from musket and from gun the war cloud grey and hoary. It gathered like a funeral pall, now broken and now blended, where rang the bugle's angry call, and rank with rank contended. 4,000 men, as brave and true as e'er went forth in daring, upon the foe that morning threw
the strength of their despairing. They feared not death, men blessed the field, that patriot soldiers dyin'. Fair freedom's cause was sword and shield, and at their head was lion. Their leader's troubled soul looked forth, from eyes of troubled brightness. Sad soul, the burden of the North, had pressed out all its lightness. He gazed upon the unequal fight, his ranks all rent and gory, and felt the shadows close like night round his career of glory. "General, come lead us!" loud the cry from a brave man was ringing. "Lead us, or we will stop or die, that battery's awful singing." He spurred to where his heroes stood, twice wounded, no one knowing, the fire of battle in his blood, and on his forehead glowing. "Oh, cursed for I that traitor's hand, and cursed that aim so deadly, which smote the bravest of the land, and dyed his bosom redly. Serene he lay, while past him pressed the battle's furious billow, as calmly as a babe may rest upon its mother's pillow. So Lion died, and well may flowers his place of burial cover, for never had his land of ours a more devoted lover. Living, his country was his bride, his life he gave her, dying. Life, fortune, love, he not denied, to her and to her sighing. Rest, patriot, in thy hillside grave, beside her form who bore thee. Long may the land thou diedst to save, her bannered stars wave o'er thee. Upon her history's brightest page, and on fame's glowing portal, she'll write thy grand heroic age, and grave thy name immortal. Henry Peterson. John C. Fremont had been placed in command of the department, and advanced against the Confederates at the head of a strong force. On October 23, 1861, he detached a squadron of cavalry under Major Charles Sagoni to reconnoiter the Confederate position at Springfield. Sagoni found the Confederates 2,000 strong, but charged them at the head of his 150 men, routed them, cut them to pieces, and drove them from the city. The charge was one of the most remarkable in history. The Confederates finally withdrew from the state. Sagoni, October 25, 1861. Bold captain of the bodyguard, I'll troll a stave to thee. My voice is somewhat harsh and hard, and rough my minstrelsy. I've cheered until my throat is sore, for how Dupont at Beaufort bore. Yet here's a cheer for thee. I hear thy jingling spurs and reins, thy sabre at thy knee. The blood runs lighter through my veins, as I before me see thy 100 men with thrusts and blows ride down 1,000 stubborn foes, the foremost led by thee. With pistol snap and rifle crack, more salvos fired to honor thee. Ye plunge and stamp and shoot and hack, the way your swords make free. Then back again, the path is wide. This time, ye gods, it was a ride. The ride they took with thee. No guardsman of the whole command halts, quails, or turns to flee. With bloody spur and steady hand, they gallop where they see thy daring plumes stream out ahead, or flying, wounded, dying, dead. They can but follow thee. So, captain of the bodyguard, I pledge a health to thee. I hope to see thy shoulders starred. My paladin and we shall laugh at fortune in the fray, where'er you lead your well-known way, to death or victory. George Henry Boker. Kentucky was another state divided against itself. For a time it endeavored to preserve neutrality, but finally chose the Union side. On January 19, 1862, the Battle of Somerset was fought, resulting in a Union victory. Battle of Somerset, January 19, 1862. I gazed, and lo, afar and near, with hastening speed, now there, now here, the horseman rode with glittering spear. 'Twas awful to behold. 10,000 men in dread array, on every hill and mound they lay. A dreadful sight it was that day, to see the front they formed. The polished sabres waving high flashed brightly in the morning sky, while beaming on the dazzled eye the glittering bayonets shone. All was hushed among the trees, save now and then a gentle breeze, while stirred the brown and serried leaves that in the forest lay. But what is that which greets mine eye? Is it Columbia's sons I spy? Hark, hark, I hear the battle cry, their shouts of victory. Still hotter does the conflict grow, while dealing death in every blow. McCook charged on the routed foe, his daring little band. Rest, patriots, rest, the conflict's o'er. Your erring brethren punished sore, Oh, would they'd fight their friends no more, and cease this bloody strife. Cornelius C. Cullen. The Confederate loss was very heavy, and in one respect irreparable, for General Felix K. Zollicoffer was killed while reconnoitering the Union position. Zollicoffer, January 19, 1862. First in the fight and first in the arms of the white-winged angels of glory, with the heart of the South and the feet of God, and his wounds to tell the story. For the blood that flowed from his hero heart, on the spot where he nobly perished, was drunk by the earth as a sacrament, in the holy cause he cherished. In heaven a home with the brave and blessed, and for his soul sustaining the apocalyptic eyes of Christ, and nothing on earth remaining but a handful of dust in the land of his choice, a name in song and story, and fame to shout with immortal voice, dead on the field of glory. Henry Lyndon Flash. Near the southern line of Kentucky, the Confederates still held two strong forts, Henry and Donelson, and on February 2, 1862, a Union force under General Ulysses S. Grant moved forward to attack them. The army was supported by a fleet of gunboats, and Fort Henry surrendered to the fleet before the land forces came up. The gunboat Essex led the attack and suffered severely, among her dead being Lieutenant S.B. Britton, Jr., a boy of not quite 17. Boy Britton. February 6, 1862. Boy Britton, only a lad, a fair-haired boy, 16, in his uniform, into the storm, into the roaring jaws of grim Fort Henry, boldly bears the Federal flotilla, into the battle storm. Boy Britton is master's mate aboard of the Essex. There he stands, buoyant and eager-eyed, by the brave captain's side, ready to do and dare. Aye, aye, sir, always ready, in his country's uniform. Boom, boom, and now the flagboat sweeps, and now the Essex, into the battle storm. Boom, boom, till river and fort and field are overclouded by battle's breath, then from the fort a gleam, and a crashing gun, and the Essex is wrapped and shrouded in a scalding cloud of steam. But victory, victory! Unto God all praise be ever rendered, unto God all praise and glory be. See, Boy Britton, see, boy, see! They strike! Hurrah, the fort has just surrendered! Shout, shout, my boy, my warrior boy, and wave your cap and clap your hands for joy. Cheer, answer, cheer, and bear the cheer about. Hurrah, hurrah, and the fiery fort is ours, and victory, victory, victory is the shout. Shout, for the fiery fort and the field and the day are ours. The day is ours, thanks to the brave endeavor of heroes, boy, like thee. The day is ours, the day is ours. Glory and deathless love to all who shared with thee, and bravely endured and dared with thee. The day is ours, the day is ours, forever. Glory and love for one and all, but for thee, home, home, a happy welcome, welcome home for thee, and kisses of love for thee, and a mother's happy, happy tears, and a virgin's bridal wreath of flowers for thee. Victory, victory! But suddenly wrecked and wrapped in seething steam, the Essex slowly drifted out of the battle's storm, slowly, slowly down, laden with the dead and the dying. And there, at the captain's feet, among the dead and the dying, the shot-marked form of a beautiful boy is lying, there in his uniform. Laurels and tears for thee, boy, laurels and tears for thee. Laurels of light, moist with the precious dew of the inmost heart of the nation's loving heart, and blessed by the balmy breath of the beautiful and the true. Moist, moist with the luminous breath of the singing spheres, and the nation's starry tears, and tremble touched by the pulse-like gush and start of the universal music of the heart, and all deep sympathy. Laurels and tears for thee, boy, laurels and tears for thee, laurels of light and tears of love forevermore, for thee, and laurels of light and tears of truth, and the mantle of immortality, and the flowers of love and of immortal youth, and the tender heart tokens of all true ruth, and the everlasting victory, and the breath and bliss of liberty, and the loving kiss of liberty, and the welcoming light of heavenly eyes, and the overcome of God's canopy, and the infinite love span of the skies that cover the valleys of paradise, for all of the brave who rest with thee, and for one and all who died with thee, and now sleep side by side with thee, and for every one who lives and dies, on the solid land or the heaving sea, dear warrior boy, like thee. Oh, the victory, belongs to thee. God ever keeps the brightest crown for such as thou, he gives it now to thee. O young and brave and early and thrice blessed, thrice, thrice, thrice blessed. Thy country turns once more to kiss thy youthful brow, and takes thee gently, gently to her breast, and whispers lovingly, God bless thee now, my darling, thou shalt rest. Forsyth Wilson. The fall of Fort Donelson soon afterwards opened the way to the south, and it was decided to advance against Corinth, Mississippi, with Pittsburgh Landing as the base of operations. By the 1st of April, 1862, 5 divisions had been concentrated there, but the Confederates had also amassed a great army nearby, and on the morning of Sunday, April 6, moved forward to the attack, took their opponents by surprise, and drove them back to the river. The Confederate leader, Albert Sidney Johnston, was killed during the battle. Albert Sidney Johnston, April 6, 1862. I hear again the tread of war go thundering through the land, and Puritan and Cavalier are clinching neck and hand. Round Shiloh Church the furious foes have met to thrust and slay, where erst the peaceful sons of Christ were wont to kneel and pray. The wrestling of the ages shakes the hills of Tennessee, with all their echoing mounts athrob with war's wild minstrelsy. A galaxy of stars newborn round the shield of Mars, and set against the stars and stripes the flashing stars and bars. 'Twas Albert Sidney Johnston led the columns of the grey, like Hector on the plains of Troy his presence fired the fray, and dashing horse and gleaming sword spake out his royal will, as on the slopes of Shiloh field the blasts of war blew shrill. Down with the base invaders, the grey shout forth the cry. Death to presumptuous rebels, the blue ring out reply. All day the conflict rages, and yet again all day. Though Grant is on the Union side, he cannot stem nor stay. They are a royal race of men, these brothers face to face, their fury speaking through their guns, their frenzy in their pace. The sweeping onset of the grey bears down the sturdy blue, though Sherman and his legions are heroes through and through. Though Prentice and his gallant men are forcing Scar and Crag, they fall like sheaves before the scythes of Hardee and of Bragg. Ah, who shall tell the victor's tale when all the strife is past, when man and man in one great mould the men who strive are cast? As when the Trojan hero came from that fair city's gates, with tossing mane and flaming crest to scorn the scowling fates. His legions gather round him and madly charge and cheer, and fill the besieging armies with wild dishevelled fear. Then bares his breast unto the dart the daring spearman sends, and dying hears his cheering foes the wailing of his friends. So Albert Sidney Johnston, the chief of belt and scar, lay down to die at Shiloh, and turned the scales of war. Now 25 years agone, and lo, today they come, the blue and grey in prouder way with throbbing fife and drum, but not as rivals, not as foes, as brothers reconciled, to twine love's fragrant roses where the thorns of hate grew wild. They tell the hero of 3 wars, the lion-hearted man, who wore his valor like a star, uncrowned American. Above his heart, serene and still, the folded stars and bars, above his head, like mother's wings, the sheltering stripes and stars. Aye, 25 years, and lo, the manhood of the South has held its valor stanch and strong as at the cannon's mouth. With patient heart and silent tongue has kept its true parole, and in the conquests born of peace has crowned its battle roll. But ever while we sing of war, of courage tried and true, of heroes wed to gallant deeds, or be it grey or blue, then Albert Sidney Johnston's name shall flash before our sight, like some resplendent meteor across the sombre night. America, thy sons are knit with sinews wrought of steel. They will not bend, they will not break, beneath the tyrant's heel, but in the white-hot flame of love, to silken cobweb spun, they whirl the engines of the world, all keeping time as one. Today they stand abreast and strong, who stood as foes of yore. The world leaps up to bless their feet, heaven scatters blessings o'er. Their robes are wrought of gleaming gold, their wings of freedom's own. The trampling of their conquering hosts shakes pinnacle and throne. O veterans of the blue and grey, who fought on Shiloh field, the purposes of God are true, his judgment stands revealed. The pangs of war have rent the veil, and lo, his high decree, one heart, one hope, one destiny, one flag from sea to sea. Kate Brownlee Sherwood. Albert Sidney Johnston. Shiloh. His soul to God, on a battle psalm, a soldier's plea to heaven, from the victor's wreath to the shining palm, from the battle's core to the central calm, and peace of God in heaven. O land, in your midnight of mistrust, the golden gates flew wide, and the kingly soul of your wise and just passed in light from the house of dust to the home of the glorified. Francis Orrery Ticknor. Buell's army came up during the night, and Grant was able next day to assume the offensive and drive the enemy from the field. Johnston's death left Beauregard commander-in-chief of the Confederate forces. Beauregard. Our trust is now in thee, Beauregard. In thy hand the God of hosts hath placed the sword, and the glory of thy fame has set the world aflame. Hearts kindle at thy name, Beauregard. The way that lies before is cold and hard. We are led across the desert by the Lord. But the cloud that shines by night to guide our steps aright is the pillar of thy might, Beauregard. Thou hast watched the southern heavens, evening starred, and chosen thence thine emblems, Beauregard, and upon thy banner's fold, in that starry cross enrolled, which no Northman shall behold, shamed or scarred.
By the blood that crieth loudly from the sword, we have sworn to keep around it watch and ward, and the standard of thine hand yet shall shine above a land, like its leader free and grand, Beauregard. Mrs. C. A. Warfield. The advance against Corinth was continued, and on May 30, 1862, the Union Army entered the city, which the Confederates had evacuated. On October 3, 4, the Confederates attempted to recapture it, but were repulsed with heavy loss. The 8th Wisconsin carried a live eagle in place of a flag, and during the battle the great bird circled and circled above the field. The Eagle of Corinth, October 3, 4, 1862. Did you hear of the fight at Corinth? How we whipped out Price and Van Dorn? Ah, that day we earned our rations. Our cause was God's and the nation's, or we'd have come out forlorn. A long and terrible day, and at last, when night grew grey, by the hundreds there they lay, heavy sleepers, you'd say, that wouldn't wake on the morn. Our staff was bare of a flag, we didn't carry a rag in those brave marching days. Ah, no, but a finer thing, with never a cord or string, an eagle of ruffled wing, and an eye of awful gaze. The grape it rattled like hail, the minis were dropping like rain, the first of a thunder shower, the wads were blowing like chaff, there was a pounding like floor and flail, all the front of our line. So we stood it hour after hour, but our eagle he felt fine. 'Twould have made you cheer and laugh to see through that iron gale how the old fellow'd swoop and sail above the racket and roar. To right and to left he'd soar, but ever came back without fail, and perched on his standard staff. All that day, I tell you true, they had pressed us steady and fair, till we fought in street and square. The affair, you might think, looked blue, but we knew we had them there. Our batteries were few, every gun they'd have sworn they knew, but, you see, there were one or two we had fixed for them unaware. They reckon they've got us now, for the next half hour 'twill be warm. Aye, aye, look yonder, I vow, if they weren't Secesh, how I'd love them. Only see how grandly they form, our eagle whirling above them, to take Robinette by storm. They're timing, it can't be long, now for the nub of the fight. You may guess that we held our breath. By the Lord, 'tis a splendid sight, a column 2,000 strong, marching square to the death. On they came in solid column, for once no whooping nor yell. Ah, I dare say they felt solemn. Front and flank, grape and shell, our batteries pounded away, and the minis hummed to remind 'em they had started on no child's play. Steady they kept a-going, but a grim wake settled behind 'em, From the edge of the abattis, where our dead and dying lay, under fence and fallen tree, up to Robinett, all the way, the dreadful swath kept growing, 'twas buttermut mixed with grey. Now, Frid, at Robinett, muscle to muscle we met, not a breath of bluster or brag, not a lisp for quarter or favour. 3 times there, by Robinett, with a rush their feet they set on the logs of our parapet, and waved their bit of a flag. What could be finer or braver? But our crossfire stunned them in flank, they melted, rank after rank. O'er them with terrible poise our bird did circle and wheel. Their whole line began to waver. Now for the bayonet, boys! On them with the cold steel! Ah, well, you know how it ended. We did for them there and then, but their pluck throughout was splendid. As I said before, I could love them. They stood to the last like men. Only a handful of them found the way back again. Red as blood o'er the town, the angry sun went down, firing flagstaff in vain, and our eagle, as for him, there, all ruffled and grim, he sat o'erlooking the slain. Next morning you'd have wondered how we had to drive the spade, there in great trenches and holes. Ah, God rest their poor souls! We piled some 1,500 where that last charge was made. Sad enough, I must say. No mother to mourn and search, no priest to bless or to pray. We buried them where they lay, without a rite of the church. But our eagle, all that day, stood solemn and still on his perch. 'Tis many a stormy day since, out of the cold bleak north, our great war eagle sailed forth to swoop over battle and fray. Many and many a day o'er charge and storm hath he wheeled, foray and fought and field, tramp and volley and rattle, over crimson trench and turf, over climbing clouds of surf, through tempest and cannon rack have his terrible pinions whirled. 1,000 fields of battle, 1,000,000 leagues of foam, but our bird shall yet come back. He shall soar to his airy home, and his thunderous wings be furled in the gaze of a gladdened world, on the nation's loftiest dome. Henry Howard Brownell. One more struggle closed the campaign. On December 29, 1862, the armies of Bragg and Rosecrans met at Murfreesboro, Tennessee, and for 4 days a desperate battle raged, which ended finally in the Confederates falling back and leaving their antagonists in possession of the field. The Battle of Murfreesboro, December 31, 1862. Ere Murfreesboro's thunders rent the air, with cannon booming mid the trumpets' blare, Cane Hill and David Mills, stern battles too, had carried death to hosts in grey and blue. But here, more deadly, war's wild torrent rushed, and victory at first the rebels flushed. The right wing gone, and troops in panic low, the battle seemed already lost. But no. Brave Rosecrans cried out, "Now stop retreat! We'll turn to victory this sore defeat. We must and shall this battle, soldiers, win! Now silence yonder battery, to begin, and all reform and meet the yelling foe. Stand firm and fire a volley, back he'll go. If not, present your bayonets and charge. 'Tis needless on these orders to enlarge. But comrades, here we conquer or we die." And all that Rosecrans desired was done, and Murfreesboro's battle thus was won. Hail to that New Year's Day in '63, and to that morrow which brought victory. Hail to the courage of the boys in blue, who fought so grandly to their country true. Kennahan Cornwallis. Among the wounded on the Confederate side was Isaac Giffen, a native of East Tennessee. He was terribly injured and was taken by Dr. Francis O. Ticknor into his home and nursed back to life. He fell in one of the battles before Atlanta. Little Giffen. Out of the focal and foremost fire, out of the hospital walls as dire, smitten of grapeshot and gangrene, 18th battle and he 16, spectre such as you seldom see, little Giffen of Tennessee. "Take him and welcome," the surgeons said, "little the doctor can help the dead." So he took him and brought him where the balm was sweet on the summer air, and we laid him down on a wholesome bed, utter Lazarus, heel to head, and we watched the war with bated breath, skeleton boy against skeleton death, months of torture, how many such, weary weeks of the stick and crutch, and still a glint in the steel blue eye told of a spirit that wouldn't die. And didn't, nay more, in death's despite, the crippled skeleton learned to write, Dear mother at first of course, and then dear captain inquiring about the men. Captain's answer of 85, Giffen and I are left alive. Word of gloom from the war one day. Johnston's pressed on the front, they say. Little Giffen was up and away. A tear, his first, as he bade goodbye, dimmed the glint of his steel blue eye. I'll write, if spared. There was news of the fight, but none of Giffen he did not write. I sometimes fancy that, were I king of the princely knights of the golden ring, with the song of the minstrel in mine ear, and the tender legend that trembles here, I'd give the best on his bended knee to the whitest soul of my chivalry, for little Giffen of Tennessee. Francis Orrery Ticknor. Both the Union and Confederate armies were in need of rest and reorganization, and for a time hostilities ceased. Grant paused to collect his forces and to prepare for a maneuver of the first importance, the battle autumn of 1862. The flags of war like storm birds fly, the charging trumpets blow, yet rolls no thunder in the sky, no earthquake strives below. And calm and patient nature keeps her ancient promise well, though o'er her bloom and greenness sweeps the battle's breath of hell. And still she walks in golden hours through harvest-happy farms, and still she wears her fruit and flowers like jewels on her arms. What mean the gladness of the plain, this joy of eve and morn, the mirth that shakes the beard of grain and yellow locks of corn? Ah, eyes may well be full of tears, and hearts with hate are hot, but even paced come round the years, and nature changes not. She meets with smiles our bitter grief, with songs our groans of pain. She mocks with tinder flower and leaf the warfield's crimson stain. Still in the cannon's pause we hear her sweet thanksgiving psalm. Too near to God for doubt or fear, she dares the eternal calm. She knows the seed lies safe below the fires that blast and burn. For all the tears of blood we sow, she waits the rich return. She sees with clearer eye than ours the good of suffering born, the hearts that blossom like her flowers and ripen like her corn. O give to us in times like these the vision of her eyes, and make her fields and fruited trees our golden prophecies. O give to us her finer ear above this stormy din. We too would hear the bells of cheer ring peace and freedom in. John Greenleaf Whittier. End of section.
Chapter 6 of Poems of American History, Volume 4, The Civil War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Poems of American History, Volume 4, The Civil War, by Various. Chapter 6, The Coast and the River. At the opening of the Civil War, the United States had proclaimed a blockade of all Southern ports. But places like Pamlico Sound and Port Royal had so many outlets that they could not be blockaded effectively, and finally, in November 1861, a combined sea and land attack captured the latter place and gave the Union fleet a good harbor in the South. At Port Royal, November 7, 1861. The tent lights glimmer on the land, the ship lights on the sea. The night wind smooths with drifting sand our track on lone Tybee. At last our grating keels outslide, our good boats forward swing, and while we ride the landlocked tide, our negroes row and sing. For dear the bondman holds his gifts of music and of song, the gold that kindly nature sifts among his sands of wrong. The power to make his toiling days and poor home comforts please, the quaint relief of mirth that plays with sorrow's minor keys. Another glow than sunset's fire has filled the west with light, where field and garner, barn and byre are blazing through the night. The land is wild with fear and hate, the rout runs mad and fast. From hand to hand, from gate to gate, the flaming brand is passed. The lurid glow falls strong across dark faces broad with smiles. Not theirs the terror, hate, and loss that fire yon blazing piles. With oar-strokes timing to their song, they weave in simple lays the pathos of remembered wrong, the hope of better days. The triumph note that Miriam sung, the joy of uncaged birds, softening with Afric's mellow tongue their broken Saxon words. John Greenleaf Whittier. The campaign along the North Carolina coast was vigorously pressed, and fort after fort was captured, until the Northern troops were so firmly in possession that their control of that portion of the coast was never afterwards seriously threatened. Ready. Loaded with gallant soldiers, a boat shot into the land, and lay at the right of Rodman's Point with her keel upon the sand. Lightly, gaily, they came to shore, and never a man afraid, when sudden the enemy opened fire from his deadly ambuscade. Each man fell flat on the bottom of the boat, and the captain said, "If we lie here, we are all captured, and the first who moves is dead." Then out spoke a negro sailor, no slavish soul had he. "Somebody's got to die, boys, and it might as well be me." Firmly he rose, and fearlessly stepped out into the tide. He pushed the vessel safely off, then fell across her side. Fell, pierced by a dozen bullets, as the boat swung clear and free, but there wasn't a man of them that day who was fitter to die than he. Phoebe Cary. Especially important was the capture of New Bern on the Neuse River, where the Confederates were strongly entrenched. The Union forces under Burnside advanced to the attack on the morning of March 14, 1862, and succeeded in carrying the works. The loss on both sides was heavy, and would have been heavier still on the Union side, but for the quick wit of Katy Brownell. The Daughter of the Regiment, 5th Rhode Island, March 14, 1862. Who with the soldiers was stanch danger sharer, marched in the ranks through the shriek of the shell? Who was their comrade, their brave color-bearer? Who but the resolute Katy Brownell? Over the marshland and over the highland, where'er the columns wound, meadow or dell, fared she, this daughter of little Rhode Island, she, the intrepid one, Katy Brownell. While the mad rout at Manassas was surging, when those around her fled wildly or fell, and the bold Beauregard onward was surging, who so undaunted as Katy Brownell? When gallant Burnside made dash upon New Bern, sailing the Neuse 'gainst the sweep of the swell, watching the flag on the heaven's broad blue burn, who higher hearted than Katy Brownell? In the deep slough of the springtide debarking, toiling o'er leagues that are weary to tell, time with the sturdiest soldiery marking, forward, straight forward, strode Katy Brownell. Reaching the lines where the army was forming to charge on those ramparts of hell, when from the wood came her regiment swarming, what did she see there, this Katy Brownell? See! Why, she saw that their friends thought them foemen, muskets were levelled, and cannon as well. Save them from direful destruction would no men? Nay, but this woman would, Katy Brownell. Waving her banner, she raced for the clearing, fronted them all, with her flag as a spell. Ah, what a volley of cheering, greeted the heroine, Katy Brownell. Gone, and thank God, are those red days of slaughter, brethren, again we in amity dwell. Just one more cheer for the regiment's daughter, just one more cheer for her, Katy Brownell. Clinton Scollard. The Federals had succeeded in partially destroying the Navy Yard at Norfolk at the outbreak of the war, but the Confederates succeeded in raising one vessel, the Merrimac. This they rebuilt, converted into an ironclad armed with 10 rifled guns, and named the Virginia. A cast-iron ram was fitted to the bow. The vessel was completed in March 1862, and on the 8th cast loose and steamed down the river. The Turtle, March 8, 1862. Caesar afloat with his fortunes, and all the world agog, straining its eyes at a thing that lies in the water like a log. It's a weasel, a whale. I see its tail. It's a porpoise, a pollywog. Tarnation, it's a turtle. And blast my bones and skin, my hearties, sink her, or else you'll think her a regular terror-pin. The frigate poured a broadside, the bombs they whistled well, but, hit old Nick with a sugar stick, it didn't faze her shell. Piff! From the creature's larboard, and dipping along the water, a bullet hissed from a wreath of mist into a doodle's quarter. Raff! From the creature's starboard, rip from his ugly snorter, and the Congress and the Cumberland sunk, and nothing shorter. Now here's to you, Virginia, and you are bound to win, by your rate of bobbing round and your way of pitching in, for you are a cross of the old sea hoss and a regular terror-pin. At Newport News lay the United States 50-gun frigate Congress, the 24-gun sloop Cumberland, and the frigates St. Lawrence, Roanoke, and Minnesota. In command of the Cumberland was Lieutenant George Upham Morris, and at noon the Merrimac was seen from the Cumberland's deck advancing to the attack. Shot and shell were poured upon her without effect. She steamed straight on and plunged her ram into the Cumberland's side. Morris fought his ship until she sank under him. The attack, March 8, 1862. In Hampton Roads the airs of March were bland, peace on the deck, and in the fortress sleeping, till, in the lookout of the Cumberland, the sailor, with his well-poised glass in hand, descried the iron island downward creeping. A sudden wonder seized on land and bay, and tumult with her train was there to follow, for still the stranger kept its seaward way, looking a great leviathan blowing spray, seeking with steady course his ocean wallow. And still it came, and largened on the sight, a floating monster, ugly and gigantic, in shape a wave with long and shelving height, as if a mighty billow, heaved at night, should turn to iron in the mid-Atlantic. Then ship and fortress gazed with anxious stare, until the Cumberland's cannon, silence breaking, thundered its guardian challenge, "Who comes there?" But like a rock-flung echo in the air, the shot rebounded, no impression making. Then roared a broadside, though directed well, on like a nightmare moved the shape defiant. The tempest of our pounding shot and shell crumbled to harmless nothing, thickly fell from off the sounding armor of the giant. Unchecked, still onward through the storm it broke, with beak directed at the vessel's center, then through the constant cloud of sulphurous smoke drove till it struck the warrior's wall of oak, making a gateway for the waves to enter. Struck, and to note the mischief done withdrew, and then, with all a murderer's impatience, rushed on again, crushing her ribs anew, cleaving the noble hull well nigh in two, and on it sped its fiery imprecations. Swift through the vessel swept the drowning swell, with splash and rush and guilty rise appalling, while sinking cannon rung their own loud knell. Then cried the traitor from his sulphurous cell, "Do you surrender?" Oh, those words were galling! How spake our captain to his comrades then? It was a shout from out a soul of splendor, echoed from lofty maintop, and again between decks from the lips of dying men, "Sink, sink, boys, sink, but never say surrender." Down went the ship, down, down, but never down her sacred flag to insolent dictator. Weep for the patriot heroes doomed to drown. Pledged to the sunken Cumberland's renown, she sank, thank God, unsoiled by foot of traitor. Thomas Buchanan Reed. The Cumberland, March 8, 1862. At anchor in Hampton Roads we lay, on board of the Cumberland sloop of war, and at times from the fortress across the bay the alarum of drums swept past, or a bugle blast from the camp on the shore. Then far away to the south uprose a little feather of snow-white smoke, and we knew that the iron ship of our foes was steadily steering its course to try the force of our ribs of oak. Down upon us heavily runs silent and sullen the floating fort, then comes a puff of smoke from her guns, and leaps the terrible death with fiery breath from each open port. We are not idle, but send her straight defiance back in a full broadside. As hail rebounds from a roof of slate, rebounds our heavier hail from each iron scale of the monster's hide. "Strike your flag!" the rebel cries, in his arrogant old plantation strain. "Never!" our gallant Morris replies, "it is better to sink than to yield." And the whole air pealed with the cheers of our men. Then, like a kraken, huge and black, she crushed our ribs in her iron grasp. Down went the Cumberland all a wrack, with a sudden shudder of death, and the cannon's breath for her dying gasp. Next morn, as the sun rose over the bay, still floated our flag at the mainmast head. Lord, how beautiful was thy day! Every waft of the air was a whisper of prayer, or a dirge for the dead. Ho, brave hearts that went down in the seas, ye are at peace in the troubled stream. Ho, brave land, with hearts like these, thy flag that is rent in twain shall be won again, and without a seam. Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. On board the Cumberland, March 8, 1862. "Stand to your guns, men!" Morris cried. "Small need to pass the word. Our men at quarters ranged themselves before the drum was heard, and then began the sailors' jests. What thing is that, I say? A long-shore meeting-house adrift is standing down by the bay. A frown came over Morris's face. The strange, dark craft he knew. That is the iron Merrimac, manned by a rebel crew. So shot your guns, and point them straight. Before this day goes by, we'll try of what her metal's made. A cheer was our reply. Remember, boys, this flag of ours has seldom left its place, and where it falls, the deck it strikes is covered with disgrace. I ask but this, or sink or swim, or live or nobly die, my last sight upon earth may be to see that ensign fly. Meanwhile, the shapeless iron mass came moving o'er the wave, as gloomy as a passing hearse, as silent as the grave. Her ports were closed from stem to stern, no sign of life appeared. We wondered, questioned, strained our eyes, joked, everything but feared. She reached our range, our broadside rang, our heavy pivots roared, and shot and shell, a fire of hell, against her sides we poured. God's mercy! From her sloping roof the iron tempest glanced, as hail bounds from a cottage thatch, and round her leaped and danced. Or when against her dusky hull we struck a fair full blow, the mighty, solid iron globes were crumbled up like snow. On and on, with fast increasing speed, the silent monster came, though all our starboard battery was one long line of flame. She heeded not, nor gun she fired, straight on our bow she bore. Through riving plank and crashing frame her furious way she tore. Alas, our beautiful, keen bow, that in the fiercest blast so gently folded back the seas, they hardly felt we passed. Alas, alas, my Cumberland, that ne'er knew grief before, to be so gored, to feel so deep the tusk of that sea boar. Once more she backward drew a space, once more our side she rent, then, in the wantonness of hate, her broadside through us sent. The dead and dying round us lay, but our foeman lay abeam. Her open portholes maddened us, we fired with shout and scream. We felt our vessel settling fast, we knew our time was brief. The pumps, but they who pumped and thought not, wept with grief. O keep us but an hour afloat, O give us only time to be the instruments of heaven against the traitor's crime. From captain down to powder boy, no hand was idle then. 2 soldiers, but by chance aboard, fought on like sailor men. And when a gun's crew lost a hand, some bold marine stepped out and jerked his braided jacket off and hauled the gun about. Our forward magazine was drowned, and up from the sick bay crawled out the wounded, red with blood, and round us gasping lay. Yes, cheering, calling us by name, struggling with failing breath to keep their shipmates at the port, while glory strove with death. With decks afloat and powder gone, the last broadside we gave from the gun's heated iron lips burst out beneath the wave. So sponges, rammers, and handspikes, as men of war's men should, we placed within their proper racks, and at our quarters stood. Up to the spar deck, save yourselves, cried Selfridge. Up, my men! God grant that some of us may live to fight yon ship again. We turned. We did not like to go, yet staying seemed but vain. Knee-deep in water, so we left. Some swore, some groaned with pain. We reached the deck. Here Randall stood. Another turn, men, so! Calmly he aimed his pivot gun. Now, Tenny, let her go! It did our sore hearts good to hear the song our pivot sang, as rushing on from wave to wave the whirring bombshell sprang. Brave Randall leaped upon the gun, and waved his cap in sport. Well done, well aimed! I saw that shell go through an open port. It was our last, our deadliest shot. The deck was overflown. The poor ship staggered, lurched to port, and gave a living groan. Down, down, as headlong through the waves our gallant vessel rushed, 1,000 gurgling watery sounds around my senses gushed. Then I remember little more. One look to heaven I gave, where like an angel's wing I saw our spotless ensign wave. I tried to cheer. I cannot say whether I swam or sank. A blue mist closed around my eyes, and everything was blank. When I awoke, a soldier lad, all dripping from the sea, with 2 great tears upon his cheek, was bending over me. I tried to speak. He understood the wish I could not speak. He turned me. There, thank God, the flag still fluttered at the peak. And there, while thread shall hang to thread, oh, let that ensign fly, the noblest constellation set against our northern sky, a sign that we who live may claim the peerage of the brave, a monument that needs no scroll for those beneath the wave. George Henry Boker. The Cumberland. Some names there are of telling sound, whose vowelled syllables free are pledged that they shall ever live renowned. Such seems to be a frigate's name, by present glory spanned, the Cumberland. Sounding name as e'er was sung, flowing, rolling on the tongue, Cumberland, Cumberland. She warred and sunk, there's no denying that she was ended, quelled, and yet her flag above her fate is flying, as when it swelled, unswallowed by the swallowing sea, so grand, the Cumberland. Goodly name as e'er was sung, roundly rolling on the tongue, Cumberland, Cumberland. What need to tell how she was fought? The sinking, flaming gun, the gunner leaping out the port, washed back, undone. Her dead unconquerably manned, the Cumberland. Noble name as e'er was sung, slowly roll it on the tongue, Cumberland, Cumberland. Long as hearts shall share the flame which burned in that brave crew, her fame shall live, outlive the victor's name, for this is due. Your flag and flagstaff shall in story stand, Cumberland. Sounding name as e'er was sung, long they'll roll it on the tongue, Cumberland, Cumberland. Herman Melville. The Merrimac then drew off and subjected the Congress to such a terrific fire that the frigate was forced to surrender. After heavily damaging the other vessels of the fleet, the Merrimac withdrew, intending to complete their destruction in the morning. How the Cumberland went down, March 8, 1862. Gray swept the angry waves, o'er the gallant and the true, rolled high in mounded graves o'er the stately frigate's crew, over cannon, over deck, over all that ghastly wreck, when the Cumberland went down. Such a roar the waters rent, as though a giant died, when the wailing billows went above those heroes tried, and the sheeted foam leaped high, like white ghosts against the sky, as the Cumberland went down. O shrieking waves that gushed above that loyal band, your cold, cold burial rushed o'er many a heart on land, and from all the startled north a cry of pain broke forth, when the Cumberland went down. And forests old, that gave 1,000 years of power to her lordship of the wave, and her beauty's regal dower, bent as though before a blast, when plunged her pennoned mast, and the Cumberland went down. And grimy mines that sent to her their virgin strength and iron vigor lent to knit her lordly length, wildly stirred with throbs of life, echoes of that fatal strife, as the Cumberland went down. Beneath the ocean vast, full many a captain bold, by many a rotting mast, and admiral of old, rolled restless in his grave, as he felt the sobbing wave, when the Cumberland went down. And stern Vikings that lay 1,000 years at rest, in many a deep blue bay beneath the Baltic's breast, leaped on the silver sands, and shook their rusty brands, as the Cumberland went down. S. Weir Mitchell. But when, on the morning of March 9, 1862, the Merrimac steamed out again into Hampton Roads, a new antagonist confronted her, the Monitor, Ericsson's eccentric boat, which had arrived from New York the night before. The ships approached each other like David and Goliath. A battle followed, unique in naval warfare, the first duel of ironclads the world had ever seen. It ended in the Merrimac retreating to Norfolk, badly damaged. The Cruise of the Monitor. March 9, 1862. Out of a northern city's bay, 'neath lowering clouds, one bleak March day, glided a craft. The like, I ween, on ocean's crest was never seen since Noah's float, that ancient boat could o'er a conquered deluge gloat. No raking masts with clouds of sail bent to the breeze or braved the gale. No towering chimney's wreath of smoke betrayed the mighty engine's stroke, but low and dark, like the crafty shark, moved in the waters this novel bark. The fishers stared as the flitting sprite passed their huts in the misty light, bearing a turret, huge and black, and said, "The old sea serpent's back, carting away by light of day Uncle Sam's fort from New York Bay." Forth from a southern city's dock, our frigate's strong blockade to mock, crept a monster of rugged build. the work of crafty hands, well skilled. Old Merrimac, with an iron back, wooden ships would find hard to crack. Straight to where the Cumberland lay, the mail-clad monster made its way. Its deadly prow struck deep and sure, and the heroes' fighting days were o'er. Ah, many the braves who found their graves with that good ship beneath the waves. But with their fate is glory wrought. Those hearts of oak like heroes fought with desperate hope to win the day, and crush the foe that for them lay. Our flag uprun, the last fired gun, tokens how bravely duty was done. Flushed with success, the victor flew, furious, the startled squadron through, sinking, burning, driving ashore, until that Sabbath day was o'er, resting at night to renew the fight with vengeful ire by morning's light. Out of its den it burst anew, when the gray mist the sun broke through, steaming to where, in clinging sands, the frigate Minnesota stands, a sturdy foe to overthrow, but in woeful plight to receive a blow. But see! Beneath her bow appears a champion no danger fears, a pygmy craft, that seems to be, to this new lord, who rules the sea, like David of old to Goliath bold, youth and giant by Scripture told. Round the roaring despot playing, with willing spirit, helm obeying, spurning the iron against it hurled, while belching turret rapid whirled, and swift shots seethe with smoky wreath, told that the shark was showing its teeth. The Monitor fought. In grim amaze the Merrimacs upon it gaze, cowering 'neath the iron hail, crashing into their coat of mail. They swore, this craft, the devil's shaft, looked like a cheese-box on a raft. Hurrah! Little giant of 62, bold Warden with his gallant crew, forces the fight. The day is won. Back to his den the monster's gone, with crippled claws and broken jaws, defeated in a reckless cause. Hurrah for the master mind that wrought with iron hand this iron thought, strength and safety with speed combined, Ericsson's gift to all mankind, to curb abuse and chains to loose. Hurrah for the Monitor's famous cruise. George Henry Boker. The reign of terror created by the Merrimac was at an end, and the ship herself did not last long. On May 10, 1862, the Confederates were forced to abandon Norfolk, and the Merrimac was blown up. On December 30th, the Monitor foundered in a gale off Hatteras. The sinking of the Merrimac, May 1862. Gone down in the flood and gone out in the flame, what else could she do with her fair northern name? Her font was a river whose last drop is free. That river ran boiling with wrath to the sea, to hear of her baptismal blessing profaned, a name that was Freedom's by treachery stained. 'Twas the voice of our free northern mountains that broke in the sound of her guns from her stout ribs of oak. 'Twas the might of the free northern hand you could feel in her sweep and her molding from topmast to keel. When they made her speak treason, does hell know of worse? How her strong timbers shook with the shame of her curse! Let her go. Should a deck so polluted again ever ring to the tread of our true northern men? Let the suicide ship thunder forth. To the air and the sea she has blotted her groan of despair. Let her last heat of anguish throb out into flame, then sink them together, the ship and the name. Lucy Larcom. The work of the gunboats on the Mississippi at the investment of Fort Henry and Fort Donelson has already been mentioned. In April 1862, a blow was aimed at the very heart of the Confederacy, when a fleet under command of David Glasgow Farragut advanced up the river against the formidable forts below New Orleans. After 5 days' bombardment, the fleet ran past the forts and attacked the Confederate ships before the city. The River Fight, April 18, 1862. Do you know of the dreary land, if land such region may seem, where 'tis neither sea nor strand, ocean nor good dry land, but the nightmare marsh of a dream? Where the mighty river his death road takes, mid pools and windings that coil like snakes, 100 leagues of bayous and lakes, to die in the great Gulf Stream. No coastline clear and true, granite and deep sea blue, on that dismal shore you pass, surf-worn boulder or sandy beach, but ooze flats as far as the eye can reach, with shallows of water grass, reedy savannas vast and dun, lying dead in the dim March sun, huge rotting trunks and roots that lie like the blackened bones of shapes gone by, and miles of sunken morass. No lovely delicate thing of life o'er the waste is seen, But the cayman couched by his weedy spring, And the pelican, bird unclean, Or the buzzard, flapping with heavy wing Like an evil ghost o'er the desolate scene. Ah, many a weary day with our leader there we lay, In the sultry haze and smoke, Tugging our ships o'er the bar, Till the spring was wasted far, Till his brave heart almost broke. For the sullen river seemed As if our intent he dreamed, All his sallow mouths did spew and choke. But ere April fully passed, All ground over at last, And we knew the die was cast, Knew the day drew nigh, To dare to the end one stormy deed Might save the land at her sorest need, Or on the old deck to die. Anchored we lay, and a morn the more, To his captains and all his men, Thus wrote our old Commodore, He wasn't admiral then. General orders. Send your t'gallant masts down, Rig in each flying jib boom, Clear all ahead for the loom Of traitor fortress and town, Our traitor fleet bearing down. In with your canvas high, We shall want no sail to fly. Topsail, foresail, spanker and jib, With the heart of oak in the oaken rib, Shall serve us to win or die. Trim every sail by the head, So shall you spare the lead, Lest if she ground your ship swing round, Bows in shore for a wreck. See your grapnels all clear with panes, And a solid kedge in your port main chains, With a whip to the main yard, Drop it heavy and hard When you grapple a traitor deck. On forecastle and on poop, Mount guns as best you may deem, If possible, rouse them up, For still you must bow the stream. Also, hoist and secure with stops Howitzers firmly in your tops To fire on the foe abeam. Look well to your pumps and hose, Have water tubs fore and aft For quenching flame in your craft, And the gun crew's fiery thirst. See planks with felt fitted close, To plug every shot hole tight. Stand ready to meet the worst, For if I have reckoned aright, They will serve us shot, both cold and hot, Freely enough tonight. Mark well each signal I make, Our lifelong service at stake, And honor that must not lag. Whate'er the peril and awe, In the battle's fieriest flaw, Let never one ship withdraw Till the orders come from the flag. Would you hear of the river fight? It was 2 of a soft spring night, God's stars looked down on all, And all was clear and bright, But the low fog's clinging breath Up the river of death Sailed the great admiral. On our high poop deck he stood, And round him ranged the men Who have made their birthright good Of manhood once and again. Lords of helm and of sail, Tried in tempest and gale, Bronzed in battle and wreck, Bell and Bailey grandly led Each his line of the blue and red. Wainwright stood by our starboard rail, Thornton fought the deck, And I mind me of more than they, Of the youthful, steadfast ones, That have shown them worthy sons Of the seamen passed away. Tyson conned our helm that day, Watson stood by his guns. What thought our admiral then, Looking down on his men, Since the terrible day, Day of renown and tears, When at anchor the Essex lay, Holding her foes at bay? When a boy by Porter's side he stood, Till deck and plank sheer were dyed with blood. 'Tis half a hundred years to a day. Who could fail with him? Who reckon of life or limb? Not a pulse but beat the higher. There had you seen by the starlight dim 500 faces strong and grim. The flag is going under fire. Right up by the fort, with her helm hard aport, The Hartford is going under fire. The way to our work was plain. Caldwell had broken the chain. 2 hulks swung down amain Soon as 'twas sundered. Under the night's dark blue, Steering steady and true, Ship after ship went through, Till, as we hove in view, Jackson out-thundered. Back echoed Philip, ah! Then could you have seen our men, How they sprung in the dim night haze To their work of toil and clamor, How the boarders with sponge and rammer, And their captains with cord and hammer, Kept every muzzle ablaze. How the guns, as with cheer and shout Our tacklemen hurled them out, Brought up on the waterways. First, as we fired at their flash, 'Twas lightning and black eclipse, With a bellowing roll and crash. But soon upon either bow, What with forts and fire rafts and ships, The whole fleet was hard at it now, All pounding away. And Porter, still thundering with shell and mortar, 'Twas the mighty sound and form. Such you see in the far south after long heat and drought, as day draws nigh to even, arching from north to south, blinding the tropic sun, the great black bow comes on, till the thunder veil is riven, when all is crash and levin, and the cannonade of heaven rolls down the Amazon. But as we worked along higher, just where the river enlarges, down came a pyramid of fire. It was one of your long coal barges. We had often had the like before. 'Twas coming down on us to larboard, well in with the eastern shore, and our pilot, to let it pass round, you may guess we never stopped to sound, giving us a rank sheer to starboard, ran the flag hard and fast aground. 'Twas nigh abreast of the upper fort, and straightway a rascal ram, she was shaped like the devil's dam, puffed away for us with a snort, and shoved it with spiteful strength right alongside of us to port. It was all of our ship's length, a huge crackling cradle of the pit. Pitch pine knots to the brim, belching flame red and grim, what a roar came up from it! Well, for a little it looked bad, but these things are somehow shorter in the acting than in the telling. There was no singing out or yelling, or any fussing and fretting, no stampede, in short. But there we were, my lad, all afire on our port quarter, hammocks ablaze in the netting, flames spouting in at every port, our fourth cutter burning at the davit, no chance to lower away and save it. In a twinkling the flames had risen halfway to maintop and mizzen, darting up the shrouds like snakes. Ah, how we clanked at the brakes, and the deep steaming pumps throbbed under, sending a ceaseless flow. Our topmen, a dauntless crowd, swarmed in rigging and shroud. There, 'twas a wonder, the burning ratlines and strands they quenched with their bare hard hands, but the great guns below never silenced their thunder. At last, by backing and sounding, when we were clear of grounding and under headway once more, the whole rebel fleet came rounding the point. If we had it hot before, 'twas now from shore to shore one long, loud, thundering roar, such crashing, splintering, and pounding and smashing as you never heard before. But that we fought foul wrong to wreck, and to save the land we loved so well, you might have deemed our long gun deck 200 feet of hell. For above all was battle, broadside and blaze and rattle, smoke and thunder alone. But down in the sick bay, where our wounded and dying lay, there was scarce a sob or a moan. And at last, when the dim day broke, and the sullen sun awoke, drearily blinking o'er the haze and the cannon smoke, that ever such morning dulls, there were 13 traitor hulls on fire and sinking. Now, up the river, through mad Chalmette, sputters a vain resistance yet. Small helm we gave her our course to steer. 'Twas nicer work than you well would dream, with cant and sheer, to keep her clear of the burning wrecks that cumbered the stream. The Louisiana, hurled on high, mounts in thunder to meet the sky, then down to the depths of the turbid flood, 50 fathom of rebel mud. The Mississippi comes floating down. A mighty bonfire from off the town, and along the river on stocks and ways, a half-hatched devil's brood is ablaze. The great Anglo-Norman is all in flames. Hark to the roar of her trembling frames. And the smaller fry that treason would spawn are lighting Algiers like an angry dawn. From stem to stern, how the pirates burn, fired by the furious hand that built, so to ashes forever turn the suicide wrecks of wrong and guilt. But as we neared the city, by field and vast plantation, ah, millstone of our nation, with wonder and with pity what crowds we there espied, of dark and wistful faces, mute in their toiling places, strangely and sadly eyed. Haply, mid doubt and fear, deeming deliverance near, one gave the ghost of a cheer. And on that dolorous strand, to greet the victor brave, one flag did welcome wave, raised, ah me, by a wretched hand, all outworn on our cruel land, the withered hand of a slave. But all along the levee, in a dark and drenching rain, by this 'twas pouring heavy, stood a fierce and sullen train, a strange and frenzied time. There were scowling rage and pain, curses, howls, and hisses, out of hate's black abysses, their courage and their crime, all in vain. All in vain. For, from the hour that the rebel stream, with the Crescent City lying abeam, shuddered under our keel, smit to the heart with self-struck sting, slavery died in her scorpion ring, and murder fell on his steel. 'Tis well to do and dare, but ever may grateful prayer follow, as aye it ought, when the good fight is fought, when the true deed is done. Aloft in heaven's pure light, deep azure crossed on white, our fair church pennant waves o'er 1,000 thankful braves, bareheaded in God's bright sun. Lord of mercy and frown, ruling o'er sea and shore, send us such scene once more, all in line of battle, when the black ships bear down on tyrant fort and town, mid cannon cloud and rattle, and the great guns once more thunder back the roar of the traitor walls ashore, and the traitor flags come down. Henry Howard Brownell. The Ballad of New Orleans, April 24th, 1862. Just as the hour was darkest, just between night and day, from the flagship shone the signal, get the squadrons under way. Not a sound but the tramp of sailors and the wheeling capstan's creak arose from the busy vessels as the anchors came apeak. The men worked on in silence with never a shout or cheer, till 'twas whispered from bow to quarter, start forward, all is clear. Then groaned the ponderous engine, then floundered the whirling screw, and as ship joined ship, the comrades their lines of battle drew. The moon through the fog was casting a blur of lurid light, as the captain's latest order was flashed into the night. Steam on, and whatever fortune may follow the attack, sink with your bows till northward no vessel must turn back. 'Twas hard, when we heard that order, to smother a rising shout, for it wakened the life within us, and we burned to give it out. All wrapped in the foggy darkness, brave Bailey moved ahead, and stem after stem his gunboats to the starboard station led. Next, Farragut's stately flagship to port her head inclined, and midmost and most in danger, Bell's squadron closed behind. Ah, many a prayer was murmured for the homes we ne'er might see, and the silence and night grew dreadful with the thought of what must be. For many a tall stout fellow who stood at his quarters then, in the damp and dismal moonlight, never saw the sun again. Close down by the yellow river, in their oozy graves they rot, strange vines and strange weeds grow o'er them, and their far homes know them not. But short was our time of musing, for the rebel forts discerned that the whole great fleet was moving, and their batteries on us turned. Then Porter burst out from his mortars in jets of fiery spray, as if a volcano had opened where his leaf-clad vessels lay. Howling and screeching and whizzing, the bomb-shells arched on high, and then, like gigantic meteors, dropped swiftly from the sky. Dropped down on the low doomed fortress a plague of iron death, shattering earth and granite to atoms with their puffs of sulphurous breath. The whole air quaked and shuddered as the huge globes rose and fell, and the blazing shores looked awful as the open gates of hell. Fort Jackson and Fort St. Philip, and the battery on the right, by this time were flashing and thundering out into the murky night. Through the hulks and the cables, sundered by the bold Itasca's crew, went Bailey in silence, though round him the shells and the grape-shot flew. No answer he made to their welcome, till a beam St. Philip bore. Then, oh, but he sent them a greeting in his broadside's steady roar. Meanwhile, the old man in the Hartford had ranged to Fort Jackson's side. What a sight! He slowed his engines till he barely stemmed the tide. Yes, paused in that deadly tornado of case-shot and shell and ball, not a cable's length from the fortress, and he lay there, wood to wall. Have you any notion, you landsmen, who have seen a field fight won, of canister, grape-shot, and shrapnel hurled out from a 10-inch gun? I tell you, the air is nigh solid with the howling iron flight, and 'twas such a tempest blew o'er us where the Hartford lay that night. Perched aloft in the forward rigging, with his restless eyes aglow, sat Farragut, shouting his orders to the men who fought below. And the fort's huge faces of granite were splintered and rent in twain, and the masses seemed slowly melting like snow in a torrid rain. Now quicker and quicker we fired, till between us and the foe a torrent of blazing vapor was leaping to and fro, while the fort, like a mighty cauldron, was boiling with flame and smoke, and the stone flew aloft in fragments, and the brick into powder broke. So thick fell the clouds o'er the river you could hardly see your hand, when we heard from the foremast rigging old Farragut's sharp command, "Full ahead! Steam across to St. Philip! Starboard battery, mind your aim! Forecastle there, shift your pivots, now give them a taste of the same!" St. Philip grew faint in replying, its voice of thunder was drowned. But ha! What is this? Back the engines! Back! Back! The ship is aground! Straight down the swift current came sweeping a raft spouting sparks and flame, pushed on by an iron-clad rebel, under our port side it came. At once the good Hartford was blazing, below, aloft, fore and aft. We are lost! No, no, we are moving! Away whirled the crackling craft. The fire was soon quenched. One last broadside we gave to the surly fort, for above us the rebel gunboats were wheeling like devils at sport. And into our vacant station had glided a bulky form. 'Twas craven stout Brooklyn, demanding her share of the furious storm. We could hear the shot of St. Philip ring on her armor of chain, and the crash of her answering broadside taking and giving again. We could hear the low growl of Craven, and Lowry's voice clear and calm, while they swept off the rebel ramparts as clean as your open palm. Then, ranging close under our quarter, out burst from the smoky fogs the queen of the waves, the Varuna, the ship of bold Charlie Boggs. He waved his blue cap as he passed us, the blood of his glorious race of Lawrence the hero was burning once more in a living face. Right and left flashed his heavy pieces, rams, gunboats, it mattered not, wherever a rebel flag floated was a target for his shot. All burning and sinking around him lay 5 of the foe, but he, the victor, seemed doomed with the vanquished, when along dashed gallant Lee. And he took up the bloody conflict, and so well his part he bore, that the river ran fire behind him and glimmered from shore to shore. But while powder would burn in a cannon till the water drowned his deck, Boggs pounded away with his pivots from his slowly settling wreck. I think our great captains in heaven, as they looked upon those deeds, were proud of the flower of that navy of which they planted the seeds. Paul Jones, the knight-errant of ocean, Decatur, the lord of the seas, Hull, Lawrence, and Bainbridge, and Biddle, and Perry, the peer of all of these. If Porter beheld his descendant with some human pride on his lip, I trust, through the mercy of heaven, his soul was forgiven that slip. And thou, living veteran, old Ironsides, the last of the splendid line, thou link twixt the old and new glory, I know what feelings were thine. When the sun looked over the tree-tops, we found ourselves, heaven knows how, above the grim forts, and that instant a smoke broke from Farragut's bow, and over the river came floating the sound of the morning gun, and the stars and stripes danced up the halyards and glittered against the sun. Oh, then what a shout from the squadrons, as flag followed flag, till the day was bright with the beautiful standard, and wild with the victor's huzzah. But 3 ships were missing. The others had passed through that current of flame, and each scar on their shattered bulwarks was touched by the finger of fame. Below us, the forts of the rebels lay in the trance of despair. Above us, uncovered and helpless, New Orleans clouded the air. Again, in long lines we went steaming away toward the city smoke, and works were deserted before us, and columns of soldiers broke. In vain the town clamored and struggled, the flag at our peak ruled the hour, and under its shade like a lion were resting the will and the power. George Henry Boker. The Varuna, after sinking 5 Confederate vessels, was herself sunk. Every ship of the Federal fleet suffered severely, but on the afternoon of April 25, 1862, the fleet dropped anchor off New Orleans. The Varuna, sunk April 24, 1862. Who has not heard of the dauntless Varuna? Who has not heard of the deeds she has done? Who shall not hear while the brown Mississippi rushes along from the snow to the sun? Crippled and leaking, she entered the battle, sinking and burning, she fought through the fray. Crushed were her sides, and the waves ran across her, ere, like a death-wounded lion at bay, sternly she closed in the last fatal grapple, then in her triumph moved grandly away. 5 of the rebels, like satellites round her, burned in her orbit of splendor and fear. One, like the Pleiad of mystical story, shot, terror-stricken, beyond her dread sphere. We who are waiting with crowns for the victors, though we should offer the wealth of our store, load the Varuna from deck down to kelson, still would be niggard, such tribute to pour on courage so boundless. It beggars possession, it knocks for just payment at heaven's bright door. Cherish the heroes who fought the Varuna, treat them as kings if they honor your way. Succor and comfort the sick and the wounded. Oh, for the dead let us all kneel to pray. George Henry Boker. New Orleans was panic-stricken. Many of the better class of citizens fled, and the town was given over to the mob. Drums were beaten, soldiers scampered hither and thither, and women ran through the streets demanding that the city be burned. The cotton on the levee was set on fire, and the torch was put to the wharves and shipping. Finally, on April 29, 1862, after a lot of silly rhodomontade, the city surrendered. The Surrender of New Orleans, April 29, 1862. All day long the guns at the forts, with far-off thunders and faint retorts, had told the city that down the bay the fleet of Farragut's warships lay. But now St. Philip and Jackson grim were black and silent below the rim of the southern sky, where the river sped like a war-horse scenting the fight ahead. And we of the city, the women and men too old for facing the battle then, saw all the signs of our weakness there, with a patience born of a great despair. The river gnawed its neglected bank, the weeds in the unused streets grew rank, and flood and famine threatened those who stayed there braving greater woes. Under the raking of shot and shell the river fortresses fighting fell. The Chalmette batteries then boomed forth, but the slim straight spars of the ships of the north moved steadily on in their river road like a tide that up from the ocean flowed. Then load after load and pile upon pile, lining the wharves for many a mile, out of the cotton presses and yards, with a grim industry which naught retards, the bales were carried and swiftly placed by those who knew there was need of haste, and the torch was laid to the cotton sew. Up from that bonfire the glare and glow was seen by the watchers far away, and weeping and wailing, those watchers say, the city is lost. O men at the front braving the fortunes of war, and the brunt of battle bearing with fearful cost, the city you loved and left is lost. Ah, memories crowding so thick and fast, ye were the first, is this the last? We give with clamor our first great gift, with shouts which up to the heavens lift. We gave with silence our last best yield, our last best gleaning for Shiloh's field. With mute devotion we saw them go, but when the banners were furled and low, and the solid columns were thinned by war, we wondered what we had given for. And oh, the day when with muffled drum we saw our dear dead Johnston come! The blood of our slain ones seemed to pour from the eyes that should see them come no more. We measured our grief by each gallant deed, we measured our loss by our direful need. Our dead dreams rose from the vanquished past, and across the future their shadows cast. Our brave young hope, like a fallen tear, we laid on the grave of our Chevalier. And that last wild night, the east was red so long 'fore the day had left its bed. With white, set faces and smileless lips, we fired our vessels, we fired our ships. We saw the sails of the red flame lift o'er each fire cargo we set adrift. To Farragut's fleet we sent them down, a warm, warm welcome from the town. But alas, how quickly came the end, for down the river below the bend, like a threatening finger shook each mast of the Yankee ships as they steamed up fast. Grim and terrible, black with men, oh, for the Mississippi then, and God be merciful, there she came, a drifting wreck, a ship of flame. What a torch to light the stripes and stars that had braved our forts and harbor bars! What a light, by which we saw vainly slip our hopes to their death in that sinking ship! We shrieked with rage and defeat and dread as down the river that phantom sped, but on the deck of a Yankee ship one grim old tar with smiling lip patted the big black breech of his gun as one who silently says, "Well done." Today the graves that were new are old, and a story done is a story told, but we of the city, the women and men and boys unfitted for fighting then, remember the day when our flag went down, and the stars and stripes waved over the town. Ah me, the bitter goes with the sweet, and a victory means another defeat, for bound in nature's inflexible laws, a glory for one is another's lost cause. MaryAnn Manville. The national flag was hoisted over the Mint, but was torn down and dragged through the streets in derision by a gang of men led by William B. Mumford. Mumford was captured and hanged for treason. Mumford, the martyr of New Orleans, May, 1862. Where murdered Mumford lies, bewailed in bitter sighs, low bowed beneath the flag he loved, martyrs of liberty, defenders of the free, come humbly nigh and learn to die. Ah, freedom on that day turned fearfully away, while pitying angels lingered near to gaze upon the sod, red with a martyr's blood, and woman's tear fell on his bier. O God, that he should die beneath a southern sky, upon a felon's gallows swinging, murdered by tyrant hand, while round a helpless band on Butler's name poured scorn and shame. But hark! Loud paeans fly from earth to vaulted sky, he's crowned at freedom's holy throne. List! Sweet-voiced Israfel tolls for the martyr's knell. Shout, Southrons high, our battle cry. Come all of Southern blood, come kneel to freedom's God, here at her crimson altar swear, accursed for evermore the flag that Mumford tore, and o'er his grave our colors wave. Ina M. Porter. The behavior of the women was especially insulting, and culminated when one of them spat in the face of a Union officer. General Butler thereupon issued his famous Order No. 28, providing that any woman who insulted an officer or soldier of the United States should be treated as a woman of the town. The order was received with hysteria throughout the South, but it brought the people of New Orleans to their senses. Butler's Proclamation, May 15, 1862. I, drop the treacherous mask. Throw by the cloak that veiled thine instincts fell. Stand forth, thou base incarnate lie, stamped with the signet brand of hell. At last we view thee as thou art, a trickster with a demon's heart. Off with disguise! No quarter now to rebel honor, thou wouldst strike hot blushes up the anguished brow, and murder fame and strength alike. Beware! 10,000,000 hearts aflame will burn with hate thou canst not tame. We know thee now, we know thy race. Thy dreadful purpose stands revealed, naked before the nation's face. Comrades, let mercy's font be sealed, while the black banner courts the wind, and cursed be he who lags behind. O soldiers, husbands, brothers, sires, think that each stalwart blow ye give shall quench the rage of lustful fires, and bid your glorious women live pure from a wrong whose tainted breath were fouler than the foulest death. O soldiers, lovers, Christians, men, think that each breeze that floats and dies o'er the red field from mount or glen is burdened with a maiden's sighs, and each false soul that turns to flee consigns his love to infamy. Think and strike home. The fabled might of Titans were a feeble power to that with which your arms should smite in the next awful battle hour, and deadlier than the bolts of heaven should flash your fury's fatal levin. No pity! Let your thirsty bands drink their warm fill at caitiff veins. Dip deep in blood your wrathful hands, nor pause to wipe those crimson stains. Slay, slay with ruthless sword and will. The God of vengeance bids you kill. Yes, but there's one who shall not die in battle harness, one for whom lurks in the darkness silently another and a sterner doom. A warrior's end should crown the brave, for him swift cord and felon grave. As loathsome charnel vapors melt, swept by invisible winds to naught, so may this fiend of lust and guilt die like nightmare's hideous thought, naught left to mark the mother's name, save immortality of shame. Paul Hamilton Hayne. End of chapter 6.
Chapter 7 of Poems of American History, Volume 4, The Civil War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. Poems of American History, Volume 4, The Civil War, by Various. Emancipation. Slavery had caused the war, and as the months passed, the President and his advisers became more and more convinced that the emancipation of the Negroes would go far to end it. On August 31, 1861, John C. Fremont, in command of the Western Department, issued a proclamation freeing the slaves of secessionists in Missouri, but the President promptly countermanded it. To John C. Fremont, August 31, 1861. Thy error, Fremont, simply was to act a brave man's part without the statesman's tact, and taking counsel but of common sense, to strike at cause as well as consequence. Oh, never yet since Roland wound his horn at Roncesvalles has a blast been blown, far heard, wide echoed, startling as thine own. Heard from the van of freedom's hope forlorn, it had been safer, doubtless, for the time, to flatter treason and avoid offence to that dark power whose underlying crime heaves upward its perpetual turbulence. But if thine be the fate of all who break the ground for truth's seed, or forerun their years till lost in distance, or with stout hearts make a lane for freedom through the level spears, still take thou courage. God has spoken through thee, irrevocable, the mighty words, "Be free." The land shakes with them, and the slave's dull ear turns from the rice swamp stealthily to hear. Who would recall them now must first arrest the winds that blow down from the free northwest, ruffling the Gulf, or like a scroll roll back the Mississippi to its upper springs. Such words fulfill their prophecy, and lack but the full time to harden into things. John Greenleaf Whittier. The slaves were, however, from the outbreak of hostilities, declared to be contraband of war, and not returnable to their masters. On April 16, 1862, the President approved a bill freeing the slaves in the District of Columbia and compensating their owners. Astrea at the Capitol. Abolition of slavery in the District of Columbia, 1862. April 16, 1862. When first I saw our banner wave above the nation's council hall, I heard beneath its marble wall the clanking fetters of the slave. In the foul market place I stood, and I saw the Christian mother sold, and childhood with its locks of gold, blue-eyed and fair with Saxon blood. I shut my eyes, I held my breath, and smothering down the wrath and shame that set my northern blood aflame, stood silent, where to speak was death. Beside me gloomed the prison cell, where wasted one in slow decline, for uttering simple words of mine, and loving freedom all too well. The flag that floated from the dome flapped menace in the morning air. I stood a periled stranger where the human broker made his home. For crime was virtue. Gown and sword and law their threefold sanction gave, and to the quarry of the slave went hawking with our symbol bird. On the oppressor's side was power, and yet I knew that every wrong, however old, however strong, but waited God's avenging hour. I knew that truth would crush the lie. Somehow, sometime, the end would be, yet scarcely dared I hope to see the triumph with my mortal eye. But now I see it. In the sun a free flag floats from yonder dome, and at the nation's hearth and home the justice long delayed is done. Not as we hoped in calm of prayer the message of deliverance comes, but heralded by roll of drums on waves of battle-troubled air. Mid sounds that madden and appall, the song that Bethlehem's shepherds knew, the harp of David melting through the demon agonies of Saul. Not as we hoped, but what are we? Above our broken dreams and plans, God lays with wiser hand than man's the cornerstones of liberty. I cavil not with him. The voice that freedom's blessed gospel tells is sweet to me as silver bells, rejoicing, yea, I will rejoice. Dear friends still toiling in the sun, ye dearer ones who gone before are watching from the eternal shore the slow work by your hands begun, rejoice with me. The chastening rod blossoms with love, the furnace heat grows cool beneath his blessed feet, whose form is as the Son of God. Rejoice, our Mara's bitter springs are sweetened. On our ground of grief rise day by day in strong relief the prophecies of better things. Rejoice in hope. The day and night are one with God, and one with them who see by faith the cloudy hem of judgment fringed with mercy's light. John Greenleaf Whittier. At last the President resolved to throw down the gauntlet, and on September 22nd, 1862, proclaimed that all slaves should be freed in such states as were in rebellion against the United States on January 1st, 1863. The South continued in rebellion, and the proclamation went into effect on the first day of the new year. Boston Hymn, January 1st, 1863. The word of the Lord by night to the watching pilgrims came, as they sat by the seaside and filled their hearts with flame. God said, I am tired of kings, I suffer them no more. Up to my ear the morning brings the outrage of the poor. Think ye I made this ball a field of havoc and war, where tyrants great and tyrants small might harry the weak and poor? My angel, his name is Freedom, choose him to be your king. He shall cut pathways east and west, and fend you with his wing. Lo, I uncover the land which I hid of old time in the west, as the sculptor uncovers the statue when he has wrought his best. I show Columbia of the rocks which dip their foot in the seas, and soar to the airborne flocks of clouds and the boreal fleece. I will divide my goods, call in the wretch and slave, none shall rule but the humble, and none but toil shall have. I will have never a noble, no lineage counted great. Fishers and choppers and ploughmen shall constitute a state. Go cut down trees in the forest and trim the straightest boughs. Cut down trees in the forest and build me a wooden house. Call the people together, the young men and the sires, the digger in the harvest fields, hireling and him that hires. And here in a pine state house they shall choose men to rule in every needful faculty, in church and state and school. Lo now, if these poor men can govern the land and the sea, and make just laws below the sun, as planets faithful be. And ye shall succor men, 'tis nobleness to serve. Help them who cannot help again, beware from right to swerve. I break your bonds and masterships, and I unchain the slave. Free be his heart and hand henceforth as wind and wandering wave. I cause from every creature his proper good to flow. As much as he is and doeth, so much he shall bestow. But laying hands on another, to coin his labor and sweat, he goes in pawn to his victim for eternal years in debt. Today unbind the captive, so only are ye unbound. Lift up a people from the dust, trump of the rescue sound. Pay ransom to the owner, and fill the bag to the brim. Who is the owner? The slave is owner, and ever was. Pay him. O North, give him beauty for rags, and honor, O South, for his shame. Nevada, coin thy golden crags with freedom's image and name. Up, and the dusky race that sat in darkness long, be swift their feet as antelopes, as behemoth strong. Come east and west and north, by races as snowflakes, and carry my purpose forth, which neither halts nor shakes. My will fulfilled shall be, for in daylight or in dark, my thunderbolt has eyes to see his way home to the mark. Ralph Waldo Emerson. The Proclamation, January 1st, 1863. St. Patrick, slave to Milcho of the herds of Ballymena, wakened with these words, Arise and flee out from the land of bondage, and be free. Glad as a soul in pain, who hears from heaven the angels singing of his sins forgiven, and wondering sees his prison opening to their golden keys, he rose a man who laid him down a slave, shook from his locks the ashes of the grave, and outward trod into the glorious liberty of God. He cast the symbols of his shame away, and passing where the sleeping Milcho lay, though back and limbs smarted with wrong, he prayed, God pardon him. So went he forth, but in God's time he came to light on Uileen's hills, a holy flame, and dying gave the land a saint that lost him as a slave. O dark, sad millions, patiently and dumb, waiting for God, your hour at last has come, and freedom's song breaks the long silence of your night and wrong. Arise and flee, shake off the vile restraint of ages, but like Ballymeena's saint the oppressor spare, heap only on his head the coals of prayer. Go forth like him return again to bless the land whereon in bitter pain ye toiled at first, and heal with freedom what your slavery cursed. John Greenleaf Whittier. The Emancipation Proclamation was received with little enthusiasm, except in New England, and early in 1863 certain politicians proposed to form a new Union, excluding the New England states because of their hostility to slavery and consequent obnoxiousness to the South. Treason's Last Device, January 19, 1863. Who deserves greatness deserves your hate. Yon common cry of curs, whose breath I loathe as reek o' the rotten fens. Coriolanus. Hark, hark, the dogs do bark. Nursery Rhyme. Sons of New England in the fray, do you hear the clamor behind your back? Do you hear the yelping of Blanche and Tray, Sweetheart, and all the mongrel pack? Girded well with her ocean crags, little our mother heeds their noise. Her eyes are fixed on crimsoned flags, but you, do you hear it, Yankee boys? Do you hear them say that the patriot fire burns on her altars too pure and bright, to the darkened heavens leaping higher, though drenched with the blood of every fight? That in the light of its searching flame treason and tyrants stand revealed, and the yielding craven is put to shame on Capitol floor or foughten field? Do you hear the hissing voice which saith that she, who bore through all the land the lyre of freedom, the torch of faith, and young invention's mystic wand, should gather her skirts and dwell apart, with not one of her sisters to share her fate? A Hagar wandering sick at heart, a pariah bearing the nation's hate. Sons who have peopled the distant West, and planted the pilgrim vine anew, where by richer soil carest it grows as ever its parent grew. Say, do you hear, while the very bells of your churches ring with her ancient voice, and the song of your children sweetly tells how true was the land of your father's choice? Do you hear the traders who bid you speak the word that shall sever the sacred tie? And ye, who dwell by the golden peak, has the subtle whisper glided by? Has it crossed the immemorial plains to coasts where the gray Pacific roars, and the pilgrim blood in the people's veins is pure as the wealth of their mountain ores? Spirits of sons who side by side in 100 battles fought and fell, whom now no east and west divide, in the isles where the shades of heroes dwell, say, has it reached your glorious rest, and ruffled the calm which crowns you there, the shame that recreants have confessed, the plot that floats in the troubled air? Sons of New England here and there, wherever men are still holding by the honor of our fathers left so fair, say, do you hear the coward's cry? Crouching among her grand old crags, lightly our mother heeds their noise, with her fond eyes fixed on distant flags. But you, do you hear it, Yankee boys? Edmund Clarence Stedman. On January 31st, 1865, Congress adopted an amendment to the Constitution forever abolishing slavery in the United States. On December 18th, 1865, it was announced that the amendment had been ratified by the requisite number of states. Laus Deo! On hearing the bells ring on the passage of the constitutional amendment abolishing slavery. It is done! Clang of bell and roar of gun send the tidings up and down. How the belfries rock and reel, how the great guns peal on peal, Fling the joy from town to town. Ring, O bells! Every stroke exulting tells of the burial hour of crime. Loud and long, that all may hear, ring for every listening ear of eternity and time. Let us kneel. God's own voice is in that peal, and this spot is holy ground. Lord, forgive us. What are we that our eyes this glory see, that our ears have heard the sound? For the Lord on the whirlwind is abroad, in the earthquake he has spoken. He has smitten with his thunder the iron walls asunder, and the gates of brass are broken. Loud and long lift the old exulting song. Sing with Miriam by the sea. He has cast the mighty down. Horse and rider sink and drown. He hath triumphed gloriously. Did we dare in our agony of prayer ask for more than he has done? When was ever his right hand over any time our land stretched as now beneath the sun? How they pale, ancient myth and song and tale, in this wonder of our days, when the cruel rod of war blossoms white with righteous law, and the wrath of man is praise. Blotted out, all within and all about shall a fresher life begin. Freer breathe the universe as it rolls its heavy curse on the dead and buried sin. It is done. In the circuit of the sun shall the sound thereof go forth. It shall bid the sad rejoice. It shall give the dumb a voice. It shall belt with joy and earth. Ring and swing, bells of joy. On morning's wings send the song of praise abroad. With a sound of broken chains tell the nations that he reigns, who alone is Lord and God. John Greenleaf Whittier. End of chapter 7.
Chapter 8 of Poems of American History, Volume 4, The Civil War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chris Pyle. Poems of American History, Volume 4, The Civil War, by Various. Chapter 8. The Grand Army's Second Campaign. After its defeat at Fredericksburg, the Grand Army of the Potomac had gone into winter quarters. General Joseph Hooker was appointed to command it and found it weak and shaken. Meanwhile, the Confederate cavalry was busy, especially the guerrillas under John S. Mosby, who, in March 1863, made a daring and successful raid upon the Union lines. Mosby at Hamilton, March 16, 1863. Down Loudon lanes with swinging reins and clash of spur and saber, and bugling of the battle horn, 68 we rode at morn, 68 of Southern born, all tried in love and labor. Full in the sun at Hamilton we met the South's invaders, who, over 1,500 strong, mid blazing homes had marched along, all night with northern shout and song, to crush the rebel raiders. Down Loudon lanes with streaming manes we spurred in wild March weather, and all along our war-scarred way the graves of Southern heroes lay, our guidepost to revenge that day, as we rode grim together. Old tale still tells some miracle of saints and holy writing, but who shall say while hundreds fled before the few that Mosby led, unless the noblest of our dead charged with us then when fighting? While Yankee cheers still stunned our ears of troops at Harper's Ferry, while Sheridan led on his Huns and Richmond rocked roaring guns, we felt the South still had some sons she would not scorn to bury. Madison Quine. A few days after Mosby's exploit, a desperately contested battle occurred at Kelly's Ford, Virginia, when the national troops under General W. W. Averill attacked and were defeated by a Confederate force under General Fitzhugh Lee. Among the Confederate dead was General John Pelham. John Pelham, March 17, 1863. Just as the spring came laughing through the strife with all its gorgeous cheer, in the bright April of historic life fell the great cannoneer, The wondrous lulling of a hero's breath his bleeding country weeps. Hushed in the alabaster arms of death our young Marcellus sleeps. Nobler and grander than the child of Rome, curbing his chariot steeds, the knightly scion of a southern home dazzled the land with deeds. Gentlest and bravest in the battle brunt, the champion of the truth, he bore his banner to the very front of our mortal youth. A clang of sabers mid Virginian snow, the fiery pang of shells, and there is a wail of immemorial woe in Alabama dells. The pennon drops that led the sacred band along the crimson field, the meteor blade sinks from the nerveless hand over the spotless shield. We gazed and gazed upon that beauteous face, while round the lips and eyes, couched in their marble slumber, flashed the grace of a divine surprise. O mother of a blessed soul on high, thy tears may soon be shed. Think of thy boy with princes of the sky, among the Southern dead. How must he smile on this dull world beneath, fevered with swift renown, he with the martyr's amaranthine wreath, twining the victor's crown. James Ryder Randa II. By the middle of April 1863, Hooker had his army in shape to advance, and on the 28th began to cross the Rappahannock for the purpose of attacking Lee, who held a strong position in the rear of Fredericksburg. On April 30th, Hooker's army was all across and bivouacked that night at Chancellorsville. Hooker's across, May 1st, 1863. Hooker's across, Hooker's across, standards and guidons and lance pennons toss over the land where he points with his blade, bristle the hilltop and fill up the glade. Who would not follow a leader whose blood has swelled like our own the battle's red flood? Who bore what we suffered, our wound and our pain, bore them with patience and dares them again. Hooker's across, Hooker's across, Hooker's across. River of death, you shall make up our loss. Out of your channel we summon each soul, over whose body your dark billows roll. Up from your borders we summon the dead, with valleys and hills where they struggled and bled. To joy in the vengeance the traitors shall flee, at the roar of our guns and the rush of our steel. Hooker's across, Hooker's across, Hooker's across. Fears to the wind with our standards we toss, moving together straight on with one breath, down to the outburst of passion and death. Oh, in the depths of our spirits we know, if we fail now in the face of the foe, flee from the field with our flag soiled and dim, we may return, but 'twill not be with him. Hooker's across. George Henry Boker. Lee at once prepared to fight, and a little past midnight on May 1st, 1863, he put Stonewall Jackson's column in motion toward Chancellorsville. Jackson had long since proved himself one of the South's most able generals, and his command had been increased to 33,000 men, every one of whom fairly idolized him. Stonewall Jackson's Way. Come, stack arms, men, pile on the rails, stir up the campfire bright. No growling if the canteen fails, we'll make a roaring night. Here Shenandoah brawls along, there Burly Blue Ridge echoes strong, to swell the brigade's rousing song of Stonewall Jackson's Way. We see him now, the queer slouched hat cocked over his eye askew, the shrewd dry smile, the speech so pat, so calm, so blunt, so true. The blue-light elder knows him well, says he that's Banks, he's fond of shell. Lord save his soul, we'll give him, well, that's Stonewall Jackson's way. Silence, ground arms, kneel all, caps off. Old massa's going to pray. Strangle the fool that dares to scoff. Attention, it's his way. Appealing from his native sod, in form of pauperist to God. Lay bare thine arm, stretch forth thy rod, amen. That's Stonewall Jackson's way. He's in the saddle now, fall in, steady, the whole brigade. Hill's at the ford, cut off, will win his way out. Ball and blade. What matter if our shoes are worn, what matter if our feet are torn? Quick step, we're with him before morn. That's Stonewall Jackson's way. The sun's bright lances rout the mists of morning, and by George, here's Longstreet struggling in the lists, hemmed in an ugly gorge. Pope and his Dutchmen whipped before, bayonets and grape hear Stonewall roar. Charge, Stuart, pay off Ashby's score, and Stonewall Jackson's way. Ah, maiden, wait and watch and yearn for news of Stonewall's band. Ah, widow, read with eyes that burn that ring upon thy hand. Ah, wife, sew on, pray on, hope on, thy life shall not be all forlorn. The foe had better ne'er be born that gets in Stonewall's way. John Williamson Palmer. The battle began early in the morning, and the Union Army was soon forced to take refuge behind its works and assume the defensive. The Confederates also paused, waiting for reinforcements. The men slept on their arms that night and arose at dawn, ready to renew the conflict. But the Confederates did not attack until late in the afternoon. Jackson had made a long flanking movement, and just as twilight fell, he burst from the woods in overwhelming force and routed the Federal right wing. For an instant it seemed that all was lost, but at this critical moment the 8th Pennsylvania Cavalry got in touch with the Confederate flank and charged. Keenan's Charge, May 2nd, 1863. The sun had set, the leaves with dew were wet. Down fell a bloody dusk on the woods that 2nd of May, where Stonewall's corps, like a beast of prey, tore through with angry tusk. "They've trapped us, boys," rose from our flank a voice, with rush of steel and smoke. On came the rebels straight, eager as love and wild as hate, and our line reeled and broke. Broke and fled, no one stayed but the dead. With curses, shrieks, and cries, horses and wagons and men tumbled back through the shuddering glen, and above us the fading skies. There's one hope still, those batteries parked on the hill. Battery wheel, mid the roar. Pass pieces, fix prolonged to fire, retiring. Trot! In the panic dire a bugle rings. Trot! And no more. The horses plunged, the cannon lurched and lunged, to join the hopeless rout, but suddenly rose a form, calmly in front of the human storm, with a stern commanding shout. "Align those guns!" We knew it was Pleasanton's. The cannoneers bent to obey, and worked with a will at his word, and the black guns moved as if they had heard. But ah, the dread delay! To wait is crime, O God, for 10 minutes' time. The general looked around. There Keenan sat, like a stone, with his 300 horse alone, less shaken than the ground. "Major, your men are soldiers, General. Then charge, Major, do your best. Hold the enemy back at all cost, till my guns are placed, else the army is lost. You die to save the rest." By the shrouded gleam of the western skies, brave Keenan looked into Pleasanton's eyes. For an instant, clear and cool and still, then with a smile he said, "I will." Cavalry charged, not a man of them shrank. Their sharp, full cheer from rank on rank rose joyously with a willing breath, rose like a greeting hail to death. Then forward they sprang, and spurred and clashed, shouted the officers, crimson sashed. Rode well the men, each brave as his fellow, in their faded coats of the blue and yellow. And above in the air, with an instinct true, like a bird of war their pennon flew. With clank of scabbards and thunder of steeds, and blades that shine like sunlit reeds, and strong brown faces bravely pale, for fear their proud attempt should fail, 300 Pennsylvanians close on twice 10,000 gallant foes. Line after line the troopers came to the edge of the woods that was ringed with flame, rode in and sabered and shot and fell, nor came one back his wounds to tell. And full in the midst rose Keenan tall, in the gloom like a martyr waiting his fall, while in the circle stroke of his sabers swung round his head like a halo there luminous hung. Line after line, aye whole platoons, struck dead in their saddles of brave dragoons, by the maddened horses were onward borne, and into the vortex flung, trampled and torn. As Keenan fought with his men side by side, so they rode, till there were no more to ride. But over them, lying there shattered and mute, what deep echo rolls? 'Tis a death salute. From the cannon in place, for heroes you braved, your fate not in vain, the army was saved. Over them now, year following year, over their graves the pine cones fall, and the whippoorwill chants his spectre call, but they stir not again, they raise no cheer. They have ceased, but their glory shall never cease, nor their light be quenched in the light of peace. The rush of the charge is resounding still, that saved the army at Chancellorsville. George Parsons Lathrop. The regiment was greatly outnumbered and was hurled back terribly shattered, Major Peter Keenan being among the killed. But the Confederate advance had been checked long enough for Pleasanton to get his artillery into position, and he opened with deadly effect. The Confederates paused in the face of the terrible fire, and Jackson and his staff pushed forward on a personal reconnaissance. As he was returning to his lines, he and his companions were mistaken for Union troops by his own men and were fired upon. Jackson fell, pierced by 3 bullets. The brigade must not know, sir. May 2nd, 1863. Who've ye got there? Only a dying brother hurt in the front just now. Good boy, he'll do. Somebody tell his mother where he was killed and how. Whom have you there? A crippled courier, Major, shot by mistake, we hear. He was with Stonewall. Cruel work they've made here. Quick with him to the rear. Well, who comes next? Doctor, speak low, sir. Don't let the men find out it's Stonewall. God! The brigade must not know, sir, while there's a foe about. Whom have we here, shrouded in martial manner, crowned with a martyr's charm? A grand dead hero and a living banner, born of his heart and arm. The heart whereon his cause hung, see how clingeth that banner to his bier. The arm wherewith his cause struck, hark, how ringeth his trumpet in their rear. What have we left? His glorious inspiration, his prayers and counsel met. Living he laid the first stones of a nation, and dead he builds it yet. Early on the morning of Sunday, May 3rd, 1863, the Confederates again attacked, and after 2 days' heavy fighting drove the Union Army back across the river with the loss of 17,000 men. But the Confederate victory was almost outweighed by the loss of Stonewall Jackson, who died May 10th. Stonewall Jackson, May 10th, 1863. Not midst the lightning of the stormy fight, nor in the rush upon the vandal foe, did kingly Death, with his resistless might, lay the great leader low. His warrior soul its earthly shackles broke in the full sunshine of a peaceful town. When all the storm was hushed, the trusty oak that propped our cause went down. Though his alone the blood that flecks the ground, recalling all his grand heroic deeds, freedom herself is writhing in the wound, and all the country bleeds. He entered not the nation's promised land at the red belching of the cannon's mouth, but broke the house of bondage with his hand, the Moses of the South. O gracious God, not gainless is the loss. A glorious sunbeam gilds thy sternest frown, and while his country staggers 'neath the cross, he rises with the crown. Henry Lyndon Flash. The dying words of Stonewall Jackson. Order A.P. Hill to prepare for battle. Tell Major Hawks to advance the commissary train. Let us cross the river and rest in the shade. The stars of night contain the glittering day, and rain his glory down with sweeter grace upon the dark world's grand enchanted face, all loath to turn away. And so the day, about to yield his breath, utters the stars unto the listening night, to stand for burning fair the wells of light, said on the verge of death. O hero life that lit us like the sun, O hero words that glittered like the stars, and stood and shone above the gloomy wars when the hero life was done. The phantoms of a battle came to dwell in the fitful vision of his dying eyes, yet even in battle dreams he sends supplies to those he loved so well. His army stands in battle line arrayed, his couriers fly, all's done, now God decide. And not till then saw he the other side, or would accept the shade. Thou land whose sun is gone, thy stars remain, still shine the words that miniature his deeds. O thrice beloved, where'er thy great heart bleeds, solace hast thou for pain. Sidney Lanier. Under the shade of the trees. What are the thoughts that are stirring his breast? What is the mystical vision he sees? Let us pass over the river and rest under the shade of the trees. Has he grown sick of his toils and his tasks? Sighs the worn spirit for respite or ease? Is it a moment's cool halt that he asks under the shade of the trees? Is it the gurgle of waters whose flow oft-time has come to him borne on the breeze? Memory listens to, lapsing so low under the shade of the trees. Nay, though the rasp of the flesh was so sore, faith that had yearnings far keener than these, saw the soft sheen of the thitherward shore under the shade of the trees. Caught in the high psalms of ecstatic delight, heard the harps harping like soundings of seas. Watching earth's assoiled ones, walking in white under the shade of the trees. Oh, was it strange he should pine for release, touched to the soul with such transports as these? He who so needed the balsam of peace under the shade of the trees. Yea, it was noblest for him, it was best, questioning not of our Father's decrees, there to pass over the river and rest under the shade of the trees. Margaret Junkin Preston. Lee waited only to rest his forces and then, for the second time, invaded Maryland, crossing the Shenandoah at Front Royal. On June 13, 1863, the army appeared before Winchester, scattered the Union force stationed there, and swept resistlessly down the Shenandoah Valley, raiding into Pennsylvania as far as Chambersburg. The Ballad of Ishmael Day. June 1863. One summer morning a daring band of rebels rode into Maryland. Over the prosperous, peaceful farms, sending terror and strange alarms, the clatter of hoofs and the clang of arms. Fresh from the south, where the hungry pine, they ate like Pharaoh's starving kine. They swept the land like devouring surge and left their path to the farthest verge, bare as the track of the locust scourge. The rebels are coming, far and near, rang the tidings of dread and fear. Some paled and cowered and sought to hide. Some stood erect in their fearless pride, and women shuddered and children cried. But others, vipers in human form, stinging the bosom that kept them warm, welcomed with triumph the thievish band, hurried to offer the friendly hand as the rebels rode into Maryland. Made them merry with food and wine, clad them in garments rich and fine, for rags and hunger to make amends, flattered them, praised them with selfish ends. Leave us scatheless, for we are friends. Could traitors trust a traitor? No. Little they favor friend or foe, but gathered the cattle to farms across, flinging back with a scornful toss. If we are friends, ye can bear the loss. Flushed with triumph and wine and prey, they neared the dwelling of Ishmael Day. A sturdy veteran, gray and old, with the heart of a patriot, firm and bold, strong and steadfast, unbribed, unsold. And Ishmael Day his brave head bare, his white locks tossed by the morning air. Fearless of danger or death or scars, went out to raise by the farmyard bars the dear old flag of the stripes and stars. Proudly, steadily up it flew, gorgeous with crimson, white, and blue. His withered hand, as he shook it freer, may have trembled, but not with fear. While shouting, the rebels drew more near. Halt! They had seen the hated sign floating free from old Ishmael's line. Lower that rag, was their wrathful cry. Never, rung Ishmael Day's reply. Fire if it please you, I can but die. One with a loud defiant laugh left his comrades and neared the staff. Down came the fearless patriot's cry. Dare to lower that flag and die. One must bleed for it, you or I. But caring not for the stern command, he drew the halyards with daring hand. Ping went the rifle ball, down he came, under the flag he had tried to shame. Old Ishmael Day took careful aim. 70 winters and 3 had shed their snowy glories on Ishmael's head. Though cheeks may wither and locks grow gray, his fame shall be fresh and young alway. Honor be to old Ishmael Day. Hooker, meanwhile, was almost wholly in the dark concerning the position of Lee's army until it was partially revealed to him on June 17, 1863, when Kilpatrick's cavalry charged and drove back the Confederate cavalry as it emerged from Ashby's Gap. Still he hesitated, and the whole of western Pennsylvania appeared to be at the mercy of the invaders. Riding with Kilpatrick, June 17, 1863. Dawn peered through the pines as we dashed at the ford. Afar the grim guns of the infantry roared. There were miles yet of dangerous pathway to pass, and Mosby might menace, and Stuart might mass. But we mocked every doubt, laughing danger to scorn, as we quaffed with a shout from the wine of the morn. Those who rode with Kilpatrick to valor were born. How we chafed at delay, how we itched to be on, how we yearned for the fray where the battle reek shone. It was forward, not halt, stood the fire in our veins, when our horses' feet beat to the click of the reins. It was charge, not retreat, we were wanted to hear. It was charge, not retreat, that was sweet to the ear. Those who rode with Kilpatrick had never felt fear. At last the word came, and troop tossed it to troop. 2 squadrons deployed with a falcon-like swoop, while swiftly the others in echelons formed, for there just ahead was the line to be stormed. The trumpets rang out, there were guidons ablow. The white summer sun set our sabres aglow. Those who rode with Kilpatrick charged straight at the foe. We swept like a whirlwind, we closed. At the shock the skies seemed to reel, and the earth seemed to rock. Steel clashed upon steel with a deafening sound, while a redder than rose stain encrimsoned the ground. If we gave back a space from the fierce pit of hell, we were rallied again by a voice like a bell. Those who rode with Kilpatrick rode valiantly well. Rang sternly his orders from out of the rack, "Reform there, New Yorkers, you Harris light back. Come on, men of Maine, we will conquer or fall. Now forward, boys, forward, and follow me all." A Bayard in boldness, a Sidney in grace, a lion to lead and a staghound to chase. Those who rode with Kilpatrick looked death in the face. Though brave were our foemen, they faltered and fled, yet that was no marvel when such as he led. Long ago was that desperate day, long ago, strove the blue and the gray. Praise God that the red sun of battle is set, that our handclasp is loyal and loving, and yet those who rode with Kilpatrick can never forget. Clinton Scollard. This sudden and seemingly irresistible invasion created panic throughout the North. Troops were hurried forward, and Hooker at last started in pursuit with 100,000 men, but was relieved of command on June 27, 1863, and General George G. Meade appointed in his place. Lee was concentrating his army at Gettysburg, and his advanced guard got into touch with the Union forces on the morning of July 1st. The first day's fighting ended in the Federals being swept backward to their position on Cemetery Hill. The battle continued with undiminished fury throughout the second day, and on the third, Lee determined to renew the assault, and Meade decided to stay and receive it. The entire morning was consumed in preparation. Then the Confederates charged in a line 3 miles long, with General George Pickett and his Virginians in the van. A terrific struggle followed, ending in the repulse of the Confederates, who withdrew in good order from the field. Gettysburg, July 3, 1863. Wave, wave your glorious battle flags, brave soldiers of the North, and from the field your arms have won today, go proudly forth. For none, O comrades dear and leal, from whom no ills could part, through the long years of hopes and fears, the nation's constant heart. Men who have driven so oft the foe, so oft have striven in vain, yet ever in the perilous hour have crossed his paths again. At last we have our heart's desire, from them we met have wrung, a victory that round the world shall long be told and sung. It was a memory of the past that bore us through the fray, that gave the grand old army strength to conquer on this day. Oh, now forget how dark and red Virginia's rivers flow, the Rappahannock's tangled wiles, the glory and the woe. The fever-hung encampments where our dying knew full sore, how sweet the north wind to the cheek, it soon shall cool no more. The fields we fought and gained and lost, the lowland sun and rain, that wasted us, that bleached the bones of our unburied slain. There was no lack of foes to meet, of deaths to die no lack, and all the hawks of heaven learned to follow on our track. But henceforth, hovering southward, their flight shall mark afar the paths of yon retreating host that shun the northern star. At night, before the closing fray, when all the front was still, we lay in bivouac along the cannon-crested hill. Ours was the dauntless Second Corps, and many a soldier knew how sped the fight, and sternly thought of what was yet to do. Guarding the center there we lay, and talked with bated breath of Buford's stand beyond the town, of gallant Reynolds' death, of cruel retreats through pent-up streets by murderous volleys swept, how well the stone, the iron brigades their bloody outpost kept. 'Twas for the Union, for the flag, they perished, heroes all, and we swore to conquer in the end, or even like them to fall. And passed from mouth to mouth the tale of that grim day just done, the fight by Round Top's craggy spur of all the deadliest one. It saved the left, but on the right they pressed us back too well, and like a field in spring the ground was plowed with shot and shell. There was the ancient graveyard, its hummocks crushed and red, and there between them side by side the wounded and the dead. The mangled corpses fallen above, the peaceful dead below, laid in their graves to slumber here a score of years ago. It seemed their waking, wandering shades were asking of our slain, what brought such hideous tumult now, where they so still had lain. Bright rose the sun of Gettysburg that morrow morning tide, and call of trump and roll of drum from height to height replied. Hark from the east already goes up the rattling din. The 12th Corps, winning back their ground, right well the day begin. They whirl fierce Ewell from their front. Now we of the 2nd pray, as right and left the brunt have borne the center might today. But all was still from hill to hill for many a breathless hour, while for the coming battle shock Lee gathered in his power. And back and forth our leaders rode, who knew not rest or fear, and along the lines where they came went up the ringing cheer. 'Twas past the hour of nooning, the summer skies were blue. Behind the covering timber the foe was hid from view. So fair and sweet with waving wheat the pleasant valley lay, it brought to mind our northern homes and meadows far away. When the whole western ridge at once was fringed with fire and smoke, against our lines from 70 guns the dreadful tempest broke. Then loud our batteries answer, and far along the crest, and to and fro the roaring bolts are driven east and west. Heavy and dark around us glooms the stifling sulphur cloud, and the cries of mangled men and horse go up beneath its shroud. The guns are still, the end is nigh, we grasp our arms anew. Oh, now let every heart be stanch and every aim be true. For look, from yonder wood that skirts the valley's further marge, the flower of all the Southern hosts move to the final charge. By heaven, it is a fearful sight to see their double rank come with 100 battle flags a mile from flank to flank. Tramping the grain to earth they come, 10,000 men abreast. Their standards wave, their hearts are brave, they hasten not nor rest, but close the arms our cannon make, and onward press and nigher, and yelling at our very front again pour in their fire. Now burst our sheeted lightnings forth, now all our wrath has vent. They die, they wither, through and through their wavering lines are rent. But these are gallant, desperate men of our own race and land, who charge anew and welcome death, and fight us hand to hand. Vain, vain give way, as well we may, the crimson die is cast. Their bravest leaders bite the dust, their strength is failing fast. They yield, they turn, they fly the field, we smite them as they run. Their arms, their colors are our spoil, the furious fight is done. Across the plain we follow far, and backward push the fray. Cheer, cheer, the grand old army at last has won the day. Hurrah, the day has won the cause. No gray-clad host henceforth shall come with fire and sword to tread the highways of the north. 'Twas such a flood as when ye see along the Atlantic shore the great spring tide roll grandly in with swelling surge and roar. It seems no wall can stay its leap or balk its wild desire, beyond the bound that heaven hath fixed to the higher mount and higher. But now when whitest lifts its crest, most loud its billows call, touched by the power that led them on, they fall and fall and fall. Even thus, unstayed upon his course to Gettysburg the foe, his legions led and fought and fled, and might no further go. Full many a dark-eyed Southern girl shall weep her lover dead, but with a price the fight was ours, we too have tears to shed. The bells that peal our triumph forth anon shall toll the brave, above whose heads the cross must stand, the hillside grasses wave. Alas, alas, the trampled grass shall thrive another year, the blossoms on the April boughs with each new spring appear. But when our patriot soldiers fall, earth gives them up to God. Though their souls rise in clearer skies, their forms are as the sod. Only their names and deeds are ours, but for a century yet. The dead who fell at Gettysburg the land shall not forget. God send us peace, and where for aye the loved and lost recline, let fall, O South, your leaves of palm, O North, your sprigs of pine. But when with every ripened year we keep the harvest home, and to the dear Thanksgiving feast our sons and daughters come, when children's children throng the board and the old homestead spread, and the bent soldier of these wars is seated at the head, long, long the lad shall listen to hear the graybeard tell of those who fought at Gettysburg and stood their ground so well. 'Twas for the Union and the flag, the veteran shall say, our grand old army held the ridge and won that glorious day. Edmund Clarence Stedman. The High Tide at Gettysburg, July 3, 1863. A cloud possessed the hollow field, the gathering battle's smoky shield. Athwart the gloom the lightning flashed, and through the cloud some horsemen dashed, and from the heights the thunder pealed. Then at the brief command of Lee marched out that matchless infantry, with Pickett leading grandly down to rush against the roaring crown of those dread heights of destiny. Far heard above the angry guns a cry of tumult runs, the voice that rang through Shiloh's woods and Chickamauga's solitudes, the fierce South cheering on her sons. Ah, how the withering tempest blew against the front of Pettigrew, a Khamsin wind that scorched and singed like that infernal flame that fringed their British squares at Waterloo. 1,000 fell where Kemper led, 1,000 died where Garnett bled. In blinding flame and strangling smoke the remnant through the batteries broke and crossed the works with Armistead. Once more in glory's van with me, Virginia cried to Tennessee, we two together, come what may, shall stand upon these works today, the reddest day in history. Brave Tennessee, in reckless way, Virginia heard her comrade say, close round this rent and riddled rag, what time she set her battle flag amid the guns of Doubleday. But who shall break the guards that wait before the awful face of fate? The tattered standards of the South were shriveled at the cannon's mouth, and all her hopes were desolate. In vain the Tennessean set his breast against the bayonet, in vain Virginia charged and raged, a tigress in her wrath uncaged, till all the hill was red and wet. Above the bayonets, mixed and crossed, men saw a gray gigantic ghost, receding through the battle cloud, and heard across the tempest loud the death cry of a nation lost. The brave went down without disgrace, they leaped to ruin's red embrace. They only heard fame's thunders wake, and saw the dazzling sunburst break in smiles on glory's bloody face. They fell who lifted up a hand, and bade the sun in heaven to stand. They smote and fell who set the bars against the progress of the stars, and stayed the march of motherland. They stood who saw the future come, on through the fight's delirium. They smote and stood who held the hope of nations on that slippery slope, amid the cheers of Christendom. God lives. He forged the iron will that clutched and held that trembling hill. God lives and reigns. He built and lent the heights for freedom's battlement, where floats her flag in triumph still. Fold up the banners, smelt the guns. Love rules, her gentler purpose runs. A mighty mother turns to tears the pages of her battle years, lamenting all her fallen sons. Will Henry Thompson. Gettysburg, July 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, 1863. There was no union in the land, though wise men labored long, with links of clay and ropes of sand to bind the right and wrong. There was no temper in the blade that once could cleave a chain. Its edge was dull with touch of trade, and clogged with rust of gain. The sand and clay must shrink away before the lava tide. By blows and blood and fire assay, the metal must be tried. Here sledge and anvil met, and when the furnace fiercest roared, God's undiscerning working men reforged his people's sword. Enough for them to ask and know the moment's duty clear. The bayonets flashed it there below, the guns proclaimed it here. To do and dare and die at need, and while life lasts to fight. For rich or wrong a simple creed, but simplest for the right. They faltered not who stood that day and held this post of dread, nor cowards they who wore the gray until the gray was red. For every wreath the victor claims the vanquished half may claim, and every monument declares a common pride and fame. We raise no altar stones to hate, who never bowed to fear. No province crouches at our gate to shame our triumph here. Here standing by a dead wrong's grave, the blindest now may see the blow that liberates the slave but sets the master free. When ills beset the nation's life too dangerous to bear, the sword must be the surgeon's knife, too merciful to spare. O soldier of our common land, 'tis thine to bear that blade, loose in the sheath or firm in the hand, but ever unafraid. When foreign souls assail our right, one nation trusts to thee, to wield it well in worthy fight, the sword of Meade and Lee. James Jeffrey Roche. Lee commenced his retreat next morning and was able to gain the Potomac with his whole train, virtually without molestation. But the North was too rejoiced by the withdrawal of the invaders to mourn at their escape. The Battlefield Gettysburg. Those were the conquered, still too proud to yield. Those were the victors, yet too poor for shrouds. Here scarlet slaughter slew her countless crowds, heaped high in ranks where the hot guns pealed. The brooks that wandered through the battlefield flowed slowly on in ever-reddening streams. Here where the rank wheat waves and golden gleams, the dreadful squadrons, thundering, charged and reeled. Within the blossoming clover many a bourne, lying unsepulchred, has bleached to white, while gentlest hearts that only love had known have arched with anguish at the awful sight. And war's gaunt vultures that were lean have grown gorged in the darkness on a single night. Lloyd Mifflin. Among the thousands who took part in that terrific 3 days' struggle, none were more remarkable than old John Burns, a veteran of the War of 1812 and of the Mexican War, who, rejected at the outbreak of the Civil War on account of his age, nevertheless shouldered his rifle and helped repel the invaders when they approached his home at Gettysburg. John Burns of Gettysburg. Have you heard the story the gossips tell of Burns of Gettysburg? No? Ah, well. Brief is the glory that hero earns, briefer the story of poor John Burns. He was the fellow who won renown, the only man who didn't back down. When the rebels rode through his native town, but held his own in the fight next day, when all his townsfolk ran away. That was in July, '63, the very day that General Lee, flower of Southern chivalry, baffled and beaten, backward reeled from a stubborn Meade in a barren field. I might tell how, but the day before, John Burns stood at his cottage door, looking down the village street, where in the shade of his peaceful vine he heard the low of his gathered kine, and felt their breath with incense sweet, or I might say, when the sunset burned the old farm gable, he thought it turned the milk that fell like a babbling flood into the milk pail, red as blood, or how he fancied the hum of bees were bullets buzzing among the trees. But all such fanciful thoughts as these were strange to a practical man like Burns, who minded only his own concerns, troubled no more by fancies fine than one of his calm-eyed, long-tailed kind, quite old-fashioned and matter-of-fact, slow to argue but quick to act. That was the reason, as some folks say, he fought so well on that terrible day. And it was terrible. On the right raged for hours the heady fight, thundered the batteries double bass, difficult music for men to face, while on the left were now the graves, undulate like the living waves, that all the day unceasing swept up to the pits the rebels kept. Round shot plowed the upland glades, sown with bullets, reaped with blades. Shattered fences here and there tossed their splinters in the air. The very trees were stripped and bare. The barns that once held yellow grain were heaped with harvest of the slain. The cattle bellowed on the plain, the turkeys screamed with might and main, the brooding barn fowl left their rest, with strange shells bursting in each nest. Just where the tide of battle turns, erect and lonely, stood old John Burns. How do you think the man was dressed? He wore an ancient, long buff vest, yellow as saffron, but his best, and buttoned over his manly breast was a bright blue coat with a rolling collar, and large gilt buttons size of $1, with tails that the country folk called swaller. He wore a broad-brimmed, bell-crowned hat, white as the locks on which it sat. Never had such a sight been seen for 40 years on the village green, since old John Burns was a country beau, and went to the quiltings long ago. Close at his elbows all that day, veterans of the peninsula, sunburnt and bearded, charged away. And striplings downy of lip and chin, clerks that the home guard mustered in, glanced as they passed at the hat he wore, then at the rifle his right hand bore, and hailed him from out their youthful lore, with scraps of a slangy repertoire. "How are you, White Hat? Put her through. your head's level and bully for you. Called him daddy, begged he disclose the name of his tailor who made his clothes. And what was the value he set on those, while Burns, unmindful of jeer or scoff, stood there picking the rebels off, with his long brown rifle and bell-crowned hat, and the swallow-tails they were laughing at. 'Twas but a moment for that respect which close all courage their voices checked, and something the wildest could understand spake in that old man's strong right hand, and his corded throat, and the lurking frown of his eyebrows under his old bell crown, until as they gazed there crept an awe through the ranks in whispers, and some men saw, in the antique vestments and long white hair, the past of the nation in battle there, and some of the soldiers since declare that the gleam of his old white hat afar, like the crested plume of the brave Navarre, that day was the oriflamme of war. So raged the battle, you know the rest, how the rebels, beaten and backward pressed, broke at the final charge and ran, at which John Burns, a practical man, shouldered his rifle, unbent his brows, and then went back to his bees and cows. That is the story of old John Burns. This is the moral the reader learns. In fighting the battle, the question's whether you'll show a hat that's white or a feather. Bret Harte. Never was the Union nearer dissolution than it was on the eve of Gettysburg. The counter-revolution had been planned, but Lee was defeated and the plot failed. A force of 4,000 raiders, under John H. Morgan, had dashed across Kentucky into Indiana and Ohio, expecting support from the peace faction. But the result of Gettysburg spoiled all that, and Morgan and his men were surrounded and captured while trying to get back across the Ohio River. Kentucky Belle. Summer of '63, sir, and Conrad was gone away, gone to the county town, sir, to sell our first load of hay. We lived in the log house yonder, poor as you've ever seen. Roshan there was a baby, and I was only 19. Conrad, he took the oxen, but he left Kentucky Belle. How much we thought of Kentuck, I couldn't begin to tell. Came from the bluegrass country, my father gave her to me, when I rode north with Conrad away from Tennessee. Conrad lived in Ohio, a German he is, you know. The house stood in broad cornfields, stretching on row after row. The old folks made me welcome, they were kind as kind could be, but I kept longing for the hills of Tennessee. Oh, for a sight of water, the shadowed slope of a hill, clouds that hung on the summit, a wind that never is still. But the level land when stretching away to meet the sky, never arise from north to south to rest the weary eye. From east to west no river to shine out under the moon, nothing to make a shadow in the yellow afternoon. Only the breathless sunshine as I looked out all forlorn, only the rustle as I walked among the corn. When I fell sick with pining, we didn't wait any more, but moved away from the cornlands out to this river shore. The Tuscarawas it's called, sir, off there's a hill, you see, and now I've grown to like it, next best to the Tennessee. I was at work that morning. Someone came riding like mad over the bridge and up the road. Farmer Roof's little lad. Bareback he rode, he had no hat, he hardly stopped to say, "Morgan's men are coming, Frau, they're galloping on this way. I'm sent to warn the neighbors, he isn't a mile behind, he sweeps up all the horses, every horse that he can find. Morgan the raider, and Morgan's terrible men, with bowie knives and pistols, are galloping up the glen." The lad rode down the valley, and I stood at the door. The baby laughed and prattled, playing with spools on the floor. Kentuck was out in the pasture, Conrad my man was gone. Nearer Morgan's men were galloping on. Sudden I picked up the baby and ran to the pasture bar. "Kentuck," I called, "Kentucky." She knew me ever so far. I led her down the gully that turns off there to the right, and tied her to the bushes, her head was just out of sight. As I ran back to the log house, at once there came a sound, the ring of hoofs, galloping hoofs, trembling over the ground. Coming into the turnpike, out from the White Woman Glen, Morgan the raider, and Morgan's terrible men. As near they drew and nearer, my heart beat fast in alarm. But still I stood at the doorway, with baby on my arm. They came, they passed, with spur and whip in haste they sped along. Morgan the raider, and his band 600 strong. Weary they looked and jaded, riding through night and through day, pushing on east to the river many long miles away, to the border strip where Virginia runs up into the west, and fording the upper Ohio before they could stop to rest. On like the wind they hurried, and Morgan rode in advance. Bright were his eyes like live coals as he gave me a sideways glance. I was just breathing freer after my choking pain, when the last one of the troopers suddenly drew his rein. Frightened I was to death, sir, I scarce dared look in his face, as he asked for a drink of water and glanced around the place. I gave him a cup, and he smiled. 'Twas only a boy, you see, faint and worn with dim blue eyes, and he'd sailed on the Tennessee. Only 16 he was, sir, a fond mother's only son, off and away with Morgan before his life had begun. The damp drops stood on his temples, drawn was the boyish mouth, and I thought me of the mother waiting down in the South. Oh, pluck was he to the backbone, and clear grit through and through, boasted and bragged like a trooper, but the big words wouldn't do. The boy was dying, sir, dying as plain could be, worn out by his ride with Morgan up from the Tennessee. But when I told the laddie that I too was from the South, water came in his dim eyes and quivers around his mouth. Do you know the bluegrass country? He wistful began to say, then swayed like a willow sapling and fainted dead away. I had him into the log house and worked and brought him to. I fed him and I coaxed him as I thought his mother'd do. And when the lad grew better and the noise in his head was gone, Morgan's men were miles away, galloping on. Oh, I must go, he muttered, I must be up and away. Morgan is waiting for me, oh, what will Morgan say? But I heard a sound of tramping and kept him back from the door, the ringing sound of horses' hoofs that I had heard before. And on came the soldiers, the Michigan cavalry, and fast they rode and black they looked, galloping rapidly. They had followed hard on Morgan's track, they had followed day and night, but of Morgan and Morgan's raiders they had never caught a sight. And rich Ohio sat startled through all those summer days, for strange wild men were galloping over her broad highways. Now here, now there, now seen, now gone, now north, now east, now west, through river valleys and cornland farms, sweeping away her best. A bold ride and a long ride, but they were taken at last. They almost reached the river by galloping hard and fast. But the boys in blue were upon them ere ever they gained the ford, and Morgan the raider laid down his terrible sword. While I kept the boy till evening, kept him against his will, but he was too weak to follow and sat there pale and still. When it was cool and dusky, you'll wonder to hear me tell, but I stole down to that gully and brought up Kentucky Belle. I kissed the star on her forehead, my pretty, gentle lass, but I knew she'd be happy back in the old blue grass. A suit of clothes of Conrad's with all the money I had, and Kentuck, pretty Kentuck, I gave to the worn-out lad. I guided him to the southward as well as I knew how. The boy rode off with many thanks and many a backward bow. And then the glow had faded, and my heart began to swell as down the glen away she went, my lost Kentucky Belle. When Conrad came in the evening, the moon was shining high. Baby and I were both crying, I couldn't tell him why. But a battered suit of rebel gray was hanging on the wall, and a thin old horse with drooping head stood in Kentucky's stall. Well, he was kind and never once said a hard word to me. He knew I couldn't help it, 'twas all for the Tennessee. But after the war was over, just think what came to pass. A letter, sir, and the two were safe back in the old blue grass. The lad had got across the border riding Kentucky Belle. In Kentuck she was thriving, and fat and hearty and well. He cared for her and kept her, nor touched her with whip or spur. Ah, we've had many horses since, but never a horse like her. Constance Fenimore Wilson. Part of the same plot was the draft riot which broke out in New York City on July 13, 1863. It lasted 4 days, and 400 people were killed by the rioters. The draft was temporarily suspended, but was quietly resumed in August. The draft riot in the University Tower, New York, July 1863. Is it the wind, the many-tongued, the weird, that cries in sharp distress among the eaves? Is it the wind whose gathering shout is heard with voice of peoples myriad like the leaves? Is it the wind? Fly to the casement quick, and when the roar comes thick, fling wide the sash, await the crash. Nothing, some various solitary cries, some sauntering woman's short hard laugh, or honester a dog's bark. These arise from lamplit street up to this free flagstaff. Nothing remains of that low, threatening sound. The wind raves not the eaves around. Clasp casement to, you heard not true. Hark there again, a roar that holds a shriek. But not without, no, from below it comes. What pulses up from solid earth to wreak a vengeful word on towers and lofty domes? What angry booming doth the trembling ear, glued to the stone wall, hear, so deep no air its weight can bear? Grieved is the voice of ignorance and vice, the rage of slaves who fancy they are free. Men who would keep slaves at any price, too blind their own black manacles to see. Grieved 'tis that grisly spectre with a torch, riot that bloodies every porch, hurls justice down and burns the town. Charles Dickey. On November 19, 1863, a portion of the battlefield of Gettysburg was consecrated as a national military cemetery. It was there that President Lincoln's famous Gettysburg Address, prepared almost on the spur of the moment, was delivered. He said, "Fourscore and 7 years ago, our fathers brought forth on this continent a new nation, conceived in liberty, and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal. Now we are engaged in a great civil war, testing whether that nation, or any nation so conceived and so dedicated, can long endure. We are met on a great battlefield of that war. We have come to dedicate a portion of that field as a final resting place for those who here gave their lives, that that nation might live. It is altogether fitting and proper that we should do this. But in a larger sense we cannot dedicate, we cannot consecrate, we cannot hallow this ground. The brave men, living and dead, who struggled here, have consecrated far above our poor power to add or detract. The world will little note, nor long remember what we say here, but it can never forget what they did here. It is for us the living rather to be dedicated here to the unfinished work, which they who fought here have thus far so nobly advanced. It is rather for us to be here dedicated to the great task remaining before us, that from these honored dead we take increased devotion to that cause for which they gave the last full measure of devotion. That we here highly resolve that these dead shall not have died in vain, that this nation, under God, shall have a new birth of freedom, and that government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from the earth." Lincoln at Gettysburg, from the Gettysburg Ode, November 19, 1863. After the eyes that looked, the lips that spake, here from the shadows of impending death, those words of solemn breath, what voice may fitly break the silence doubly hallowed left by him? We can but bow the head with eyes grown dim, and as a nation's litany repeat the phrase his martyrdom hath made complete, noble as then, but now more sadly sweet. Let us, the living, rather dedicate ourselves to the unfinished work which they thus far advanced so nobly on its way, and saved the periled state. Let us upon this field, where they the brave their last full measure of devotion gave, highly resolve that they have not died in vain, that under God the nation's later birth of freedom and the people's gain of their own sovereignty shall never wane, and perish from the circle of the earth. From such a perfect text shall song aspire to light her faded fire, and into the wandering music turn its virtue, simple, sorrowful, and stern. His voice all elegies anticipated, for whatsoever the strain, we hear that one refrain, we consecrate ourselves to them, the consecrated. Bayard Taylor. End of Chapter 8. Recording by Chris Pyle.
Chapter 9 of Poems of American History, Volume 4, The Civil War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. Poems of American History, Volume 4, The Civil War by Various. Chapter 9, With Grant on the Mississippi. Grant had a brief repose after his victories at Shiloh and Corinth. Then he addressed himself to the capture of Vicksburg. The Confederates had made a second Gibraltar of the place, and so long as they held it, had command of the Mississippi. Early in April, 1863, he collected his army at New Carthage, just below Vicksburg, and on the night of April 16th, Porter's fleet ran past the batteries, the object of this perilous enterprise being to afford means for carrying the troops across the river and for covering the movement. Running the batteries. As observed from the anchorage above Vicksburg, April, 1863. A moonless night, a friendly one, a haze dimmed the shadowy shore, as the first lampless boat slid silent on. Hist! And we spake no more. We but pointed, and stilly, to what we saw. We felt the dew, and seemed to feel the secret like a burden laid. The first boat melts, and a second keel is blent with the foliaged shade. Their midnight rounds have the rebel officers made? Unspied as yet, a third, a fourth, gunboat and transport in Indian file upon the warpath smooth from the north. But the watch may they hope to beguile? The manned river batteries stretch far, mile on mile. A flame leaps out, they are seen. Another and another gun roars. We tell the course of the boats through the screen by each further fort that pours, and we guess how they jump from their beds on those shrouded shores. Converging fires. We speak, though low. That blastful furnace can they thread? Why, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego came out all right, we read. The Lord be sure He helps His people, Ned. How we strain our gaze! On bluffs they shun, a golden growing flame appears, confirms to a silvery steadfast one. The town is afire, crows Hugh, 3 cheers! Lot stops his mouth. Nay, lad, better 3 tears. A purposed light, it shows our fleet, yet a little late in its searching ray. So far and strong that in phantom cheat lank on the deck our shadows lay. The shining flagship stings their guns to furious play. How dread to mark her near the glare and glade of death the beacon throws, athwart the racing waters there, one by one each plainer grows, then speeds a blazoned target to our gladdened foes. The impartial cresset lights as well the fixed forts to the boats that run, and plunged from the ports their answers swell, back to each fortress done. Ponderous words speaks every monster gun. Fearless they flash through gates of flame, the salamanders hard to hit, though vivid shows each bulky frame, and never the batteries intermit, nor the boats' huge guns, they fire and flit. Anon a lull, the beacon dies. Are they out of that strait accurst? But other flames now dawning rise, not mellowly brilliant like the first, but rolled in smoke whose whitish volumes burst. A baleful brand, a hurrying torch, whereby anew the boats are seen, a burning transport all alurch. Breathless we gaze, yet still we glean glimpses of beauty as we eager lean. The effulgence takes an amber glow which bathes the hillside villas far. Affrighted ladies mark the show, painting the pale magnolia, the fair false circle light of cruel war. The barge drifts doomed, a plague-struck one, shoreward in yawls the sailors fly. But the gauntlet now is nearly run, the spleenful forts by fits reply, and the burning boat dies down in morning's sky. All out of range, adieu, messieurs, jeers as it spreads our parting gun. So burst we through their barriers, and menaces every one. So Porter proves himself a brave man's son. Herman Melville. The army was at once taken across the river, and on May 19, 1863, a general assault was made on the town. This was repulsed with severe loss, and Grant thereupon settled down for a regular siege. Before Vicksburg, May 18th to July 4th, 1863. While Sherman stood beneath the hottest fire that from the lines of Vicksburg gleamed, and bombshells tumbled in their smoky gyre, and grape shot hissed and case shot screamed, back from the front there came, weeping and sorely lame, the merest child, the youngest face man ever saw in such a fearful place. Stifling his tears, he limped his chief to meet, but when he paused and tottering stood, around the circle of his little feet there spread a pool of bright young blood. Shocked at his doleful case, Sherman cried, "Halt! Front face! Who are you? Speak, my gallant boy." "A drummer, sir, 55th Illinois." "Are you not hit? That's nothing. Only send some cartridges, our men are out, and the foe press us. But my little friend?" "Don't mind me. Did you hear that shout? What if our men be driven? Oh, for the love of heaven, send to my colonel, general dear. But you? Oh, I shall easily find the rear." "I'll see to that," cried Sherman, and a drop angels might envy dimmed his eye, as the boy, toiling toward the hill's hard top, turned round and with his shrill child's cry shouted, "Oh, don't forget! We'll win the battle yet! But let our soldiers have some more cartridges, sir, caliber 54." George Henry Boker. The place was completely invested and a terrific bombardment maintained until July 3, 1863, when the town surrendered, and on the next day the Confederate troops in the place, to the number of 27,000, laid down their arms. Vicksburg. For 60 days and upwards a storm of shell and shot rained round us in a flaming shower, but still we faltered not. "If the noble city perish," our grand young leader said, "let the only walls the foe shall scale be ramparts of the dead." For 60 days and upwards the eye of heaven waxed dim, and e'en throughout God's holy morn, o'er Christian prayer and hymn, arose a hissing tumult, as if the fiends in air strove to engulf the voice of faith in the shrieks of their despair. There was wailing in the houses, there was trembling on the marts, while the tempest raged and thundered mid the silent thrill of hearts. But the Lord our shield was with us, and ere a month had sped, our very women walked the streets with scarce one throb of dread. And the little children gamboled, their faces purely raised, just for a wondering moment, as the huge bombs whirled and blazed. Then turned with silvery laughter to the sports which children love, thrice mailed in the sweet instinctive thought that the good God watched above. Yet the hailing bolts fell faster from scores of flame-clad ships, and about us, denser, darker, grew the conflict's wild eclipse, till a solid cloud closed o'er us, like a type of doom and ire, whence shot 1,000 quivering tongues of forked and vengeful fire. But the unseen hands of angels those death shafts warned aside, and the dove of heavenly mercy ruled o'er the battle tide. In the houses ceased the wailing, and through the war-scarred marts the people strode with step of hope to the music in their hearts. Paul Hamilton Hayne. Just at noon of July 4th, 1863, the Stars and Stripes was run up over the courthouse, and the Union troops, seeing it, started to sing the battle cry of freedom. By mid-afternoon the possession of the post was absolute, and the Union fleet lay at the levee. The battle cry of freedom. Yes, we'll rally round the flag, boys, we'll rally once again, shouting the battle cry of freedom. We will rally from the hillside, we'll gather from the plain, shouting the battle cry of freedom. Chorus. The Union forever, hurrah, boys, hurrah! Down with the traitor, up with the star, while we rally round the flag, boys, rally once again, shouting the battle cry of freedom. We are springing to the call of our brothers gone before, shouting the battle cry of freedom, and will fill the vacant ranks with 1,000,000 freemen more, shouting the battle cry of freedom. We will welcome to our numbers the loyal, true, and brave, shouting the battle cry of freedom. And although they may be poor, not a man shall be a slave, shouting the battle cry of freedom. So we're springing to the call from the east and from the west, shouting the battle cry of freedom, and we'll hurl the rebel crew from the land we love the best, shouting the battle cry of freedom. George Frederick Root. Meanwhile, General Banks had been besieging Port Hudson, a position scarcely less formidable than Vicksburg, and on May 24, 1863, had driven the Confederates within their inner line of intrenchments. 3 days later, a general assault took place, in which the 1st and 2nd Louisiana colored troops bore a prominent part. The Black Regiment, May 27, 1863. Dark as the clouds of even, ranked in the western heaven, waiting the breath that lifts all a dead mass and drifts, tempest and falling brand over a ruined land, so still and orderly, arm to arm, knee to knee, waiting the great event, stands the Black Regiment. Down the long dusky line, teeth gleam and eyeballs shine, and the bright bayonet, bristling and firmly set, flashed with a purpose grand long ere the sharp command of the fierce rolling drum told them their time had come, told them what work was sent for the Black Regiment. Now the flag sergeant cried, though death and hell betide, let the whole nation see if we are fit to be free in this land or bound down like the whining hound, bound with the red stripes of pain in our old chains again. Oh, what a shout there went from the Black Regiment! Charge! Trump and drum awoke, onward the bondmen broke, bayonet and sabre stroke vainly opposed their rush, through the wild battle's crush, with but one thought aflush, driving their lords like chaff, in the guns' mouths they laugh, or at the slippery brands, leaping with open hands, down they tear man and horse, down in their awful course. Trampling with bloody heel over the crashing steel, all their eyes forward bent, rushed the Black Regiment. Freedom! Their battle cry, freedom or leave to die. Ah, and they meant the word, not as with us 'tis heard, not a mere party shout, they gave their spirits out, trusted the end to God, and on the gory sod rolled in triumphant blood. Glad to strike one free blow, whether for weal or woe, glad to breathe one free breath, though on the lips of death, praying, alas, in vain, that they might fall again, so they could once more see that burst to liberty. This was what freedom lent to the Black Regiment. Hundreds and hundreds fell, but they are resting well. Scourges and shackles strong never shall do them wrong. Oh, to the living few, soldiers, be just and true. Hail them as comrades tried, fight with them side by side. Never in field or tent scorn the Black Regiment. George Henry Boker. Shortly after the fall of Vicksburg, Grant was severely injured by a fall from a horse, and it was some months before he could take the field again. Most of his troops were sent to reinforce the Army of the Cumberland under Rosecrans, which was operating against the Confederates under Bragg in Tennessee. Chattanooga was occupied by the Union forces on September 16, 1863. Rosecrans pushed forward to the Chickamauga Valley, where, on September 18th, Bragg attacked in force. The battle raged for 2 days, the Union line was broken, and General Thomas and his division were isolated on a slope of Missionary Ridge. Assault after assault was delivered against him, but he stood like a rock, and at sundown still held the position. The Ballad of Chickamauga, September 19th, 20th, 1863. By Chickamauga's crooked stream the martial trumpets blew. The North and South stood face to face, with war's dread work to do. O lion strong, unselfish, brave, twin athletes battle-wise, brothers yet enemies, the fire of conflict in their eyes. All banner led and bugle stirred, they set them to the fight, hearing the god of slaughter laugh from mountain height to height. The ruddy fair-haired giant North breathed loud and strove amain, the swarthy shoulders of the South did heave them to the strain. An earthquake shuddered underfoot, a cloud rolled overhead, and serpent tongues of flame cut through and lapped and twinkled red. Where back and forth a bullet stream went singing like a breeze, what time the snarling cannon balls to splinters tore the trees. Make way, a voice boomed out, I'm marching to the sea. The answer was a rebel yell and Bragg's artillery. Where Negley struck, the cohorts gray like storm-tossed clouds were rent. Where Buckner charged, a cyclone fell, the blue to tatters went. The noble Brannan cheered his men, Pat Cleburne answered back, and Lytle stormed, and life was naught in Walthall's bloody track. Old Taylor's Ridge rocked to its base, and Pigeon Mountain shook, and Helm went down, and Lytle died, and broken was McCook. Van Cleve moved like a hurricane, a tempest blew with Hood. Awful the sweep of Breckenridge across the flaming wood. Never before did battle roar such chords of thunder make. Never again shall tides of men over such barriers break. Stand fast, cried Rosecrans, and Thomas said, I will. And crash on crash his batteries dashed their broadsides down the hill. Brave Longstreet's splendid rush tore through whatever barred its track, till the rock of Chickamauga hurled the roaring columns back, and gave the tide of victory a red tinge of defeat, adding a noble dignity to that hard word, retreat. 2 days they fought, and evermore those days shall stand apart, keynotes of epic chivalry within the nation's heart. Come, and set the carven rocks to mark this glorious spot. Here let the deeds of heroes live, their hatreds be forgot. Build, but never monument of stone shall last as long as one old soldier's ballad born on breath of battle song. Maurice Thompson. Thomas at Chickamauga, September 19th, 20th, 1863. It was that fierce, contested field when Chickamauga lay beneath the wild tornado that swept her pride away. Her dimpling dales and circling hills dyed crimson with the flood that had its sources in the springs that throb with human blood. Go say to General Hooker to reinforce his right, said Thomas to his aide-de-camp when wildly went the fight. In front the battle thundered, it roared both right and left, but like a rock Pap Thomas stood upon the crested cleft. Where will I find you, General, when I return? The aide leaned on his bridle rein to wait the answer Thomas made. The old chief like a lion turned, his pale lips set and sere, and shook his mane and stamped his foot and fiercely answered, Here! The flood tide of fraternal strife rolled upward to his feet, and like the breakers on the shore the thunderous clamors beat. The sad earth rocked and reeled with woe, the woodland shrieked in pain, and hill and vale were groaning with the burden of the slain. Who does not mind that sturdy form, that steady heart and hand, that calm repose and gallant mien, that courage high and grand? O God, who givest nations men to meet their lofty needs, vouchsafe another Thomas when our country prostrate bleeds. They fought with all the fortitude of earnest men and true, the men who wore the rebel gray, the men who wore the blue. And those they fought most valiantly for petty state and clan, and these for truer union and the brotherhood of man. They come, those hurling legions, with banners crimson splashed, against our stubborn columns their rushing ranks are dashed, till 'neath the blistering iron hail the shy and frightened deer go scurrying from their forest haunts to plunge in wilder fear. Beyond, our lines are broken, and now in frenzied rout the flower of the Cumberland has swiftly faced about. And horse and foot and color guard are reeling rear and van, and in the awful panic man forgets that he is man. Now Bragg, with pride exultant, above our broken wings, the might of all his army against Pap Thomas brings. They're massing to the right of him, they're massing to the left, and God be with our hero who holds the crested cleft. Blow, blow, ye echoing bugles, give answer, screaming shell. Go belch your murderous fury, ye batteries of hell. Ring out, O impious musket, spin on, O shattering shot. Our smoke-encircled hero, he hears, but heeds ye not. Now steady, men, now steady, make one more valiant stand, For gallant Steedman's coming, his force is well in hand. Close up your shattered columns, take steady aim and true, The chief who loves you as his life will live or die with you. By solid columns on they come, by columns they are hurled, As down the eddying rapids the storm-swept booms are whirled. And when the ammunition fails, O moment drear and dread, The heroes load their blackened guns from rounds of soldiers dead. God never sent his signet on the hearts of braver men, Or fixed the goal of victory on higher heights than then. With bayonets and muskets clubbed they close the rush and roar, Their stepping stones to glory are their comrades gone before. O vanished majesty of days not all forgotten yet, We consecrate unto thy praise 1 hour of deep regret. 1 hour to them whose days were years of glory that shall flood The nation's sombre night of tears, of carnage, and of blood. O vanished majesty of days, when men were gauged by worth, Set crowned and dowered in the way to judge the sons of earth. When all the little great fell down before the great unknown, And priest put off the hampering gown and coward donned his own. O vanished majesty of days that saw the sun shine on The deeds that wake sublimer praise than Ghent or Marathon. When patriots in homespun rose, where one was called for, 10, And heroes sprang full armored from the humblest walks of men. O vanished majesty of days, rise type and mold today, And teach our sons to follow on where duty leads the way. That whatsoever trial comes, defying doubt and fear, They in the thickest fight shall stand and proudly answer, "Here." Kate Brownlee Sherwood. Rosecrans could not reinforce Thomas, and at 4 o'clock General James A. Garfield was entrusted with the perilous task of taking him an order to withdraw. Garfield got to Thomas safely, and the retreat began at sundown. The Confederates attempted no pursuit. Garfield's ride at Chickamauga, September 20th, 1863. Again the summer fevered skies, the breath of autumn calms. Again the golden moons arise on harvest-happy farms. The locusts pipe, the crickets sing among the falling leaves, And wandering breezes sigh and bring the harp note of the sheaves. Peace smiles upon the hills and dells, peace smiles upon the seas, And drop the notes of happy bells upon the fruited trees. The broad Missouri stretches far, her commerce gathering arms, And multiply on Arkansas the grain-encumbered farms. Old Chattanooga, crowned with green, sleeps 'neath her walls in peace. The Argo has returned again and brings the golden fleece. O nation, free from sea to sea, in union blessed forever, Fair be their fame who fought for thee by Chickamauga River. The autumn winds were piping low beneath the vine-clad eaves. We heard the hollow bugle blow among the ripened sheaves. And fast the mustering squadrons passed through mountain portals wide, And swift the blue brigades were massed by Chickamauga's tide. It was the Sabbath, and in awe we heard the dark hills shake, And o'er the mountain turrets saw the smoke of battle break. And 'neath the war cloud, gray and grand, the hills o'erhanging low, The army of the Cumberland unequal met the foe. Again, O fair September night, beneath the moon and stars, I see through memories dark and bright the altar fires of Mars. The morning breaks with screaming guns from batteries dark and dire, And where the Chickamauga runs, red runs the musket's fire. I see bold Longstreet's darkening host sweep through our lines of flame, And here again the right is lost, swart Rosecrans exclaim. But not the left, young Garfield cries, from that we must not sever, While Thomas holds the field that lies on Chickamauga River. Oh, on that day of clouded gold, how half of hope bereft, The cannoneers like Titans rolled their thunders on the left. I see the battle clouds again with glowing autumn splendors blending. It seemed as if the gods with men were on Olympian heights contending. Through tongues of flame, through meadows brown, dry valley roads concealed, Ohio's hero dashes down upon the rebel field. And swift, on reeling charger borne, he threads the wooded plain, by twice 100 cannon mown, and reddened with the slain. But past the swaths of carnage dire, the Union guns he hears, and gains the left, begirt with fire, and thus the heroes cheers. While stands the left, yon flag o'erhead shall Chattanooga stand. Let the Napoleons rein their lead, was Thomas's command. Back swept the gray brigades of Bragg, the air with victory rung, and Wurzel's rally round the flag, 'mid Union cheers was sung. The flag on Chattanooga's height in twilight's crimson waved, and all the clustered stars of white were to the Union saved. O Chief of Staff, the nation's fate, that red field crossed with thee, the triumph of the camp and state, the hope of liberty. O nation free from sea to sea, with Union blessed forever, not vainly heroes fought for thee by Chickamauga River. In dreams I stand beside the tide where those old heroes fell. Above the valleys long and wide, sweet rings the Sabbath bell. I hear no more the bugle blow, as on that fateful day. I hear the ring-dove fluting low, where shaded waters stray. On Mission Ridge the sunlight streams above the fields of fall, and Chattanooga calmly dreams beneath her mountain wall. Old Lookout Mountain towers on high, as in heroic days, when 'neath the battle in the sky were seen its summits blaze. 'Twas ours to lay no garlands fair upon the graves unknown. Kind Nature sets her gentians there, and fall the sear leaves lone. Those heroes' graves no shaft of Mars may mark with beauty ever, but floats the flag of 40 stars by Chickamauga River. Hezekiah Butterworth. This defeat brought Grant into the field again, though he was still on crutches. The Confederates held a strong position on Missionary Ridge and Lookout Mountain, and Grant prepared to attack. On November 24, 1863, Hooker's brigade moved forward to the northern face of Lookout Mountain, drove the enemy from their rifle pits and entrenchments, and then started after them up the slope. The mountain was enveloped in a dense fog, and into this Hooker's men disappeared. During the night the Confederates delivered a savage assault, but were beaten off. At dawn, when the Union troops scaled the palisades, they found the entrenchments at the top deserted, and unfurled the stars and stripes from the summit of Pulpit Rock. The Confederates were dislodged next day from Missionary Ridge and were soon in full retreat. The Battle of Lookout Mountain, November 24, 1863. "Give me but 2 brigades," said Hooker, frowning at fortified Lookout, "and I'll engage to sweep yon mountain clear of that mocking rebel rout." At early morning came an order that set the general's face aglow. "Now," he said to his staff, "draw out my soldiers. Grant says that I may go." Hither and thither dashed each eager colonel to join his regiment, while a low rumor of the daring purpose ran on from tent to tent. For the long roll was sounding through the valley, and the keen trumpets bray, and the wild laughter of the swarthy veterans who cried, "We fight to-day!" The solid tramp of infantry, the rumble of the great jolting gun, the sharp, clear order, and the fierce steeds neighing, why's not the fight begun? All these plain harbingers of sudden conflict broke on the startled ear, and last arose a sound that made your blood leap, the ringing battle cheer. The lower works were carried at one onset, like a vast roaring sea of steel and fire. Our soldiers from the trenches swept out the enemy. And we could see the graycoats swarming up from the mountain's leafy base, to join their comrades in the higher fastness, for life or death the race. Then our long line went winding up the mountain in a huge serpent track, and the slant sun upon it flashed and glimmered as on a dragon's back. Higher and higher the column's head pushed onward, ere the rear moved a man, and soon the skirmish lines their straggling volleys and single shots began. Then the bald head of Lookout flamed and bellowed, and all its batteries woke, and down the mountain poured the bombshells, puffing into our eyes their smoke. and balls and grape shot rained upon our column that bore the angry shower, as if it were no more than that soft dropping which scarcely stirs the flower. O glorious courage that inspires the hero and runs through all his men! The heart that failed beside the Rappahannock, it was itself again. The star that circumstance and jealous faction shrouded in envious night, here shone with all the splendor of its nature, and with a freer light. Hark, hark! there go the well-known crashing volleys, the long-continued roar, that swells and falls, but never ceases wholly, until the fight is o'er. Up toward the crystal gates of heaven ascending, the mortal tempest beat, as if they sought to try their cause together before God's very feet. We saw our troops had gained a footing almost beneath the top ledge, and back and forth the rival lines went surging upon the dizzy edge. We saw sometimes our men fall backward slowly, and groaned in our despair, or cheered when now and then a stricken rebel plunged out in open air. Down, down, 1,000 empty fathoms dropping, his God alone knows where. At eve thick haze upon the mountain gathered, with rising smoke stained black, and not a glimpse of the contending armies shone through the swirling wrack. Night fell o'er all, but still they flashed their lightnings and rolled their thunders loud, though no man knew upon which side was going that battle in the cloud. Night, what a night, of anxious thought and wonder, but still no tidings came from the bare summit of the trembling mountain, still wrapped in mist and flame. But towards the sleepless dawn, stillness more dreadful than the fierce sound of war settled over nature, as if she stood breathless before the morning star. As the sun rose, dense clouds of smoky vapor boiled from the valley's deeps, dragging their torn and ragged edges slowly up through the tree-clad steeps, and rose, till Lookout like a vision above us grandly stood, and over his bleak crags and storm-blanched headlands burst the warm golden flood. Thousands of eyes were fixed upon the mountain, and thousands held their breath, and the vast army, in the valley watching, seemed touched with sudden death. High o'er us soared great Lookout, robed in purple, a glory on his face, a human meaning in his hard, calm features beneath that heavenly grace. Out on a crag walked something. What? An eagle that treads yon giddy height? Surely no man, but still he clambered forward into the full rich light. Then up he started with a sudden motion, and from the blazing crag flung to the morning breeze and sunny radiance the dear old starry flag. Ah, then what followed? Scarred and war-worn soldiers, like girls, flushed through their tan, and down the 1,000 wrinkles of the battles 1,000 teardrops ran. Men seized each other in returned embraces and sobbed for very love. A spirit which made all that moment brothers seemed falling from above. And as we gazed around the mountain summit, our glittering files appeared. Into the rebel works we saw them moving, and we cheered. And they above waved all their flags before us and joined our frantic shout, standing like demigods in light and triumph upon their own lookout. George Henry Boker. The Battle in the Clouds, November 24th, 1863. Where the dews and the rains of heaven have their fountain, like its thunder and its lightning, our brave burst on the foe. Up above the clouds, on Freedom's Lookout Mountain, raining life-blood like water on the valleys down below. Oh, green be the laurels that grow, oh, sweet be the wild buds that blow, in the dells of the mountain where the brave are lying low. Light of our hope and crown of our story, bright as sunlight, pure as starlight, shall their deed of daring glow, while the day and the night out of heaven shed their glory on Freedom's Lookout Mountain, whence they routed Freedom's foe. Oh, soft be the gales when they go through the pines on the summit where they blow, chanting solemn music for the souls that passed below. William Dean Howells. By the autumn of 1862, Union forces had established themselves firmly on the North Carolina coast, and early in the following year preparations were made to attack Charleston, the very head and front of the Confederacy. Charleston, April, 1863. Calm as that second summer which precedes the first fall of snow, in the broad sunlight of heroic deeds the city bides the foe. And yet, behind their ramparts stern and proud, her bolted thunders sleep. Dark Sumter, like a battle-mented cloud, looms o'er the solemn deep. No Calpe frowns from lofty cliff or scour to guard the holy strand, but Moultrie holds in leash her dogs of war above the level sand. And down the dunes 1,000 guns lie crouched, unseen beside the flood, like tigers in some orient jungle crouched, that wait and watch for blood. Meanwhile, through streets still echoing with trade, walk grave and thoughtful men, whose hands may one day wield the patriot's blade as lightly as the pen. And maidens, with such eyes as would grow dim over a bleeding hound, seem each one to have caught the strength of him whose sword she sadly bound. Thus girt without and garrisoned at home, day patient following day, old Charleston looks from roof and spire and dome across her tranquil bay. Ships through 100 foes from Saxon lands and spicy Indian ports bring Saxon steel and iron to her hands and summer to her courts. But still along yon dim Atlantic line the only hostile smoke creeps like a harmless mist above the brine from some frail floating oak. Shall the spring dawn, and she, still clad in smiles, and with an unscathed brow, rest in the strong arms of her palm-crowned isles, as fair and free as now? We know not. In the temple of the Fates God has inscribed her doom, and, all untroubled in her faith, she waits the triumph or the tomb. Henry Timrod. On April 7th, 1863, a strong squadron under Admiral Dupont attempted to enter the harbor and reduce Fort Sumter, but got such a warm reception that it was forced to withdraw. One ship was sunk and the others badly damaged. The Battle of Charleston Harbor, April 7th, 1863. 2 hours or more beyond the prime of a blithe April day, the Northmen's mailed Invincibles steamed up fair Charleston Bay. They came in sullen file, and slow, low-breasted on the wave, black as a midnight front of storm, and silent as the grave. 1,000 warrior hearts beat high as those dread monsters drew more closely to the game of death across the breezeless blue. And twice 10,000 hearts of those who watched the scene afar thrill in the awful hush that bides the battle's broadening star. Each gunner, moveless by his gun, with rigid aspect stands, the reedy linstocks firmly grasped in bold, untrembling hands. So moveless in their marbled calm, their stern heroic guise, they look like forms of statued stone with burning human eyes. Our banners on the outmost walls, with stately rustling fold, flash back from arch and parapet the sunlight's ruddy gold. They mount to the deep roll of drums and widely echoing cheers, and then once more, dark, breathless, hushed, wait the grim cannoneers. Onward in sullen file, and slow, low glooming on the wave, near, nearer still, the haughty fleet glides silent as the grave. When shivering the portentous calm o'er startled flood and shore, broke from the sacred island fort the thunder wrath of yore. Ha! brutal corsairs, though ye come thrice cased in iron mail, beware the storm that's opening now, God's vengeance guides the hail. Ye strive, the ruffian types of might, 'gainst law and truth and right, now quail beneath a sturdier power, and own a mightier might. The storm has burst, and while we speak, more furious, wilder, higher, dart from the circling batteries 100 tongues of fire. The waves gleam red, the lurid vault of heaven seems rent above. Fight on, O knightly gentlemen, for faith and home and love. There's not in all that line of flame one soul that would not rise to seize the victor's wreath of blood, though death must give the prize. There's not in all this anxious crowd that throngs the ancient town a maid who does not yearn for power to strike one foeman down. The conflict deepens, ship by ship the proud armada sweeps, where fierce from Sumter's raging breast the volleyed lightning leaps. And ship by ship, ranked overborne ere burned the sunset light, crawls in the gloom of baffled hate beyond the field of fight. O glorious Empress of the Main, from out thy storied spires, thou well mayest peal thy bells of joy, and light thy festal fires. Since heaven this day hath striven for thee, hath nerved thy dauntless sons, and thou in clear-eyed faith hast seen God's angels near the guns. Paul Hamilton Hayne. It was evident that the fleet by itself could accomplish nothing, and a land attack was therefore planned against Fort Wagner, a very strong work, fully garrisoned by veterans. It was stormed on the evening of July 18, 1863, the 54th Massachusetts, colored, Colonel Robert Gould Shaw leading. He was killed in the first assault, and his regiment was decimated. The Confederates buried Shaw in a pit under a heap of his niggers. Bury them. Wagner, July 18, 1863. Bury the dragon's teeth, bury them deep and dark, the incisors swart and stark, the molars heavy and dark, and the one white fang underneath. Bury the hope forlorn, never shudder to fling, with its fellows dusky and worn, the strong and beautiful thing, pallid ivory and pearl, into the horrible pit, hurry it in and hurl all the rest over it. Trample them clod by clod, stamp them in dust amain, the cuspids, cruent and red, that the monster, freedom, shed on the sacred, strong slave sod, they never shall rise again. Never? What hideous growth is sprouting through clod and clay? What terror starts to the day? A crop of steel, on our oath! How the burnished stamens glance! Spike and anther and blade, how they burst from the bloody shade, and spindle to spear and lance! There are tassels of blood-red maize, how the horrible harvest grows! 'Tis sabres that glint and daze, 'tis bayonets all ablaze, uprearing in dreadful rows. For one that we buried there, 1,000 are come to air. Ever by doorstone and hearth they break from the angry earth, and out of the crimson sand, where the cold white fang was laid, rises a terrible shade, the wraith of a sleepless brand. And our hearts wax strange and chill with an ominous shudder and thrill, even here on the strong slave sod, lest haply we be found, ah, dread no brave hath drowned, fighting against great God. Henry Howard Brownell. Heavy siege batteries were at once erected by the Union forces, and on August 17, 1863, a terrific bombardment began against Sumter and Wagner, and continued uninterruptedly. 10 days later, Sumter had been reduced to a shapeless mass of ruins, and Fort Wagner was captured soon afterwards, but the city itself still stood unshaken. Twilight on Sumter, 1863. Still in dark along the sea Sumter lay, a light was overhead, as from burning cities shed, and the clouds were battle red far away. Not a solitary gun left to tell the fort had won or lost the day. Nothing but the tattered rag of the drooping rebel flag, and the seabirds screaming round it in their play. How it woke one April morn fame shall tell, as from Moultrie close at hand, and the batteries on the land, round its faint but fearless band, shot and shell. Raining hid the doubtful light, but they fought the hopeless fight long and well. Theirs the glory, ours the shame, till the walls were wrapped in flame. Then their flag was proudly struck, and Sumter fell. Now, oh look at Sumter now in the gloom! Mark its scarred and shattered walls! Hark, the ruined rampart falls! There's a justice that appalls in its doom, for this blasted spot of earth, where rebellion had its birth, is in its tomb. And when Sumter sinks at last from the heavens that shrink aghast, hell shall rise in grim derision and make room. Richard Henry Stoddard. End of chapter 9.